If you can take 2 steps, you got to answer that question after you take the first step. But I can always take one more step, so if I choose not to, that's on me. And I got to live with that. I had just climbed a mental wall that was amazing. And I didn't want anybody to take that pain away from me at that point, because that was all confirmation. So for me, this was the new level. You don't need a lot of things. Sometimes the only thing that kept me with that one step forward was one thing. Let's not quit yet, guys. Let's think about your options. Where are you going to end up if you quit this shit? Where are you going to go? And when I got done with that race, it's the worst pain. I can't even describe the pain of that last 30 miles to anybody. No one, it's very hard. So when it ended, and I'm laying there in the worst pain of my entire life, I'm shaking, I'm jacked up, and all I could think about was, I can't believe what I just done. To me, it was humanly impossible to even think about going 30 more miles in that shape. And once you do it, what came over me when that shower hit me, and the reality hit that I just went 101 miles. And that last 31 miles was something that I can't even describe to people. And what's amazing about the human mind is that it becomes your new norm. Like, to think that I can run 200 miles, 240 miles, and that becomes like running 50. I never thought that was possible. This is why I'm always pushing that limit, because I know that within pushing these limits, there's always more.
Did that set the tone or the rhythm for what you wanted to try and achieve and feel again? Each time you're pushing further?
I never wanted to feel it again. I never wanted to feel it again. But what it did was it showed me what is possible. And that's what set the new stage for me. That's when I realized, oh man, I've really been underachieving my entire life. But it taught me what is possible. It taught me that, okay, I got it, check. I'm about action, and action means less talking and more doing. So that's where I've been. It only takes 1 second for you to lose the whole thing. So the 1 second decision is just that. You're in a situation where life is sucking. Let's say you're in extreme cold water and your life is flashing before your eyes. Every time that wave goes over your head, your thought process is, I gotta get the fuck out of this water. And you're in Hell Week. And you're hour 1 of 130 fucking hours. It's cold, I can't be cold this long. And then this is where that 1 second decision comes in. You forgot every reason why you wanted to be there. You don't care about SEALs. You don't care about any of this. You don't care about fighting for your country. All you want to do is go back home. You want the warmth. You may want something to eat. All those things of comfort are there in that 1 second. And this is where people lose. So what I do in that 1 second, because we all think about quitting, it's hard. But what you have to do in that 1 second is hard to process information during pain. Because that pain takes over and you can't think rationally. You're thinking about fight or flight, save yourself. That's not a rational thought. It's not a thought that's going to get you through hard times. Most people fail that 1 second. So what happens, what I do, I start thinking logically. I calm my brain down, because your brain just wants to get the fuck out. It's about gaining control of your mind, putting things back in the proper perspective, and then saying, I really do want to be here, and I'm going to have a bunch of these 1 seconds, and I have to learn to control these, because if I fail one of these 1 seconds, I will not be a SEAL. I will not be a doctor. I will not be a lawyer. I will not be whatever the it is. So that's how important that 1 second decision is. It's all about your mind takes control of you. You have to say, you, I run this motherfucker. There's no other way to make it out here. I mean, you can't just always be, head down in the sand. You got to learn to pick yourself up on your own. A lot of times these fights and these battles, you got to be your own coach. You got to be your own motivator. because there's a lot of people in this world who don't want to see you make it because they think you could take a piece of their pie. But I've learned to study people before I react, because there's no successful person in the world who's in a good headspace that's going to ever attack anyone in that kind of manner. There's always going to be something wrong with them. So you got to always dive a little deeper before you get your feelings hurt. Take time. Take that 1 second to pull back and study them. Because most people who are in good places, they don't care about what you're doing. They don't care about what you're doing. They don't try to destroy you. They actually will try to build you up versus destroy who you are as a person. So that's where I'm at now in life, is most people who do that, they're in a very dark, dark place. As you get bigger, as you get more successful, you open the door for people to critique everything you do. And most of the people who are critiquing you usually aren't where you are. And all their critiquing comes from people who are really at a low level of life, which is sad. But what we do, people who are on the upper level, hearing the haters at the lower level, like I said, you'll never meet a hater doing better than you. True statement. So I started making these mixtapes with all of these hate messages about people talking shit. And it became such a source of fuel that it was amazing, because I know why you hate me. You hate me because you're probably in the bed right now. You're probably an underachiever. You're probably somebody who doesn't want to do anything with your life. So I make you question everything about yourself. So I'm going to continue making you question yourself by coming out here and being even more successful. So what happens is, there's days where I'm like, you know what? I really don't want to do this today. And I'm like, oh, hang on. So I listen to that while I run. I sometimes play it in the house. It's half comical, it's half inspiring. I'm actually inspired by it, because I know I'm gonna get hit in the mouth. There's an art to getting hit in the mouth. And that is why these things are important. You have to wake up and you have to give yourself belief. You have to give yourself confidence. So it starts with that run. Belief is like, there's an after school special belief where the mom says, believe in yourself, and that's all great, but there's also a built belief. How I build belief is through the daunting tasks I put myself through. So that's proof positive that I can.
You don't become confident by shouting affirmations in the mirror, but by having a stack of undeniable proof that you are who you say you are. Outwork your self-doubt.
Yes, because a lot of people, it's like when you wake up in the morning, pound your chest, look at yourself in the mirror and do all this fucking bullshit. I hope it works. What works for me is that everyday resume. The things I know I've accomplished, the things I know I've done, real hard work, the real calluses on my mind, the real calluses on my hands. That's it. You must build belief. You must build confidence and say, I can knock that shit out. Instead of the path of least resistance, I started choosing the path of most resistance to prepare myself for the journey that was coming my way. And you realize through hard work, you can outwork anybody. No matter how badass they are. It starts with yourself, man. You gotta start diving into those things that you are afraid of. You don't gain confidence by going to the spot that makes you feel good. It could be a false reality. And the second life gives you that challenge, all you want to do is go back to what gave you confidence. Is that happy spot? No. What gave me confidence was spending years at a kitchen table trying to learn how to read and write on my own. Realizing I can't learn the way you learn. I can't. But I can learn. What gives you confidence, not being afraid, is overcoming the fear. That's what gives me confidence, is facing these things, overcoming them. And maybe not overcoming them every day, but facing them and facing them and facing them. Pretty soon like this, you know what, man, this is where it's at. It's not in that comfort zone. It's in the discomfort zone is where my confidence is getting built. That's where it's getting built. Happiness, peace, enlightenment, it's all up here, man. It's all up here. It's all up here. You just gotta be willing to go and face it. And that's the hard part. The physical standard is not what they need to meet. It's a mental standard you must meet in life. That's how I live my life. I now know that there is no cap on the human mind. There's no cap. We cap it ourselves. When most people quit, I had just started.
Wow.
And when you take that mindset and you learn to flip that around, that's what made me powerful. And my body followed.
And so I said, I want to do this. I'm going to give myself a challenge every single day until the fear goes away.
That's right.
And I feel like that's what more of us should be doing. I'm hearing that that's how you live your life.
That's all it is, man.
And it helps me feel so much more confident. When you overcome that fear of saying this doesn't have control over me anymore,
that's right.
It's like you can be at so much more peace.
A lot of us speak in hollow words. I used to speak in hollow words. I don't do it anymore. Everything that comes out of my mouth has substance. It's real. We all have these feelings in our bodies, in our minds, in our souls. I act on mine. A lot of us who are afraid of something, we allow our minds to choose the path of least resistance, so we go a different route. When I'm afraid of something, it's telling me you must do that. Life is one big mind game. And you're playing it with yourself. You cannot lose perspective of where you've come in life. I'm trying to give people a different thought process of life where failure, hell, disappointment, discomfort is a great learning tool. And many people don't understand that, but it's these few moments in life that you have. Like for me, I always talk about it. Rocky 1, round 14. That 1 2-minute and 13-second clip of Rocky getting up when Apollo knocked him down. That one clip, when I was going through a very bad time in my life, I saw what I wanted to be. And it wasn't a guy that won. It wasn't a guy that won everything he did. It was a guy that kept getting up after being knocked down. So I realized if that 2 minutes and 13 seconds changed my life, that's all it was. I saw something that I needed to be in the world I was living in. Maybe my story will give someone the 2 minutes and 13 seconds they need to change their life. Everybody's got a story. We don't share it on social media. We share our nice life on social media. We all have a dungeon. I'm just willing to talk about mine. Mental toughness isn't something that you sample. It's something that you live in every day. Whenever hardness comes, and you don't know what it is, it may be different for you than it is for me, but you go back to your insecurities. And then when you go back to your insecurities, you then look for comfort within those insecurities. And we all look for that cookie that your mom used to give you when you were sad, when you were sick. We look for our wife or our husband. We look for comfort. It's in those moments you must retrain your mind to think differently in hell. The mental standard is you must know how far you've come. I walk in a room now and I know the hours and years and decades I put into David Goggins. That's something, it's not on the wall. It's not a trophy on the wall. It's not a medal on your neck. I don't care how you perceive David Goggins, because through my journey, I figured out the one piece I was missing. I thought it was cars. I thought it was women. I thought it was money. I thought it was everything. The one piece I was missing was me having the courage to face myself. Where I got my work ethic from was the hours I had to spend learning this. When you sit down and you're not smart, and you have a disability, and you still want to be at the top of your class, I didn't want to just get by. When I realized that I can learn through hard work, and I can beat the valedictorian in school if I got put in 10 hours more a day than he does. You know what kind of strength comes from that? When you're sitting down, that guy that valedictorian studied for an hour, and you know I caught you. I have the work ethic to catch you. That's where David Goggins got really invented. Was at a kitchen table with 20 spiral notebooks that were empty, and then they were full. And when you can go through that, I still have them in my storage unit. You go through these spiral notebooks of your life, and you realize, this is how I learned. This is unbelievable. It wasn't until I got real sick and my life got real quiet. I went from running 205 miles in 39 hours to I couldn't get out of bed. My life was taken from me. And that's when I realized I hadn't taken time to think about what I'd done in my life. I'd done all these things, but there was no finish line. I finished a race of life, and I wouldn't even receive my medal. I go on. I get in the car and I go. When I started figuring out life, that I was leaving so much in the tank. Once I realized, my God, man, I was this dumb, fat kid being bullied, and now I'm a 180-pound person who lost 106 pounds in less than 3 months. Learn to read, learn to do this, learn to do that. I was like, I need more. I was fueling my mind with everything. And I never took time to say, my God, you came from this hell, and you're here. I had come 8,000 miles from where I started. But if you never know that, you're still in the $7 a month place. So it's that quiet place. It's that place by yourself. It's those hours and years and decades by yourself in the grip of life. When life has you by the throat and choking you out, and you're sitting there calm because you're trying to figure it out. You're not panicking. You're not quitting. You're not throwing in the towel. You're saying there's a way around this. And when you figure it out, when life has you gripped in a vice, and you can figure that out, that's when you overcome. That's when you overcome. The journey getting there was harder than going through it. You know? So that's the whole thing about life, man. It's that journey that makes you who you are. We live in a world now that's so kind. We find the kind way around everything. Like, if you don't look good, I have to find a kind way of saying, I don't like your shirt. Right. That's not the approach. If that's the approach you're looking for, that book is not for you. Can't hurt me is not for you. The approach you have to take, at least I took, you take whatever approach you want. The conversation had to be a real, honest conversation. In the accountability mirror, guess what? I was fat. Don't find a kind word to say that, you know what, I've gained some weight. No, you're fat. When I couldn't read, not like, hey, you know, even learning disability. No, I cannot read. I have a 4th grade reading level, I'm struggling, and sometimes I call myself stupid. Not in a way to put myself down. So don't take it like, my God, those are so hurtful. Yeah, they're hurtful, dishonest. The conversation has to become an honest conversation of where you're at mentally. Where am I at mentally? I look like I feel like I'm not this, I'm falling behind in school. I'm lazy. My house is a mess. You have to look at what it is and call it what it is. Don't find words to make yourself feel better, because that's what, so we hang around people that make us feel better, that tell us what we want to hear, not what we need to hear. And so we stay away from those people. And we stay away from those people, like our internal dialogue becomes that kind, it's okay. It's not okay. So that's where it starts. It starts with that accountability of it's not okay anymore. This can no longer be okay. And calling yourself out for exactly what you are and exactly how you need to fix it. If you walk into any kind of event, whether it be physical or mental, if you walk in with already putting that block on your mind of, man, this ain't gonna happen. People go, how did you run 135 miles to Death Valley in the summer? How did you run 100 miles with no training? Because I went into it not thinking, I can't do this, man. I went into it with a strategy. I had an open-mindedness. So until your mind is open to the possibilities that I can do this, you would never be able to do it. Once the mind starts to believe it can be achieved, it then, only then, does it start to break down tactically how we can do this. Until then, you're gonna always lose. I came home one night from work spraying for cockroaches. And long story short, I turned on the Discovery Channel. I saw some guys going through Navy SEAL training. And they're going through Hell Week and they're getting their ass just beat. You know, in and out of the water, guys ringing the bell. They was suffering. And I was weighing like 297 pounds. And I had to make a change in my life. You know, I was at an all-time low, and I wasn't going anywhere, and I was exactly what everybody said I was going to be, which was nothing. So I had to make a change.
What was it about seeing suffering that's really interesting? And I actually get it, but I want to hear you explain it. Why suffering was the thing that triggered that thought?
Well, for me, growing up, I came from a horrible background. I got called nigger every day of my life growing up, lived in a small town. The Klan headquarters at that time was about 20 minutes from where I lived. Right. One of the high-ups in the KKK, son, sat behind me in 2 classes, so he called me nigger all the time. I got my first car, they spray painted nigger, we're gonna kill you on it. So I was just an insecure, scared kid. And the only way I could find myself was through putting myself through the worst thing possible. Because I'm gonna say the exact opposite of what the world, today's world, is saying. So we read a bunch of books nowadays. As humans, we wanna find out how to be someone else. What we don't do is we don't go inside. So literally turn yourself inside out. Read the book that's like we're writing a book every day of our lives, but we never read that book. Every day we're seeing who we are as people. When I was growing up, I lied for people to accept me because I didn't accept myself. So I would make up stories so then you would accept me into your world. I would, everything I did was for someone else to like me. It wasn't until I started reading my own book about how pathetic I was as a human being. I could blame my dad, I can blame kids at school, I could blame having health issues, ADD, my mom not being around. Great mom, but she was doing her thing.
Right.
I could blame a lot of people. And that's the book I was reading. And I put it off on everybody else. It wasn't until I said, you know what, for me to fix this, I gotta read what the f is wrong with David Goggins. Not blame anybody. Read my book and say, okay, I'm afraid of my shadow. How can I overcome that? Go in the military, get your ass kicked, do things you hate to do, be uncomfortable every day of your life. Roger that. I'm not the smartest kid in the world. Okay. Instead of somebody saying, oh no, you're smart. No, don't say that to yourself. I said to myself, no, I'm a dumb. Okay, roger that. How you get smarter? Educate yourself. So the things that we run from the truth. We're running from the truth, man. So the only way I became successful was going towards the truth. As painful and as brutal as it is, it changed me. It allowed me to become, in my own right, who I am today.
Rule number 4, visualize the end result.
I have the ability to see the end before the beginning even begins. And what that means is I know that to get to the very end, I can see it right now. So before I went to Butts, and I was losing all this weight, I saw myself walking across the stage at 191 pounds, because that's what I had to get to get into the door. I saw myself 6 months, a year later, whatever's gonna take me to do it, I saw myself walking across that stage, getting that certificate of graduation from Butts. And I was able to be there at 300 pounds. And that feeling that I was nowhere near that feeling, I was able to put myself there 1,000,000 times every day. And that feeling of like, my God, that is gonna feel amazing. That's what made me suffer. That's what allowed the pain to be real and say, this is worth it. I want to feel for this next 18 months. It took me 18 months to finally become a Navy SEAL, to finally, just get through Butts. 18 months, it's 6 months. It took me 18. That's what woke me up every morning was, I'm gonna put myself through this much pain and suffering for a few seconds. That's all it is. A few seconds of joy. It's so worth it, man. That's what people don't get. So I'm able to put myself at the finish line, even though I have no finish line, but at the finish line of an event before I even start to say, how are you gonna feel at the end of this? Visualizing is my biggest tool of life. That's why I've been able to put myself in cold water, put myself in a 100-mile race millions of times before I've done it. And I'm able to go through the race and see how I'm gonna feel at mile 50. Almost to the exact feeling.
Right, so when it comes up, it's no surprise.
It's no surprise. I've already done this a million times. I prioritize trying to win the battle in the morning. So I always win the battle in the morning. So I get up in the morning time, every morning I go for a run. That's the first thing I do every morning. Haven't taken a day off of running since December 2016. Every day, up in the morning. So I also stretch out every day for about 2 to 3 hours. Every day. I've missed 2 days in about 5.5, 6 years. So that's just my routine. And about 4 days a week, I'm in the gym hitting the weights. Because you can't just be a runner. So this is every single day, the monotony of my life. But this is what builds discipline. And not everybody, I'm not telling everybody to do this, but this is my lifestyle. This is how I build self-discipline. Time, why? Well, I hate to say it, the best way for me to get how I feel across, I can't sit here and say, you know what, I went through Hell Week and man, it was really hard. No, that takes your damn soul, rips it inside out, and then they say, now we're going to start. It allows me to express where I was at a point of my life. If I don't give you all of me, why the hell am I here? Why? How will you learn from me? People take so much offense to me. You will never learn from people if we always tap dance around the truth.
Oh, God, I love that.
We tap dance around the truth by finding the right words so I don't hurt you because you have thin skin. No. Tighten up, people. It's okay. Trust me. It's okay. You might be called nigger one day. It's okay. You might be called some Jewish word or some faggot or gay word. It's okay. Let them call you that. What are you going to do now? They don't own your life. How are you going to control that now? How are you going to flip it upside down and say, Roger that, now I'm going to harness this and you'll read about me years from now? How? That's the question. How are you going to do that? Thicken your skin. Become more of a human being. Don't be afraid of the reflection in the mirror, because that's all you can be afraid of. Once you overcome the reflection in the mirror, you've done it.
You are pretty good about celebrating the victories along the way and celebrating yourself.
I talk about it with my fiance every single day. I talked about it with her 2 hours today. I said, we are grinding so hard that we are losing the vantage point of what we have accomplished today. We got podcast, interview, flying, do this, do that. I'm like, stop. It's just me and you and this mom and pop thing that we're doing. Look at where this book is at right now.
It's crazy.
Look how many people we're touching. Shut up and just think for a second. Let's stop. Because all we did was talk about this and this. We got to keep, no, enjoy this for a second. We have to take time and realize what we've accomplished here.
That's an evolution for you, man.
Huge, but
that's
I realized,
a very different David Goggins than even from a couple of years ago.
Huge, because you have to, what is it all about? I'm going to keep on grinding. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is you have to respect what you've done. Take a second, not live in it, not sit around and say, I'm good. Sit back and say, let me look at the vantage point now that I'm at. That's why you reset the vantage point. Get the tactical advantage. If you get the tactical advantage too quick and start fighting, you got to take a second to take observation of where I'm at. What have I done? Am I in the right spot? I'm obviously in the right spot right now. Now we can go back to fighting.
And rule number 8, the last one before a very special bonus clip, is outwork everyone.
Where I got my work ethic from was the hours I had to spend learning this. when you sit down and you're not smart, and you have a disability, and you still want to be at the top of your class, I didn't want to just get by. When I realized that I can learn through hard work, and I can beat the valedictorian in school if I got put in 10 hours more a day than he does. You know what kind of strength comes from that? When you're sitting down, that guy, that valedictorian studied for an hour, and you know, I caught you, and I am dumb, but I have the work ethic to catch you. That's where David Goggins got really invented. Was at a kitchen table with 20 spiral notebooks that were empty. And then 3 months later, they were full. And when you can go through that, I still have them in my storage unit. You go through these spiral notebooks of your life, and you realize, this is how I learned. This is unbelievable. There's no miles. It's not about the miles. It's that, having a discipline every day to say, for me to learn this one math problem, it's gonna take me 10 hours. Wow. And that's where and you realize through hard work, you can outwork anybody, no matter how badass they are. But that's the part people don't want to dive into. So one big thing is the accountability mirror. You have to start with yourself. So what happened in my life was we started to get, I call it like the rucksack. A rucksack is a pack that you carry in the military, and you put all your stuff in it. Your radios, your food, your water, all that stuff you have to carry in the military. That's your rucksack. It's a backpack, pretty much. As you're growing up, we all have a backpack. Most of ours, hopefully, is empty, and what we put in it is all the crap we go through in life. That's what is in the backpack for the civilians, and we carry it around with us. So what you have to start doing is realizing that no matter where you're at in life, I got called nigger a lot. My dad abused me, learning disabilities, stutters, immaturity, insecurities, self-doubt, so much crap on top of me. So much stuff. I lied a lot to create friends. So much stuff was in my backpack. No one's coming back to help me. So it starts with that person in that mirror. You have to realize you are on your own now. And whatever else you believe in, I don't care what you believe in, but on earth, it's a very lonely journey. And it starts with the accountability mirror of looking at saying, hey, my dad who beat the hell out of me is not coming back. All these things are coming back. I have to face myself. And you have to own all those things that people may have done to you. Now it's yours. You got to own it. It's yours now to fix the problems that people did to you. It makes no sense. It's not fair. I get it. But if you live in that woe is me mentality of guess what? My dad did this to me. My mom just did to me. People who bully did this to me. You're going to always live right there. You have to figure out ways to move forward because you're not coming back. And it starts with the mirror. I call it the accountability mirror in the book. My family couldn't even swim. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we had little athletes in my damn family. And I was a kid who kind of got the bad genes. I had all these little sickly issues, all these allergic to shit. I was a little sickly kid. And it's funny how when people hear my story now, they want to put a title on me. Like, I'm superhuman.
Yeah, like you had some special skill or capability.
And I love it because basically it makes you feel better by putting a title on me.
Right.
You can do it too.
Absolutely, right.
And so basically,
it's a choice.
Yeah, it's a choice. Yeah. It's a horrible choice.
Right. It's
a hard choice. It's a lot of suffering involved. So for me to get the start line, through that start line journey, I realized I'm capable. Mm-hmm. So what happens through this whole process is the change of the mind. Mm-hmm. It's a change of the guard. Mm-hmm. Someone once owned my brain. I never owned it. Yeah. I had no control.
You outsourced it.
Yes, right. Everybody had it. It was my dad's fault. It was the kids that called me nigger fault. My mom wasn't home fault. My soon-to-be stepdad's fault. The little kid that got ran over by the bus fault. My life was, everybody had a piece of my brain. Yep. And through this journey of suffering, and the suffering, I put it in because I started finding myself. Yeah. And I started, oh no, I'm gonna take this back from me. This part of my brain is mine now. And I started puzzling back this piece of my brain. And through that, I grew confidence. In this process, I went from David Goggins, I started forming a guy named Goggins. Mm-hmm. I had to really I realized I had to reinvent a whole nother human being within myself because who I am wasn't gonna make it. This guy is not gonna cut it. Mm-hmm. So I had to be a guy who can take any kind of pain. any kind of suffering, any kind of torture, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I had to have the people who, I had to visualize everybody that called me nigger. You had to be in a room of people like this. I had to make up these things in my mind, the things I had to overcome. And I started callousing my mind through a process, and it basically started with working out. It started with working out. It started with doing, like, if it started raining outside, for instance, my mind would say, F that, man, I don't want to go run. If it was 3 o'clock in the morning, it started raining outside, my mind said, you got to go
Get up and go run.
You have to, because I was fighting this other person.
So you essentially tried to do everything you didn't want to do.
That's all it was, period, dot. Everything I didn't want to do is what got me to where I'm at today.
Interesting.
Every single thing. So where we find comfort, that's where I started getting scared. When I started saying, oh, it's raining, I'm not going out there. No, you cannot say that. You cannot do that. You have got to do this. The other, so whatever my brain thought, I did the opposite. Wherever the comfort was, I went the opposite direction. And over a period of time, boy, it calluses the out of your mind. You start to really develop a whole nother being. I say what if a lot. It sounds corny and it sounds weak, but it's true. One of the recruiters said there's not many black Navy SEALs. Matter of fact, I was the 36th African-American SEAL in history. It's in over 70 years. Because the water, you know. I mean, people get mad at me. It's true, just get over it. And so I was like, man, what story would it be if my fat, dumb, lying to be friends with people, insecure ass can overcome this? And that what if mentality, like that dreamer mentality, just would always fuel me. It would just fuel me, man. What if I can be a SEAL, man? What if I can go from running a quarter of a mile, now I run 205 miles. What if I can go? What if I can go? And what if, how would that feel if I'm graduating? Can I look at that graduation thing I was talking about, 224, like the video I sat down and watched? This commanding officer stood up and he said to the graduation, guys who are graduating buds, like 18 of them, he said, we live in a society where mediocrity is often rewarded. And he went on to say something about these men detest mediocrity. And I wanted to be a man that detests mediocrity. My biggest advice to give everybody in the world is, like I say, we live in an external world. Everything is you gotta see it, touch it, it's external. If you can, for the rest of your life, live inside of yourself, stop listening to people who are calling you fat, gay, transsexual, nigger. Everything that is makes no sense. All these insecure people putting their insecurities on you, you gotta flush it out. You gotta just be whoever the hell God or whoever the hell you believe in. If you believe in nothing but yourself, I don't care what it is. You gotta take everything and throw it away. You have to believe in one thing, and that is yourself. And I'm not saying don't believe in God or what you believe in, but right now, for you to find greatness in yourself, you're not gonna find it by looking in a book or by even hearing me. I may give you the spark, but you've got to go inside yourself to find it. And that means you gotta be quiet. Shut the fuck up, go in a room, stop talking, search your soul, search your mind, search your abilities, and you'll find it. But if you're not looking for it, you won't find it. So you gotta go start your journey. And the journey starts with you finding, why the hell am I here on this planet Earth? Why am I here? And if you don't know that, you will live the rest of your life searching, always asking the question, why? Growing up, being the kid I was, I found strength in different movies. So I come home, in one movie I found a lot of strength, and as funny as it may seem, but I visualized this scene. I do it today during the pull-up record. I did 4,030 pull-ups. The last time I did it, I actually got it. It took me 3 times. I played one song for 17 hours, pretty much. It's from this movie, Rocky 1, round 14. I related to the person in the movie, but just the one scene when Apollo's beating the shit out of Rocky. He falls in the corner, and everybody, and Rocky, and Apollo turns around, arms up, happy as shit. I got this guy. He turns around not knowing that Rocky's trying to get up off the canvas. Mickey's his trainer saying, stay down. Everybody's saying, you did good. You did good. You went 14 rounds with the champ. Rocky didn't hear shit. He got up, and what sticks in my mind today, and I'm seeing it right now, when he got up, Apollo starts to turn around to see the aftermath of what he just destroyed. And he did not expect to see what he saw.
Right.
And what I see out of the whole movie, I see Apollo Creed's face.
Yeah, fear crept in.
Yes.
Yep.
And I said to myself as a young kid, I want to be that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to win. I don't need trophies. I don't need people to like me. I just want what he has.
Yeah.
A fictional character, whatever the hell it was, I want that. And I visualized that. Mm-hmm. And I want to become the guy who can get off the canvas and look at somebody who beat the shit out of him. Life.
Yeah.
I'm talking about life right now.
Yeah.
In life, even life itself puts their head down toward David Goggins.
Yeah.
This is not going to stop.
Right.
So that mentality became what I wanted.
Nice.
And that's how it started, with that visualization of the canvas. Mm-hmm. And all I got to do is just keep getting up. So I would take it like, who would even think about doing this? So I would sit on my couch saying, who at 297, who can't swim that great, who's scared of the water, would have the balls, to man up, quit a job, and go and to put everything on himself. So it's how I started talking to myself and putting myself in a whole different category, and that would fuel me the next day, and I just kept using that as fuel. No one would do this. No one would do this. You're the best around. You're the best ever live. And I just kept fueling me with the right kind of message that I needed to hear that I was never telling myself. And through time, it became reality to myself.
So you start out on the first day, and then do you start running again the second day?
Yeah, the second day I went right back after it again. But I started realizing I can't run that far.
Right.
So what I did was I became damn near a professional cyclist with the miles I put on the bike. So whenever I watched TV, I had to be doing something. So I was riding the bike. I rode a bike a lot to lose the first initial kind of weight, because my bones were just hurting so bad. My body was just broken. And I learned to get over that also. And I tried to swim a lot. I wasn't a great swimmer, but putting fins on kind of equalized my body. I wasn't so negative buoyant. So I started finning a whole bunch. And I spent hours in the pool, trying to get more and more comfortable. Not because I was going underwater. I was so scared of the water that I had to live in the water. I had to become one with the water. So going to the pool used to scare me. So I went to the pool an awful lot. And then the bike got easier. I was able to run more. I went from like 1 mile. 1 mile was a great accomplishment. 2 miles, and then from 2 to 3 was a big one. Then I went from 3 to 6. And then, like, they have a warning order that they give people to get ready for buds. And the whole thing was running 6 miles 5 days a week. And that was my goal. And so I failed, I go back to scratch. I use some positive motivation. I have like one day where I'm like defeated. But I started realizing this is part of the process. This is part of the journey. I had to realize this is part of my process versus just saying, like I used to, I'm just not good enough. If I'm not good enough, we always say that, I'm just not good enough, and then we try something else. I'm gonna make myself good enough. And that became my mentality. I'm gonna make myself good enough. And so I'm misunderstood a lot, but that's all it came down to. I made myself good enough. And the days I couldn't run that far, the next week, I would do 2 a days. So like on the running, if I ran a quarter of a mile, I wait a couple hours, it haunt me, bother me, I try to run a half mile the next time, same day. You can do more than this. If I had to walk, I had to walk. It just became just a process of grinding, and grinding is not even a good word for it. It's not even a good word for it. And just going further and further. And then when I got through running, I go to the bike, I go to the pool. If I got tired somewhere, my legs were tired, I go to the gym. And I developed this crazy workout where I was doing volume, like 200-300 reps of like very lightweight. People always say, how come you don't have any like loose skin? My workout routine in the gym became sick. It became sick. I was just doing 200-300 reps, 400 reps on like chest, just like for one simple exercise, the bench press. And I rack it, get back on it, just rep it out, trying to burn as many calories as I can, build that muscle mass. And I just became obsessed with it.
You once said that if you were growing up in this generation, that you would have a field day because you would take their souls. What did you mean by that?
The younger generation quits. Not everybody. So I gotta put that. People get their butt hurt. So not everybody. Most of this generation quits the second they get talked to. You did this wrong, or they get yelled at. It's so easy to be great nowadays because most people are weak. This is a softened generation. So if you have any mental toughness, any ability, if you have any fraction of self-discipline, the ability to not want to do it but still do it. People have a hard thing to understand. I hate to run. And what makes me so crazy, it doesn't anymore, is people go, well, why do you run if you hate it? What are you talking about? I don't want to take showers and eat either. I hate that too. That's life, man. It wasn't until I changed that mentality that I became somebody. I hated going to school, so guess what? I was dumb as shit. That's what 1 + 1 is 2. But if you can get through to doing things that you hate to do, on the other side is greatness. That's what people don't understand. By me running, I am callous in my mind. I'm not training for a race. I'm training for life. I'm training for the time when I get that 2 o'clock in the morning call that my mom is dead or something happens tragic in life. I don't fall apart. I'm training my mind and my body and my spirit so it's all one, so I can handle what life is going to throw at me. Because the life I've lived, it throws a whole bunch at you. And if you're not physically and mentally prepared for that, you're just going to crumble, and you're good for nobody.
Talk to me about what it takes to be on one side of a door in Iraq or anywhere, knowing on the other side of the door are people who are not afraid of you. They're ready for you to come in, and they have guns, and you still have to breach that door.
That's a great question. That's a very scary situation when you are on one side of the door and your mind is racing, because on the other side of that door, it could be no one. It could be 4 guys with 4 AK-47s. That door you're about to open could be booby-trapped. So once you open it, boom, your legs are gone. So there's 1,000 things you think about when you're the first guy, second guy, third guy, getting ready to go in a room and flood it. And that's why I talk about the warrior mentality. And that's why so many people are lost when I start talking. You have the right. You're lucky that you don't have to think like warriors think. You're very privileged. I chose this world to be a warrior, and I would choose it again if I came back to this world. But the mentality of a warrior is very different than normal mentality. You must be that person on that door, get ready to open it, thinking to yourself, if I die, so be it. The only way you can go in that door is knowing there's a great chance you're gonna die. It's like being a SEAL, you train with live ammo. You jump out of an airplane, everything you do, you could die. So to be a warrior, why people don't understand me, I'm glad you don't understand me. Merry Christmas, good on you. Because being a warrior takes a whole different mindset. A whole different mindset to know that there's a great chance I may not be in the military. Like I was in for 21 years. I'm lucky. I'm very lucky that I'm alive, able to talk to you, able to still run. But when you sign up on that dotted line to be like a SEAL, your mentality changes. I may not live. You gotta accept that. And that's the mentality you have. And that's what makes you a warrior. If you're scared to die, you're a bad warrior. I hated jumping out of airplanes. I hated shooting guns. I hated the job as a Navy SEAL. But I did it because I wanted to change myself. Everything I do, I'm not really comfortable doing. But if you choose to go that route, to go be a Navy SEAL, you might as well go be the hardest in the world. Because if you're choosing to do something, you have 2 routes. You can go there and be a little weak person and get through barely, and that's your reputation. Or you can go through the hardest guy you can possibly be, and that's your reputation. So my whole thing is, if you're gonna choose to open that door in Iraq or Afghanistan, open them and go in hard. Because they're gonna remember you by slowly opening it and peeking in. So if you're gonna open it, and you made the mind to open it, don't crack it open. Open the door, go in. That's with life. if you're choosing to do something, attack it. Because they're going to remember you as not attacking it. So I want to be remembered. You can hate me, but there's one thing you can't say about me. I didn't attack it. So that's the mentality to have. If you're going to do something, you might as well attack it, because you can do it anyway.
Right. Do you use that in civilian life? Like, do you still employ the, I'm going to attack it, I'm going to take their souls? Like, how does that play out in a non-combat zone?
It still works for me in life as far as attacking things, because no matter what I want to, no matter what avenue I choose, I want to be the very best. And the very best may not be I'm number one. The very best is, did I leave everything inside of me out there? So attacking is not like, oh, I want to win this or win that or be the best. The best is I'm running against myself in everything I do, and that's what I attack. I attack myself. I'm always questioning myself. I'm always holding myself accountable. As a leader, the one thing I did horribly wrong, on my second platoon, I actually started developing an attitude towards people who didn't PT hard, who didn't get after, who worked, because I took it all the way to the limit. And so I should have been a better leader by knowing, okay, not everybody wants to be David Goggins. Yeah. Everybody wants to go run 100 miles. Everybody, right.
Everyone's got different skills.
Everybody got different skill sets. Yeah. And everybody, maybe they want to go to the gym, whatever. The gym is fine, but it was just a different standard. So I couldn't take away my standard for the whole of the group.
Interesting.
I looked at people like, F you, man. You ain't trying to get hard, F you. So my mentality, I wasn't a good leader. And I look back on that now. Trust me, a lot of people could have done things differently. I'm taking accountability for what I could have done differently.
Right. Good.
I looked at that. So my mentality from a weak kid became super hard, like beyond hard, next level hard. And but that's what I thought I was getting myself into. As a leader, I should have stepped back and realized, hey, these are your expectations, David Goggins.
Right.
What are we here to accomplish? Right. It's important to lead by example. And when I say lead by example, if you're the leader, it's the loneliest job on the planet. And if you do it, you have to be up early. You have to leave late. You got to do the sucky jobs. At least that's how I look at it. You got to be the man that is always the person who's being held accountable to the highest standard, and not expecting your people to do anything that you're not going to do 20 times more than they are, even when you're the leader. And it's all about accountability for yourself in leadership roles, not about being pissed because people aren't doing what you're doing. Everybody has different skill sets.
Do you ever do yoga?
All the time, man. All the time. And I if I were to tell somebody one thing right now, man, that soul has muscle and getting that hip flexor opened up, because we're all stressed the fuck out. It's much worse than others. It changed my life.
I'm one of those, I drone on too much about yoga. I'm like one of those vegans. It's like, you got to do it, man. Right. Just try it. I get annoying, like a born-again Christian or something. It's like,
I'm getting that way now, man. I'm getting that way now.
For anybody who does anything hard, like, if you do anything like with weightlifting type shit or martial arts type shit, where it's just everything's explosion, it's lifting, it's heavy, it's push. Right. Yoga just will balance your shit out.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will.
It really will, man. And there's all these people that resisted. Like, there was some article recently that was something along the lines of hot yoga is just trendy nonsense. I read that, and then even in the article, it talked about that there might be some benefits in terms of like the strengthening your arteries, and they didn't even mention heat shock proteins. There's a study going on right now. I believe it's at Harvard.
Right.
One of my friends was telling me about it, where they're trying to find the benefits of 90-minute hot yoga classes, because they think it might mirror the observed benefits of sauna, which they already know for a fact has big benefits because of your body producing heat shock proteins to deal with the heat.
Right.
That's why I put that sauna in here, man. I go in that for all the time.
Well, no one can tell me it doesn't work.
It's big.
It's proof positive. It changed my life. It wasn't a medication or this or it was stretching.
Yeah.
It was yoga, stretching, all that stuff combined changed it. So when things hit you in life that you're afraid of or you're not good at, the first thing you're going to say to yourself is, why am I here anyway? This isn't for me. The water's too cold. The sun's too hot. I'm getting up too early. Why am I doing this to myself? That's what the normal mind says. I had to start training my mind to think about how can I get through this? not giving myself a way out. Never giving myself, creating a wall around all the ways out in my mind. I had to slowly start to build this wall so my mind knew this is not going to give himself a way out of here. In my first hell week, I had a huge setback. I was broken. My legs were broken. I had double pneumonia. I got rolled back to day 1, week 1 of Navy SEAL training. I got through that second hell week. During the second hell week, I actually broke my knee. I continued to limp around for a couple weeks. I couldn't make it anymore. Got rolled back to day 1, week 1. I'll never forget standing there in front of Captain Bowen. He was the CEO in charge of Navy SEAL training at the time. And he had no mercy on anybody. If he believed in managing your expectations, I wouldn't be here today. He challenged me again. I was challenged my whole life, not by the mindset of managing expectations, by exceeding expectations, not by managing them. I'm standing there with crutches. I'm sitting in his office. He looks at me, he goes, Goggins, this is your last time. We're gonna push you through Navy SEAL training. This will be your 3rd hell week in 1 year. We're not gonna put you through a 4th. So this is your last time. I'm sitting thinking, how am I gonna get through this? I'm badly jacked up. My legs are broken. My knee is messed up. And he goes, you have a couple of months to get better. A couple of months isn't gonna do it. I won't get healed up in a couple of months. But I realized I'm gonna get through this shit. I'm gonna find a way to get through it because why? I put barriers in my mind. So my 3rd hell week, I went in there with pretty much, I would put a black sock on first. I would get duct tape. And I duct taped my ankles all the way up to my calf every single morning. And then I put another black sock over it. And what that did, that prevented me from moving my ankle. So I didn't really, I wasn't flexing my shin as much. And I started running with just my hip flexors. In this hell week, it was a bad hell week. We had a guy die on Thursday morning of hell week. I went on to become a Navy SEAL. Greatness is not something that you meet once. It's something that you meet thousands of times in your life. And you don't reach it if you're not constantly in constant pursuit of greatness. So if my mind were to say right now, I'm great, I just lost. We're gonna grow. We're not gonna triple down on our strengths. We're not gonna do that crap. We're gonna work on our weaknesses so we grow. We need friction to do that. Without friction, there's no growth. Without friction, there's confusion. Confusion is, David Goggins, how did you become who you are today? I put a bunch of friction in my life, and I grew. That's how I did it. You know how you get mentally tough? It's a lifestyle. Instead of hitting that snooze button in the morning and not making your bed and not cleaning your house, you don't hit the snooze button. You get up. You don't want to go run, you go run. You don't want to go swim, you go swim. You don't want to make your bed, you make your bed. You don't want to clean your house, you clean your house. You don't want to study, you study. That's how you start to callous your mind. So that became my life. If you say you're going to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go run, wake up at 4 o'clock it's going to suck. It's not going to be fun. Do something that sucks every single day of your life. That's how you grow. Embrace the suck. I was in Spanish class, obviously, opened my notebook up and said, nigger, we're going to kill you. Had a drawing of me and actually talked to the principal because I'm in the process of writing my book right now. Mm-hmm. His name is Kirk Freeman. He goes, yeah, I talked to him 2 days ago.
No kidding. He
said, I remember like it was yesterday. So I left my class, just didn't tell the teacher, went right to his office and showed him it. And he said, and I wasn't a good speller at all, obviously. I copied. And they spelled nigger Niger. I didn't know how to spell a nigger, you know what I'm saying? They spelled nigger Niger. So he looked at me and said, they're ignorant. And that was the best advice he can give me. Yeah. My mom was working 3 jobs. I was a latchkey kid. I was on my own. Mm-hmm. I did my own thing, man. I missed almost all of my junior year of high school, never went to school, just did my own thing. And that was a turning point when I really realized I was on my own. Mm-hmm. I mean, it just kind of hit me. Like, the best advice you can give me is just spell nigger Niger. Mm-hmm. And pretty much, I think he called my mom up and I went back to class. And I realized that life isn't fair. It's not fair. And you better figure out some tools and some ways to stop feeling sorry for yourself, because no one is coming to rescue you. No one feels sorry for you.
Right.
And at the end of the day, no one really cared about me. That's how I felt. That was the reality of it. Your mind is so powerful. And I didn't realize it. I went through 3 hell weeks, Ranger School, Delta Force selection, all this stuff. This incident I'm going to explain to you right now was where I realized we are only at 40% of what we are capable of. Here I am, right idea to do this race called Badwater 135. I Googled the 10 hardest races in the world. What came up? Crazy race in Death Valley. Summertime, 135 miles. I knew nothing about ultra running. I thought you would camp out, run 20 miles. Then one day, then run 20 miles again until you got 135 miles. I had no idea what I was doing. Called the race director up. He's like, hey, have you run 100 miles? I was like, what, in a week or what? What are you talking about? He's like, no, in 24 hours or less. I said, no. He goes, you got to qualify to get in this race. You have to run 100 miles in 24 hours or less. He was trying to call my bluff. I call him up on a Wednesday. He goes, hey, there's a race in San Diego on Saturday, where it's a 24-hour race where you run around, a track, a 1-mile track for 24 hours. And if you get 100 miles, I will consider you in my race. It really helps to be smart, people. And I was not smart in this situation. I said, I did the math. It's about a 14-something minute mile. I can do that. Anyway, I show up on Saturday with the blue lawn chair, Ritz Crackers Mileplex, and my ex-wife. And every mile I'm going to see her, I'm going to grab some Ritz Crackers and some Mileplex. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but it's bliss. That whole ignorance is bliss thing. So I get to 70 miles pretty damn fast. I get to 70 miles in like 12, 13 hours. What do you think happens to your body when you haven't trained for that kind of mileage? A lot of bad things. But I thought I was in good shape. It was amazing. So I hadn't gone to the bathroom at all. I sit down, big mistake. I sit down in this blue lawn chair. I sit down, looking at my ex-wife. I'm seeing like 3 or 4 of her. And I'm like, oh, this is not good. So I'm trying to play it off because I know where I'm about to go. So I'm sitting there, and when you haven't gone to the bathroom, you're dehydrated, your nutrition's all jacked up. You sit down, you gotta go to the bathroom now. So I look at my ex-wife and go, do you love me? She said, yes. Why? I go, because I want to take a shit on myself right now. Because I can't stand up because my blood pressure's all messed up. So I'm sitting there literally pooping up my back and peeing blood down my leg. She's a nurse, so she's concerned. And I'm telling you right now, there's one thing you never want to hear as a black person. She said, you're starting to turn white. So I'm sitting there and I'm all jacked up. And I'm like, okay, how in the world am I I got 30 miles to go. I should quit, but I didn't. What I started doing through this whole process was I started to study myself in the dark times. So instead of just quitting real fast, I said, no, I'm going to quit, but not right now. So I sat back for a second, and I said, let me get some water, let me hydrate, let me clean myself up a little, let me get some nutrition. I wasn't dizzy. It's okay. My feet are all messed up. Let me see if I can walk. I'm going to walk 1 mile, and then I'll go home. That'll be a great accomplishment for me, 71 miles. So I took this massive thing, and I started breaking it down into small chunks. And as I started breaking it down into small chunks, I started realizing maybe I'll walk 1 more mile. But at the pace I was walking, I wasn't going to make the time. So this is when I realized the whole 40% rule. Those of you who worry, red can't hurt me, you understand it. Basically, the 40% rule is when we have a governor on our brains. like a governor on a car. A car may say 130, but if you put a governor on a car, it can only go 101. We do the same thing to our brains. I was born with limited horizons, born on the other side of the tracks. I didn't think I could be anybody. So my governor was myself. So once you take that governor off, you have limitless horizon. We live in a world that we want to be as comfortable as we can. And we wonder why we have no growth. We wonder why when the smallest thing in our life gets difficult, we wonder why we cower and we run away. Because we are kind of living our whole life is set up that way. Our whole life is set up in the path of least resistance. We don't want to suffer. We don't want to feel discomfort. So the whole time we're living our lives in a very comfortable area. There's no growth in that. So for me, I realized that. The reason I became 297 pounds is because that was comfortable. What was very uncomfortable was running. What was very uncomfortable was being on a diet. What was very uncomfortable was trying to face things that I didn't want to face. And I also realized when I was really big, I had no growth. Why? Because I was living comfortable. So I realized for me to find growth, I had to face all of these different things that made me very, very uncomfortable. One thing I faced was running. I absolutely hated running. But I knew for me to grow, I had to do this thing every single day. I wanted to start callousing my mind. I wanted to start becoming a better person. And how you become a better person, how you gain mental toughness, how you become the person you want to be, is constantly facing the things that you don't want to face. If you constantly run away from things that you don't want to face, how is there growth? How is there mental toughness? I can give you a class all day long about self-talk, visualization, eat an elephant one bite at a time. But if you're never putting yourself in a situation to actually practice these things, you're never going to grow. I can't put you out there we're all going through a battle in our mind. A warrior is not a person that carries a gun. The biggest war you ever go through is right between your own ears. It's in your mind. We're all going through a war in our mind, and we have to callous our mind to fight that war and to win that war. When you're suffering, you give up on the very things that you wanted the most. So when the suffering got too much, my dream died. And pretty much I almost died with it. If I didn't find Navy SEALs and getting past that hump, I would have never been up here today. You can't outrun your demons. They'll always know where you're hiding. I walk around life with so-called headphones on my head, man. I don't, really wear them, obviously, but I just have these earmuffs on that I silence out the noise. I silence out the judgment. Those people get in our head. The most important conversation is the one you have with yourself. You wake up with it, you walk around with it, you go to bed with it. Eventually, you act on it. And my conversation was a bad one. So the people who I thought were up here in my life, these uncommon men, I was putting myself down here. But over a period of time, I started realizing that I'm also uncommon. And I started picking those uncommon men off by realizing that we all have this ability in our mind. Most of us fail in life because we're afraid of what everyone around you is thinking. That's 100% truth. So we live by the narrative of other people. When I first called a recruiter to be a Navy SEAL and I was 297 pounds, the first recruiter looked at me and said, "You're not going to be able to make this, man." So what he was doing was he was projecting his energy on me. He knew he couldn't be a Navy SEAL. So God helped this black guy, because I was only the 36th African American to make it through in over 70 years. How's this black fat guy going to make it through in my he wouldn't even want to try. So he's projecting. So a lot of us who are negative people, all we do is project how we feel on other people. So what happens is there's a lot of negative people walking around the planet Earth who are afraid to try. Because a lot of people are very negative in this world. So we are afraid to fail. Why? I told you, man. Shouldn't even try it, dude. Just chill out, relax. Why are you so crazy? Why are you so obsessed? So all that stuff drives the quitting mind, I call it. The mind wants to quit. The mind's tired. The mind's tired. The mind's deserving. The mind thinks it's very deserving. So yes, the biggest problem in this world is other people, not yourself. It's other people in your head. They are puppet mastering you pretty much on your life.
And is that why you've talked a lot in this podcast about getting rid of noise, quiet, alone? Is that part of that equation?
It's all a part of it.
Yeah.
Because I realized once I was talking to myself the right way, and all this wasn't in my mind, wow, I went from this piece of kid who thought he was dumb, not successful, insecure, who stuttered when I first saw somebody, to a person who can now do all these things just because I now control my own mind. And I don't care. A lot of people say they don't care.
But
they care like
my son says, I don't care. And every time he says, I don't care, it means he cares.
It means he cares.
Yeah.
When you get to the point where you really don't care,
you don't have to say.
You're dangerous. You become very, very dangerous. I'm not saying don't care like, I don't care if I do that. No, when you don't care about other people and how they view you, about how you walk, how you talk, how you dress, where you want to go with your life. You know, growing up, I didn't want to tell anybody I wanted to be in the military. Because why? Some of my black friends, I was afraid of what they think. You know, why you want to join the military, man? Why you want to do that? I was afraid of what other people thought about me. So now, when I go in the military, I didn't know you want to join the military. Yeah, I didn't tell you because I was afraid of what you thought. Once again, man, you're allowing other people to shackle your mind. It's the worst thing in the world. On the other end of suffering is a life that many people don't know even exists. It's a beautiful world because like the 40% rule, we all live in this world where our brains are keeping us in this box. Outside that box, on the other edge of suffering, which is on the other edge of that 40%, is a world that's endless of opportunity. But we are afraid to go outside that box because in that box is comfortable. That's where all of our nice stuff, you know, that's where the nice 4-lane highway's at. I know where the restrooms are at. I know where the gas stations are at. Outside that box, man, God gives you a shovel and says, man, start digging. That's not fun. But when you dig your own path to all kind of stuff that's unknown. And that's what I started realizing, man, like on the other end of this is some beautiful stuff. So I got outside my box and realized, man, 300 pounds, now look at me, I'm 185 pounds. And on the other side of the box was all this stuff. And I didn't know it was over there until I climbed the wall and saw it.
So what wall are you climbing now?
Man, right now, I've climbed a lot of walls. There's no more walls anymore. The reason why is because I know how to climb. I was trying to figure out how to climb before. I got all the right gear, man. I got the ropes, I got the shoes, I got the chalk, I got the harnesses. I'm good, I'm not scared to climb anymore. I go to the rock, hammered in, I got my belay, and I'm good to go. So you gotta figure out how to climb first, and that's all. We all have a different way of climbing. That's why there's a lot of books out there on mental toughness. It's all crap. Why? Because it's a cookie cutter way. Life isn't cookie cutter. Like 3.14 is pi. It's how you figure out equations. We're all different equations. We all have a story. We all have to strengthen our mind to figure out our own equation. Once you figure out your own equation in life, you can then start picking away at how to be better. But you first have to figure out your equation in life. Once you figure that out, man, you can do anything. If you read It Can't Hurt Me, I go into detail about my first 100-mile race. The race I wasn't trained for at all. And I went out there and ran 100 miles on a 1-mile track. When I got to mile 70 and everything went south. I mean, it went south. I've been through 3 hell weeks, Ranger School, some of the world's hardest training in the world, and this was the most pain I've been in my entire life. When I sat down in that chair and went to the bathroom myself and everything went south, when I had 30 miles to go and I was in the worst shape of my life, and I won't get too deep into it, but when I was able to go 30 more miles in the worst shape of my life, that's when I talk about it in the, It Can't Hurt Me, the whole mental governor got removed. And that's when I realized that a human being is able to do some of the most, horrific things out there. We are built very different. Like a lot of us, we're taught everything, how to read, how to write, how to drive a car, how to cook, how to clean. But very few of us are taught how to survive when the rug gets pulled from underneath us and we have to find more. Very few of us are taught how to fight. And at that moment, that 30 miles, was about 10 years of life that I lived in 30 miles, and I learned how to fight in the hardest of times, in the worst shape of my life.
Do you want to do this or not? Do you actually want to do this or not? Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes up. Just about any obstacle that gets in your way becomes an excuse. It becomes a reason. It becomes a rationale for not proceeding down that path.
Done if you weren't trying to impress nobody, if you were just being you. I'm thinking, like, how many mistakes have we made trying to be what they want us to be? What if we could just be who we were? Like, what would we be doing if we weren't worried about them? So I'm challenging you. When you walk out of this room, I'm challenging you to do you. I'm challenging you to do you.
It's not about being perfect. It's about just every day, one step at a time, trying to be better, trying to do more. And I think a lot of people are struggling to find that purpose, but it's okay. You will find it. Do not give up. Keep getting up, just keep saying those things to yourself, and you will eventually find it.
It's never going to be given to you. Everything's going to be earned. If you don't go out there and put in the work, you don't go out and put in the effort, one, you're not going to get the results. But two, more importantly, you don't deserve it. You didn't earn it.
If you love something, if you have a strong passion for something, you would go to the extreme to try to understand or try to get it.
I hate losing, but I have to respect losing because losing is a part of winning. And you never just, win. You got to lose to win. How can I do things different? How can I change? But you got to look at yourself in the mirror because that's how things get started. And you got to be willing to change.
Dedication, hard work, dedication, hard work. On one-man army. The world can go against me. I'm still coming on top. I got God on my side.
There's a quote that says, when you know yourself and you know your opponent, there's no need to fear the results of over 100 battles, which means not being naive and saying, oh, I'm better here and I'm better here. You got to know where you suck.
Yeah.
And you got to know where you're good.
Yeah.
And I know where Rampage is really good. And I also know where he really sucks. I think he's trying to bait me to get in this big kickboxing match with him or boxing match with him. And I'm going to really go out there and just give a solid mixed martial arts sport.
Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. At least you're being yourself. We all do mistakes. We learn from the mistakes, but we will still do mistakes. Being perfect, what is being perfect? You build up something that doesn't exist. For me, perfection is being yourself. And I am being myself. People like it or not, I don't care as long as I'm being myself.
My view is you can't control the outcome all the time. Sometimes it should go the other people's way. It shouldn't always go your way. So you get motivated by the losses. You stay motivated through the winning. What you can control is your process. You can control those intangibles. You can control the work ethic, the consistent discipline, your attitude, your culture, how much you care. All those things are in you. They just need to be drawn out of you.
We live by this and we die by this. We don't retreat. We don't run. Every man must search his own soul. That's why that Martin Luther King quote, that's why I say you don't judge a person by where they stand in times of comfort and convenience. You judge them by where they stand in times of challenge and controversy. And if you ain't work, when you work for something, it gives you a different type of attachment to it. The harder you work, the harder it is to surrender. That's why cats can give up so easy. They ain't got nothing invested. They ain't worked for it. They ain't sacrificed for it. Every time it get tough, they go blow weed. They ain't working for it, right? They ain't got nothing sacrificed into it. But when a cat work for something, when a cat been sacrificed for something, you gonna have a cold day in hell before you take it from them. Because they value it different.
Go back to the gym, work, because you have more to show. You understand? Life continue. You cannot live it in the past. I'm really good on that. You understand? I learned by these years that, listen, Cristiano, let's go. Because pain, you're gonna have all the time, uncertainty, and constant work. Doesn't matter what's it's gonna happen in your life. You have to continue. This is the way I see the life, and football special.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood. John, you should want this fight to be miserable. You should want this to hurt. Be the guy who thrives in that. And I felt like I was that guy tonight.
Nothing is easy. Running is running. It sucks. But you have a choice to make. Do you want to sit down and go back to that guy you once were? No. So this is what it takes. The barbaric life that I live, that you have to live, the almost obsession that you must have to be great, you can't put that shit in a fucking book, bro. You can't put it in a book. You can't. You can't write about it. Every second of the day, he is trying to extract more from something. He's constantly thinking, he's constantly disciplined, never going off the path. It's a conqueror's mindset. I'm almost 50, and I've been this way for almost 30 years.
Stop being driven by outcomes. Stop being driven by, if I get this, I'm gonna do this. Just work. And if you don't get what you thought you were gonna get, show up and still go to work. Because along the process, what's more important, what you acquire or who you become? And a lot of people think what they acquire is the thing that makes them who they are. No, it's who you become in the process of chasing what you want to acquire.
You know, hard work pays. I put in a hell of a lot of work all throughout this build-up in the fight. I pumped out more content than anybody, more content than Fox, more content than ESPN, more content than BT Sport, more content than everybody on the Mag Live on my own channels. You know what I mean? I'm a workhorse from all angles, not just in the gym, but I'm building this media empire now myself, and we pumped out the content. I'm very proud of how it went. We consistently, daily movies I was releasing, you know, from like a month ago, every single day. You know what I mean? Nobody's doing that. So I'm very proud of it, and I'm very, like, the work pays, hard work pays, and I put in the fucking work, and that's why I'm sitting at the top. I put it all on the line. I show up, I perform, and I get the results from that. So
your brain's amazing. Once you feed it the right conversation, the right mental nutrients, the right mental supplements, the right internal dialogue at the right time, with the right hit, with the right proof of what you've done in the past, and you send that right to the right circuit, dude, you're a fucking beast. A beast.
Never repeat your failures. Work with people that are smarter than you. Listen and mentally know you're the best. If you mentally know you're the best, no one can compete with you.
I have the ability to see the end before the beginning even begins. And what that means is I know that to get to the very end, I can see it right now. So before I went to Buds, and I was losing all this weight, I saw myself walking across the stage at 191 pounds. That's what I had to get to get into the door. I saw myself 6 months, a year later, whatever's gonna take me to do it, I saw myself walking across that stage, getting that certificate of graduation from Buds. And I was able to be there at 300 pounds. And that feeling, that I was nowhere near that feeling, I was able to put myself there 1,000,000 times every day. And that feeling of like, my God, that is gonna feel amazing. That's what made me suffer. That's what allowed the pain to be real and say, this is worth it. I want to feel for this next 18 months. It took me 18 months to finally become a Navy SEAL, to finally, just get through Buds. 18 months, it's 6 months. It took me 18. That's what woke me up every morning was, I want to put myself through this much pain and suffering for a few seconds. That's all it is. A few seconds of joy. And it's so worth it, man. That's what people don't get. So I'm able to put myself at the finish line, even though I have no finish line, but at the finish line of an event before I even start them, and say, how are you going to feel at the end of this? Visualizing is my biggest tool of life. That's why I've been able to put myself in cold water, put myself in a 100-mile race millions of times before I've done it. And I'm able to go through the race and see how I'm going to feel at mile 50. Almost to the exact feeling.
As an athlete like you, Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, Diego Maradona, what do you have that at the end of the day you become bigger than the sport itself?
I don't think we're necessarily bigger than the sport. I just think that we've had so much success in the sport. And I think it's in the way we've done it, whether it's through just pure dominance, or maybe someone may have a more flashy personality as well as dominating. Some people are
They may do it differently than anyone's ever seen it done before in the past. And I think that's where I think people kind of gravitate towards. What Messi and Ronaldo are doing now in soccer is just phenomenal, but two different ways of doing it, right? And then you have Jordan coming into the league. He did it completely different than anybody else. And then when I came into golf, I done it differently because no one had ever trained. No one ever lifted weights. No one ever ran miles. No one ever did just wind sprints. No one ever did any of those things in golf, so I did it differently. And I had the success doing it differently. And I think that's what people sometimes see and have gravitated towards.
Right, so when it comes up, it's no surprise.
It's no surprise. I've already done this a million times.
I wanted to excel my game and isolate my game from everybody else. That I was more than just, a few dimensional. Even when it came to Magic Johnson, Magic Johnson was a crowd pleaser. He was a good offensive player. He was a great motivator. Average defensive player. I wanted to change that. I wanted to take another step. I wanted to do all those things, that could separate me from Magic Johnson. I'm not saying he wasn't great. He still is great. But we're great in our own different way, and that was motivational for me, and to this day it still is.
I never feel that I'm at my best. I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved. Even though it's been very successful for me, I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father, to some extent, as a role model, in all aspects. So I'm never really too complacent with myself or with what I've achieved. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game. I still feel that I have a plateau that, I hadn't reached yet in terms of my skills or my expectations of myself. I'm always going to expect myself to do certain things or surpass certain things. As long as I believe that, then, my road to success can continue to expand.
I don't want to do anything unless I'm passionate about it. I don't care any money. That's what I learned about peace and happiness. That if you're not doing it with passion and love, and you're just doing it for money, it's the emotional outcome is going to be disastrous. And that's from my experience. That's just really what I know. So I know it has to be just for pure passion and a love for what I'm doing.
What do you feel separates good athletes from the best athletes?
I think it comes back to what I was saying earlier about, I think it's a lot of it is mental. If you want to do something and you want it that bad, you'll make sacrifices. And growing up for me as a kid, I made a lot of sacrifices that I didn't seem that they were a big deal, and I don't seem I don't think of them as being a big deal right now. There were Saturdays or Fridays where I'd give up going to a dance or hanging out with my friends because I had workout the next day. But those things that I gave up, were things that I wanted to help me get to my goal. And there were times where I've been put in.
I know what I can do, so. We talk about hard work all the time. It's like, man, if you got to get up every single morning and remind yourself how hard you...
To live like a kid. Like, why do kids have so much fun? Because they just care about what they're doing. Yeah. And if we thought about what we were doing all the time, you do that when you're on the football field. It's probably the only place that I can really do that, when I really, truly am my authentic self. A lot of people see it, my close friends do. But when I'm on the football field, it's just raw.
You stare at your past and you'll end up staying there. It's okay to look back and admire it, but you carry on. I'm not in the business of staring back at it. You know what I mean? And getting lost back there. People say a loss can make or break a fighter. But trust me, a win can also make or break a fighter, because they get comfortable with a win. People can get comfortable with a win. And slack off then. Slack off on the training, slack off on the diet. They've won one. They're winners now. That's not me, you sleep on a win and you'll wake up with a loss. So I just carry on. Keep doing what I'm doing. And that's why this turnaround is so good for me. Vegas, straight away. The Fighting Irish head to the fighting capital. It's perfect. Continue on this path, the freight train straight to the top.
Lazy people do a little work and think they should be winning, but winners work as hard as possible and still worry if they're being lazy. So if you're a winner, you ain't comfortable.
What separates the best ones with the other ones, with the average ones, it's the consistency. All the time I put it on my mind that you always can improve something. This is what I did. It's not by coincidence that the last 12, 13, 14 years I'm always in the top of the game. So this is take a lot of consistency, hard work, be professional, and this is why I'm still there.
Well, Michael Jordan, I remember I interviewed him years ago, and I said, what makes you the best in the world? Is it skill? Is it talent? Is it ability? Is it background? Is it training? And he was so awesome. He said, Tony, I can tell you the truth, and it won't sound like hyperbole or false modesty. He said, I didn't even make the high school basketball team my sophomore year. I was cut. He said, what it is every day I demand more from myself than anybody else could possibly expect. I don't compete with other people. I compete with what I'm capable of.
I went 5 straight years without missing a single day of workout, 365 days a year. Every single day I was in the water. There are days you're not going to want to do it. I mean, everybody has those days. But it's what you do on those days that help you move forward.
Winning is in all of us. Everybody wants the end result, but what you have to endure to win, no one wants to talk about.
If you know that you were destined for something, and then you can withstand the setbacks, the difficulties, the bullshit, criticism, and all the other things.
You know, everybody can compete when they're feeling good, happy, excited, but it's the best people who can overcome when they're tired, sore. Mental power that the greatest athletes have can push all the pain aside.
The first time I had met Stephen Curry back in 2007, it was after his freshman year at Davidson, which was before he blew up. No one knew who Stephen Curry was after his freshman year. But I remember there was a few things really remarkable about him. But the most impressive thing was at the end of the first workout, he came over to me and Steph said, will you rebound for me? Because I don't leave the gym until I swish 5 free throws in a row. I mean, he was conditioning himself to be in that state. He was conditioning himself to do that, to not accept anything less. And, you know, one of the reasons I think he'll go down in history as the best shooter we've ever seen is his ability just to move on to the next shot.
But at the root of it is you want to be the best. You love competing and you want to dominate.
The greatest athletes in the world don't make excuses.
I wanted to do something that nobody had ever done before. And that started with a dream and a goal. I wanted to be the greatest of all time.
And I think I always felt like I wanted to be good at everything I did and be great at what I did. And I never expected to be as good as I was.
No matter what you do in life, where you're at, this is what winning takes. And it's in all of us. We all have fear. But if you harness it, it takes you to places that you couldn't even imagine.
There's mistakes. There's regrets. There's sadness. There's joy. There's frustration. There's sorrow. There's heartbreak. There's elation. It's all part of it. It's all part of life.
You know, I said to myself, I'm going to do this and no one's going to stop me. But I think that's the biggest thing.
In order to win, you have to be seen. Winning is everything. It's everything.
People are champions when they really see themselves with no limits, when they really see themselves great. Because when you see yourself there, you are much more willing to do the work. You are much more willing to break barriers that others don't break because they don't really see themselves breaking those barriers. And this young guy, Djokovic, is 19 years old and he plays Roger for the first time in a Grand Slam. He's nobody. When Novak Djokovic started, Rafa and Roger were winning everything. It's impossible to win a Grand Slam with those two guys. You can't beat them. They're just way better than everyone. And he's interviewed before the match and he says, I'm going to beat this guy. And I remember the press went really bad against him. Who does he think he is? But he was seeing him there. He was seeing himself there. He was seeing himself better than them, which maybe people saw that as being cocky, but he was just very confident about his abilities. And he ended up being the best of the three. He beat all the records. He beat them on every level because his self-belief was extremely high. His self-esteem, the way he was seeing himself. That's how I know if someone is a champion. And a lot of people fake it, which is better than not faking it, but it's not as good as really believing it deeply inside. You talk to the young players, they will say, I want to be number one. I mean, they wish. Yeah. The ones who really want to, you know, because they're not only saying it, but they're putting on the work. And this is a big difference, because when you really believe you can get there, it's much easier. It's never easy to work hard, but in a way, you are willing to do everything to get there. When you wish it, you do things halfway or you don't do it fully. So that's a big difference.
But when you look at the road to winning, people look at you and they're like, you're a success. But your road has so many more steps. Those steps are infinite. Sometimes you get to see them, sometimes you don't. Sometimes they're there, other times they're wobbly. You don't know if that next step is going to be there, but you have enough belief in yourself to say, I know it's there. I'm going to take that step. I may miss the step. I may fall. I may get scraped. That step may go into quicksand, but I know there's another step. I know it. I believe inside me that there's another step that I have to take, that somebody else isn't making me take. Those steps are infinite. Winning is infinite. Those steps are infinite.
Of course, if your self-esteem is big, like huge champions, I mean, legends like Serena or Venus, and I had this discussion with Richard Williams, their father, and he told me my main focus was to create two young ladies that were believing in themselves in general. And he said to me this, and I believe it, whatever they would have done, they would have been successful. We chose tennis, but if they would have wanted to be runners or singers or whatever, they would have succeeded because they had this incredible self-esteem that they have. And you'll see that whatever they're going to do after tennis, they're going to be successful.
I think from the get-go, I believed I could do it. You know, it just seemed so real to me. I'd already gotten sponsors. I was already winning competitions, and I saw the pros, you know, making a great living at what they're doing. And I just figured, like, God, if I could just get to that point, you know, I think I could make a bit of a living out of this.
Why would you do crazy efforts, working crazy hard to achieve something you don't really believe in? Why would you put yourself at risk to fail if you don't deeply believe that at the end you're going to make it? I'm not saying that people never fail. Of course they fail, and Serena failed many times in tennis too. But we remember what she achieved, which is much bigger.
The great Serena Williams.
I mean, I just never think I'm gonna lose. I just don't want people to think I'm too cocky or anything, and you're only as good as your last win, so I hate losing. I mean, that's no secret, so. But you gotta lose. I feel like every time I lose, I get better, and I think it's important for me to have losses. Just the fewer, the better for me.
I think a lot of people they see you run and they say, oh, it looks so easy, you really look effortless. But before it gets to that point, it's hard. It's like hard work. Day in, day out, sacrifice, day in, day out.
The confidence comes from preparation. You know, so when the game's on the line, I'm not asking myself to do something that I haven't done thousands of times before. When I'm prepared, I know what I'm capable of doing, I know what I'm comfortable doing, and I know what I'm not comfortable doing. You know, right? And so in those moments, if it looks like I'm ice cold or not nervous, it's because I've done it thousands of times before, so it's one more time.
No, I've never been afraid. I mean, obviously you can't.
Because you have other things, you have other responsibilities that are taking you away from it. So I already won.
So it's not the car, the house, the whatever. It is that internal goal, that internal why. And so for me, I just think that's it. Like that, like it's just, it's something within it. You gotta pull it out. And so it's easy when you have a why, a purpose. I'm doing it for this, I'm doing it for that. It's easy to get up and get going. But if it's just for a car, what happens, Louis, when you get the car? Because you can buy it. What happens when you get the house and you can buy the house?
Because I think any person, any human realizes that if you want some kind of a good outcome, you're going to have to work hard for it.
My outcomes have been embrace the process. You say, Dwayne, what process? Life. Life. Embrace the journey and the process of life. You only get stronger hiking by going uphill. Nobody gets stronger hiking by just going downhill.
Because you're probably in the bed right now. You're probably an underachiever. You're probably somebody who doesn't want to do anything with your life.
People should stop complaining.
Right.
People should figure out who the they are.
Good call.
People should not listen to America propaganda of fixing the shit they suck at. They should be tripling down at what they're good at. They should be competent in certain areas, but you're not going to become Beyonce or, like your bone structure is a certain way. Like you're not going to solve everything. Your IQ can get a little bit better, but don't worry about the incremental. Figure out what puts you on fire and you're halfway decent at. If you're lucky enough right now to be listening and you're good at what you like, become tunnel vision. Because there's way too many voices telling you what and how. The reason most people who are listening right now are not doing that thing is they're worried about the opinion of somebody. And the reality is we have to get to a place where you're doing you, because the number one thing that scares the fuck out of me is regret.
The Lonely Chapter describes a time in which you're growing, you're changing as a person, and you're now so different that you can no longer resonate with your old set of friends, but you're not sufficiently developed that you've got the new set of friends that you're going to grow into. And this is the lonely chapter. And the problem with it is that you're always, the desire to sort of regress back to where you were is always going to be there. And you're going to have uncertainty. There's not even the promise of glory or success or triumph when you get through the other side. What am I pushing toward? You're telling me that I'm not going to go out on this night out with my friends, which I've done for the last 5 years or 10 years in the town that I grew up in or went to university in or whatever. You're telling me that I'm not going to do that because I'm going to get up and I'm going to meditate or read. Who even knows if meditation works, right? Like, you've got all of these questions in your mind, and all of your friends and all of the dynamics and the temptations pull you back toward that. It pulls you back toward the old version of life.
Just lock on me for 6 months, bro. Please. I really want you to be great. You got me, I got you, we all we got. See what happens. It's so easy to quit, bro. That's what everyone's doing. And we're not trying to be like everybody else. Can't progress in life without progressing. So let me go over your head. You can't progress in the grand scheme of life if you don't progress in your everyday life. If you don't try to take a step to be better, your overall life won't be better. If you put your head down and lock in on the vision, how could you not win? The only thing that's going to cause you to lose is your mentality.
Why I hate being around negative people. Being an asshole is a weak person's idea of strength. Complaining is their connection. Never let yourself be held back by other people's fears. People criticize what they were afraid to do themselves because bold action reminds them of their own inaction. If you're afraid to be criticized, why do you care about the opinions of those who are too timid to do it themselves? If you are the criticizer, does tearing down someone who has the courage you lack make you better?
You have a whole life in front of you. You have years to take part in this life and to do stuff, to accomplish stuff, and to enjoy stuff. I think about that. If I was 22 again, and God said, hey, Tom, I'll make you 22 again, okay? Just do something different. Wow. Oh, my God. I'd be like a professional golfer this time, even though I can't. Lousy at golf. I stink at golf. I would do something that I think in my brain I could never do, which was bodybuilding at one time. I thought I could never do this. It's too insurmountable, it's too crazy, but something in the back of my mind always said, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Hey, when you get out of bed, life's standing right there to kick you in the face, man. Could be anything. Could be you get up and you walk downstairs, you got a flat tire and you're late for work and you got this and that. Life is going to throw all kinds of crazy shit at you, right? And you have to be ready for it, and you got to deal with it. You can't curl up into a ball. You can't run away from it. You can't hide. You have to take all this shit head on.
So this lonely chapter is a period through which I think everybody needs to squeeze. Anybody that decides to go from a place they are to a place that they want to be is going to have to let go of people who can't go there with them. It's that if you know that there is something that you're meant to do, if you know that there's something that you're meant to change, you will have to let certain groups, friends, routines, places, activities, recreations that you do, you're going to have to let those go. And there is this You know, the Rocky cutscene lasts for 90 seconds in the movie, but it can last for 5 years in your life. And you have no idea whether or not it's even going to work. And that's the bit that always got to me. The bit that always got to me was I didn't even know if there was going to be any glory on the other side. It's like, you think, well, I'm just stood here doing the thing, but I don't know if it's going to come out on the other side. And I can promise you, anybody that has done anything, moved from any place they were to any place that they want to be, has gone through this lonely chapter.
I think you just gotta wake up one day and just say, so what? Like, who cares if you don't believe in me? I believe in myself. You don't put too much work to not have this amount of confidence. And if you don't believe in me, it doesn't change my success story. I'm still gonna win. But I guess one thing I gotta say is, let me know when that hate starts making you money.
You may be right that other people did certain things or you got dealt a bad hand. It also doesn't matter, because the only thing that you can't control is obviously the actions that you take. And the only person who's in control of that is you.
Nobody is going to understand you, bro. And it's like, I really realized nobody ever believed in me. Like, you have to believe in yourself. If nobody else is gonna understand, then you have to make sure that you understand and that you believe in yourself, because that's where it starts.
Control freak is a word people with low standards use to describe people with high standards. You're not a control freak. You just want it done right the first time. You're not anxious. You care. Do not expect mediocre people to support world-class goals.
If you go visit the darkness that you've been running from, you'll have the opportunity to leave a better person. You'll have a better understanding of yourself. You'll have a better understanding of your purpose. But if you don't take that trip and the darkness comes and visits you, it's a guest that will never leave.
You're playing against the Golden State Warriors. Score is 107-109. You guys are close to getting into the playoffs. You know exactly what happens in the game. You go up, you're about to take your shot, and then all of a sudden, boom, Achilles happens.
Ryan again going to work, falls down. Again, he's struggling.
Right after you were injured, you went on Facebook and you posted a lengthy blog. You know what this is?
Oh, yeah.
This is such BS. All the training and sacrifice just flew out the window with one step that I've done millions of times. The frustration is unbearable. The anger is rage. Why the hell did this happen? Makes no damn sense. Now I'm supposed to come back from this and be the same player or better at 35? How in the world am I supposed to do that? I have no clue. Do I have the consistent will to overcome this thing? Maybe I should break out the rocking chair and reminisce on the career that was. Maybe this is how my book ends. Maybe Father Time has defeated me. Then again, maybe not. It's 3:30 a.m. My foot feels like dead weight. My head is spinning from the pain meds, and I'm wide awake. Forgive my venting, but what's the purpose of social media if I won't bring it to you real, no image? Feels good to vent, to let it out. To feel as if this is the worst thing ever. Because after all the venting, the real perspective sets in. There are far greater issues and challenges in the world than a torn Achilles. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Find the silver lining and get to work with the same belief, same drive, and same conviction as ever. One day, the beginning of a new career journey will commence. Today is not that day. If you see me in a fight with a bear, pray for the bear. I've always loved that quote. That's Mamba mentality. We don't quit. We don't cower. We don't run.
It's a hurting, but the Lakers down by 2, and they want him and need him at the free throw line. Got it.
Yeah. How the hell do you tolerate that kind of pain?
I tell this example, and I think this is the best way to explain it. Your kids are upstairs, wife is wherever she may be, it's going down, all right? I'm willing to bet that you're gonna forget about your hamstring, you're gonna sprint upstairs, you're gonna grab your kids, you're gonna make sure your wife's good, you're getting out of that house, right? Hamstring be damned. You're not gonna feel your hamstring. Right? This is another obstacle. This obstacle cannot define me, it's not gonna cripple me, it's not gonna be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm gonna step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Disgust.
disgust. Disgust is a negative emotion, but it can have a very positive, powerful effect. Disgust says, I've had it. What an important day that could be.
Most people will not understand your obsession, your drive, and your determination. Success is a lonely journey. That's just a reality. And most people are not going to understand why you're so driven, why you're so obsessed. And if you
and I definitely don't want to give 100%. And I can cheat. I can kind of half-ass it. I can. But if I don't, and I get through it, when that time is up and the lady says namaste and everybody gets up, I'm like, man, I made it. You know, I lost 15 pounds. My yoga mat is drenched to the point where I can literally wring it out and fill a jug up with water. But through that struggle, I will now have a better day, and I better do it again tomorrow.
Why you need to go all in. The main reason you need to go all in is because you have nothing to lose, bro. When you think about it, guys, you're already broke, okay? And we know that you're not gonna save yourself rich, okay? And we know that if somebody else is all in and you only have half of your foot in to the water and you're not ready to jump, that guy's gonna beat you every single time.
If your job is to try to be the best basketball player you can be, right? To do that, you have to practice, you have to train, right? You want to train as much as you can, as often as you can. So if you get up at 10 in the morning, train at 11, right? 12, say 12, train at 12, train for 2 hours, 12 to 2. You have to let your body recover. So you eat, recover, whatever. You get back out, you train, start training again at 6. Train from 6 to 8, right? And now you go home, you shower, you eat dinner, you go to bed, you wake up, you do it again, right? Those are 2 sessions, right? Now imagine you wake up at 3, you train at 4, you go 4 to 6, come home, breakfast, relax, blah, blah, blah. Now you're back at it again, 9 to 11, right? You relax, and now all of a sudden you're back at it again, 2 to 4, and now you're back at it again, 7 to 9. Look how much more training I have done by simply starting at 4, right? And so now you do that, and as the years go on, the separation that you have with your competitors and your peers just grows larger and larger and larger and larger and larger. And by year 5 or 6, doesn't matter what kind of work they do in the summer, they're never going to catch up.
But I think that's good advice. Don't be a follower, be a student, right? Take advice, but not orders. Take information, but don't let somebody, order your life. Make sure what you do is the product of your own conclusion. Make sure what you do is the product of your own conclusion. Not to do what someone else says. Take what someone else says, process it, think about it, ponder it. If it makes you wonder, if it makes you think, then it's valuable. Then when you go take action, make sure that the action is not what somebody told you to do. Make sure the action is the product of your own conclusion.
The biggest difference between people who win and people who lose is that winners expect to win. Winners are not surprised when they win. Like when I win, I don't overly celebrate because I expected that to be the outcome. Amateurs, when they win, they're surprised and then they over-celebrate. And like I said, when they over-celebrate, they become ineffective because they're taking their eye off the game for way too long, right? I won the week this week. And then they talk about that 1 week for the next 6 weeks. And the next 6 weeks, the guy who expected to win is still going just as hard. So it's an expectation. That's the difference between winners and losers that I think in terms of not so much their self-talk, but just their attitude.
You're gonna know what it's gonna be like to make it personal. Because I'm gonna make it personal. Because it's always been personal to me. You identify with this gift. We all got the gift. Because it's something that we've all been blessed with. At some point, if we listen to that little thing that speaks to us inside, some people call it instinct, some people call it a vibe, some people call it an energy, whatever the fuck you call it. Some people call it a voice. Whatever that thing is, bro, if it sparks the thought that changes the whole trajectory to what your life can evolve into because you took a second to listen to that shit, you are identifying with your blessing,
You identify the greatest fear you face is yourself, because we all have dreams, and it's very scary sometimes to accept the dream that you have, and it's scarier still to say, okay, I want that. It's scary because you're afraid that if you put your heart and soul into it and you fail, then how are you going to feel about yourself, right? So being fearless means putting yourself out there and going for it. No matter what, go for it. Not for anybody else, but for yourself.
And here's a philosophy that really changed for me everything. Be so busy giving other people recognition, you really don't need it for yourself. I learned to recognize people for small steps of progress. Every little thing I could think of. Figure out rewards for small steps.
And what works is, if you dedicate your time and your focus, like realistically, with a professional, disciplined effort to creativity, you show up every day like a professional, but you show up to be creative. If you just do it on a regular basis, ideas will come to you. Where are these ideas coming from? Well, his concept was to think of it as you're a professional and you're getting these ideas from the muse. And this is what you do. You show up and you do the work, you focus on it, and these ideas will come to you.
And that little voice becomes completely drowned out. And so you don't know who you are anymore. And you're afraid, particularly young people today. I mean, maybe it's always been that way, are so afraid of being different. They're so afraid of being odd. But look at all the powerful people in this world. Look at your Elon Musks. Look at your celebrities in entertainment, in business and politics. They're one of a kind. They have I hate that word, but it's like a brand. They're different. They stand out for something that's truly different. Even Albert Einstein, there's nobody else like Einstein. There's nobody like Da Vinci. Okay? That's where your power lies. And you'll go, oh, but Robert, those are people that were brilliant, that were talented. I'm not like that. I don't have that. Well, bullshit. You do have that. It's just you're forgetting about it. You don't want to put the effort into it.
There's no one more narcissistic than someone who's smart. And if you are smart, that's a real temptation. It's a real temptation. It can make you bitter as hell. The most bitter people are the smart people who aren't successful because they feel that their shining light wasn't given due course and that the world should fall at their feet and didn't. The way the world works, you don't get a gift without a corresponding temptation. And intellect is certainly, it has the same characteristic. You can go very spectacularly wrong if you're smart. And it's pride that does that.
When you set a dream and you say, this is what I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and you make a plan, and the plans are good. But if you come to a certain point where there's a tree across the road or the bridge is out, you can't.
There is dedication and hard work, to be able to work 100% all the time. This is, if it exists words, this is my secret.
He's a legend. He's one of these big names that stays forever in football history. But the guy he motivates himself with numbers, with new things. He wants to win the gold ball X times and the golden boot X times. And he wants to not just to play these Euros. He's already thinking that he wants to play the next World Cup.
Does he get angry when people say maybe Messi's better? Would that infuriate him?
I don't think so. I just think that critics motivates him. I think he feels if people criticize me, it's because I am who I am, and I did what I did, and I still try to do, and he gets that as an extra motivation. I think as an opponent, you should be quiet and don't say a wrong word about him, because that would be always a motivation for him. I think he's the player that everybody knows he is, and mentally really very, very strong.
Once again, as you say, it's Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's controversy once again. Why is it always the case with you?
I don't know why. Maybe someone's don't like me, but because I'm too good.
It is what it is. The life it's completely difficult. We have obstacles in our lives, and I will keep running to fight against the people who don't believe me, and the life is a challenge, and I want the people that they are wrong. I'm there every morning. I do the same stuff. I'm probably the first ones to arrive and the last ones to go out. It's great. This is giving me motivation to still work hard and better in my job. But I have to say, to be in my shoes is not easy. But I'm not complaining. I just want to say that I'm feel happy. All this happened because of the reason. The reason is I'm unbelievable inside the pitch. This is why the people have so much interest on me.
Are you the best footballer in the world right now?
I think so, yes. In my mind, I'm always the best. I don't care what the people thinking, what they say. In my mind, not just this year, but always, I'm always the best. I'm always going to say that because I think we have to thinking we are the best in our area. So in my area, I think I'm the best.
Is there anything that Lionel Messi is better than you at?
It's opinions. I respect the opinions. Maybe in your opinion, Messi is better than me, but in my mind, I'm better than him. So it's simple.
Is that rivalry a good thing?
For me, rival don't exist. The meaning of this word is not, don't exist. Rivals is in a war. This is it. We have rivals. In football, no, it's just a game. I think the numbers, they say everything. I don't need to say, I'm a minister of football, I'm a legend. The numbers say everything, so this is, I'm very comfortable.
Cristiano Ronaldo, those two just keep pushing each other on, pushing the boundaries of greatness.
Exactly, and would they have been able, that's the question that I always ask myself, would they have been able to do this and keep this up, the relentlessness that they've shown without each other? If they was out on their own, no one else around, would they continue to have done this? That's the question.
No, they probably do add to the motivation.
Yeah, 100%. I think all the great sportsmen in the world have always had that someone else to feed off. And I think this is another great rivalry in football. They don't talk about it. There's a bit of a respect between them. They don't ever mention each other really, but they're just phenomenal to watch. And people try and make comparisons of who's better, etc. Just enjoy them, man.
How much has Lionel Messi pushed you to become a better player?
I'm pushed to myself. I don't need other players to push myself. I just worked since I was in sporting, so I push myself all the time to be the best. As I say many times, in my opinion, I'm the best because I think we have to think like that, not just in my job, but you have to think in your job you are the best reporter. And I'm thinking like that. If I'm not thinking like that, I'm not going to be stronger than I think I am.
But you also love individual awards. They matter to you.
It's part of my sacrifice, my obsession to win, to have success. You know, when I say success, it's I work for that. Talent is not enough. I dedicate myself so much that this is part of me. Records is part of me. I don't follow the records. The records follow me, which is different.
Are you addicted to winning?
Yes, I am. I'm addicted to the success. Because
that's the thing that really drives you.
Yes, I think so. And I think it's not something bad. I think it's good. It motivates me. If something not motivated, it's better, to stop.
We shared this stage 15 years, me and him. I don't know if it's ever happened in football. The same two guys in the same stage all the time. So it's not easy, as you know. And of course we have a good relationship. We have that battle the last 15 years, which is good. He pushed me and I push him as well. So it's good to be part of history of football. I'm there, and of course he's there as well.
When I was at Manchester United, and you think, who was that person who had a massive impact on the club while they were there? And you can't look no further than Cristiano. And you talk about mindset. I don't know a stronger, more determined, obsessed player that I'd share the change room with, because he was just phenomenal.
Why we don't believe that we can do it better? We have to believe, we have to be positive to try to change the things. The only give up to the guys who is weak mentally. This is why I mentioned in the beginning, you here, you have to implant that in your mind that we are capable to change things. Well, my best words is dedication and hard work. To achieve this kind of things, you need to work hard, and
be a great professional, be serious in your job, and this is what I try to do.
Been a great debate over the last few years with him and Messi, but I think over the last 6 months, I think he's gone on to another level. I think he's out there on his own. The way he started the World Cup, the way he finished last season, how many times can we say it about him? His improvement, his attitude. And I think a lot of it is not natural ability for Ronaldo. As brilliant as he is, I think it's just sheer hard work, determination, desire, courage. He's got a lot of courage, wants to get in there, he's brave. I've said it before, the guy's a genius.
This difference between making it because of talent and making it because of work ethic. You said to me you felt like an enormous percentage of your success has come from work ethic, and that there's sort of an unfair perception maybe of you of just being hyper talented, and that's where all the success comes from.
To be honest, I think both have to work in the same time, because talent without work is nothing, and work without talent is nothing too. So I think the both mix up. And of course I have two. I'm not will say that I have more one than the other one, because if you see my whole career for the last 20 years, my level was high, and this is, as you can know, it's really tough. Not only in a football, but in any area. If you are top for 20 years is unbelievable. My biggest motivation is to carry on, to still enjoy, to make people happy, to make my family happy. So for me, I have both talent and work ethic.
But the fact is that he has shown that it's not just ability, it is hard work, and he seems to be getting the fruits of all the hard work that he's put in down the years. He looks like somebody who will not put anything that's not going to benefit him inside his body.
For example, you arrive home, you had a lunch, you do it a quick nap, and you wake up, you play with your kids, and I have to go to the gym at least 30-40 minutes, but this will make the difference in the end of the day, you understand? If you not do that work, you miss one. The next day, it's 2 sessions that you lost, and I know in the end of the day, in your hand, they're gonna make a huge difference. This is why I'm 34 and I look 28. Every year is a challenge for me to be better than last year. So I know it's tough. Last year was amazing. 2 years ago was amazing too. So my job is to continue to work hard and dedicate myself 100% in my job and win trophies, collective and individual too.
He said, let's go and having a lunch after training. Go to his house, he was few people on the table. I look at it, it was just some salad, plain white chicken, no juice, just water. So we have a food, quickly a lunch, and after that, he said, let's go in the garden and play two-touch. I said, Cristiano, we just finished. So we go playing two-touch, after that, let's go for a swim. After that, let's have a sauna, jacuzzi. I was like, Cristiano, why we didn't stay at the training ground? So that's why I say Cristiano deserves everything he got right now. So I'm really happy for him, and he deserves. He deserves because he works so hard and he's a machine. He really beat him in front of everyone, so we screamed, and Cristiano was so angry. He sent his cousin by a tennis table.
And the gold medal, I'm glad that happened to me. I think that's the best thing that ever happened to me. Because that right there pushed me. I mean, it just pushed me to a limit that I can't even really even talk about. It pushed me. It made me want to be the best. We all go through certain trials and tribulations in life that we have to deal with, and certain things make us stronger. And in 1996, them cheating me made me stronger. If I had to do it all over again, I say do it the same way. You guys are recession-proof also. Find a way. Find a way. Know what y'all want to do. You can be 30, you can be 40, you can be 50. You still got a chance. You got 24 hours in a day. 8 hours you sleep, right? And most people work a 9 to 5. So 8 hours you work. So we have 16 hours. We got breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we'll be at night, that's 19. It take you an hour to get ready. So we had 20 hours. You guys cannot spend 4 hours going talking about, oh, they lying. Oh, I like this photo. Oh, they faking. Sending photos to other people. Y'all got to get focused. I'm where I'm at because I'm focused. Tunnel vision. I'm focused on what I got to do. You know, this dream that I had started years and years and years ago. You know, no matter what my dad did, you know, because he done whatever he had to do to give me a finer life, to give me a better life, to give me the best life that he could give me. And everything happens for a reason. Even when my dad was incarcerated and he went away, I still would hear his words in the back of my mind. Continue to work hard. Nothing is gonna come easy. Every day I say to myself, after my last fight, I say, this is nothing but organized, legalized street fight. I'm able to make hundreds of millions doing what I like to do in front of the police. Everyone sees us on All Access or when I was with HBO 24/7. They see all the flashiness, all the shit talking, the trash talking. I had a game plan. And when I say TBE, there's no disrespect to no legendary champion. Because every fighter that's in this room has to feel that he's the best. If not, you in the wrong sport. If somebody right now in here hit the lottery, the first thing they're gonna say is give it all to me. Because they don't know no better. Because rich and wealth is two different things. When you're rich for a short period of time. Rich is short term. Wealth is long term. You can have 100 million, but if you don't got no game plan, it's gonna be gone. Being around certain individuals, like even being around my billionaire buddies, you know, every time I got around my billionaire buddies, I was more like, it's cool to come over your house, but I need a house like this. Yeah. It's cool to ride on your yacht, but I need a yacht like this. Yeah. It's cool to ride on your jet, but I want a jet like this. And I said, no, I don't want to ride on yours. You show me how to get it. You can't be my friend if you can't show me how to get it. Because once they show me how to get it, then I can install it in my children. So it's about wealth. You know, I'm no longer rich, I'm wealthy.
Well, most people probably have $1 million if their money management skills was right. You know what I'm saying? But they spending the money fast as they get it. You get a couple $100,000, you go buy a $100,000 watch. It's easier to make the money. It's harder to save. You know what's crazy is because coming from where I'm from, we thought all we needed was $1 million. We just wanted to become a millionaire. That means 1 million. Until you get it and you realize it ain't enough. We're living in a generation and a time where like people think it's only cool to be a boss. You know what I'm saying? And it is uncool to be an equal partner with somebody. I just think boss a 4-letter word. Like, what does it mean outside of the action? If you're not doing boss shit, why you want to be a boss? Do you even know what being a good soldier is? Because some people, again, they offended by the idea of being a soldier, not me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can step into soldier role and back into boss role at any moment. I play every role.
You know, I heard a quote one time from Vincent van Gogh that really rang true. He said, he has dedicated his life to his art, and he has lost his mind in the process. When I sat and I thought about that, it sounded very familiar. I have given every single thing, every ounce of my life to this craft, to perfecting my craft, and I continue to do so. And in the process, I have lost my mind to regular society, to people who wake up at 9 a.m., who clock out at 5 p.m. They would look at me and say, I've lost my mind. But me, I have found it almost.
My name is Conor McGregor. I'm a professional MMA fighter. My dream is to be world lightweight champion in the UFC, have more money than I know what to do with, and have a great life for my kids, my grandkids, everyone in my family, everyone that's come up with me. That's my dream. My dream is to be number one.
Most young men
why they got into martial arts was to defend themselves. I started off really being into football. That was what my first dreams were, you know, being a football player. How good you were at playing football and how good you were at fighting, you know, they were the two things where I grew up. And then maybe as I start going outside my little estate and all, conflicts start happening. And I mean, I had to kind of think to myself, right, I need to be able to defend myself now as well. Not even to get back at anyone around, just to kind of be like, all right, this guy knows where he's at, just leave him alone. Now that's it, I don't know what I'm doing other than that really. Now I'm obsessed.
I was working in the plumbing business at the time, yeah, but it would have been around that time that John, last year I left the plumbing business.
How bad was that?
The plumbing?
Yeah.
Horrendous. It was just a horrible, horrible time, and I was like, you know what, I don't want to do this, and then I just left, and then I just stopped going, didn't get out of bed. Then my dad would come in and try and bait me out of bed, and we'd have fights, and literally, for a good while I didn't really speak to my dad. We just kind of stayed away from each other. Anytime I come across my dad, anytime we did speak was to fight.
Why did it get to that point, to where he was that mad?
Because I was doing absolutely nothing. I was out getting into trouble. Yeah, basically felt like I was doing fuck all. I was a waster, you know, I was a waster. Got that, called that a lot, you know what I mean? But the real stress and the real fights come from the mortgage, come from this stress of home. A lot of people are getting evicted from their homes around here. So that's something that I grew up with. That was a big stress in my family. It caused a lot of stress. So I just wanted to give it back and help out and just do that. And my mother and father are still young. Now they have their feet up. They can relax. They are in a new place. So it's good. That's something I always dreamed of. I always visualized what giving would feel like, given to people who have given to me, what that would feel like. I always dreamed of just showing up one day and be like, here. I always visualized good things, success, abundance. I visualized it all and it's all happening. If you have a clear picture in your head of something is going to happen, a clear belief in that it will happen no matter what, then nothing can stop it. You know what I mean? It is destined to happen, and that's what happens. You know what I mean? It's perfect. I'm fighting myself, you know what I mean? Because you are fighting yourself. There is no opponent, you know what I mean? It's you versus you, and that's it. I'm fighting myself in there. I'm gonna beat myself. Not even martial arts, life, you know what I mean? It's always you versus you. If you're competing against other people, you know what I mean? Competing against others, and you're gonna become bitter. Eventually you'll become bitter. But if you compete against yourself, you'll become better. There are no restrictions. There are no limits. There's no one trying to get something from me, or trying to make me do this, or make me do that, or send me here, or send me there, or stop me from going full. I'm free. I go in and do as I please. This is my time now. So it's a beautiful experience, and it's almost an out-of-body experience, and it becomes very, very addictive. So that's what you're seeing here. I'm addicted to that feeling, and I will do anything to get in there and get that feeling again. I truly believe we are all equal as human beings. If we are obsessed with something and we truly pursue our passion with everything we have, regardless of anything else, if you are obsessed, work hard, put in the time, you will succeed. And that is a philosophy that I carry, my coaches carry. And to see LeBron James, who's like a mega superstar over here and a phenomenal athlete, share that belief is inspiring right back to me. It shows that we are thinking correct. You know, this is hard work. This is an obsession. Nothing can beat hard work. If you're doing something and you're not interested or you have no passion for it, you should truly follow your passion. I'm not doing this for this. I'm not doing this for fake acting and pretending I can, you know what I mean? Trying to give emotion to some guy that wants emotion from me for a shot. I can't do that. I don't do this for that. But I understand that it's a double-edged sword and you must do that. I do it for the competition, to step foot inside that octagon, to have that feeling of freedom. So that is why I say I don't feel pressure in there. I do not. I feel free in there.
Sounds like you were the last person that would ever give an excuse why you lost.
No, there is no excuse. You know what I mean? It's like I've been beat before. You know what I mean? I've lost
MMA fights, I've lost boxing fights, I've lost so many fights in the gym, you know, I lose all the time, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. If you, any true martial artist will know, in order to succeed at this game, you must lose a fucking shitload of times, you know what I mean? You must lose many times, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. We all have we all have the same emotions. We have all won and we have all lost. It's a sport. It is what it is, you know. Just get on with it. Look to learn from it, you know. The day you stop trying to learn is the day you start losing, you know what I mean? So I'm always going to learn regardless of the result, you know what I mean? Win or lose, I will take something from it all. And you know the way people say, you learn more from your losses and things like that. That is true. You learn a lot from your losses, but as well as that, you learn from your wins. People can say, let's say you beat a guy, and you're at the beating that guy. You're a winner now. You know what I mean? You're a winner. So now I get to take the foot off the pedal. I don't need to learn so much. I'm at the beating this guy. I'm a winner. You know what I mean? That's gonna stop you. That can take over people, especially in this game, when you're signed to the UFC and there's all media things going on and there's people looking for pictures and shit. That can take over. That can make you feel like you're bigger than you are. You know what I mean? That happens to guys. You ever see guys that I see guys all the time coming in that are around this company since day one. Their performances just stay the same. They stagnate. Their performances stagnate. Then they get even worse. You know, they arrive on for the fight, out of shape, not looking in shape, barely made weight, sluggish, you know what I mean? That's not going to be me. I stay ready. I'm always in shape, you know what I mean? You're not going to catch me out of shape. Win or lose, I'm going to be ready to go. No ego, you know, you can't have an ego in this game. We've all won, we've all lost. It is what it is. Just keep going, keep doing your thing, keep working hard.
I'm a cocky motherfucker, but if you come in and you get me, I'll stand before you and I'll stand before everyone and say, you got me. I'll get you next time. And that's it. Every human being, everyone in here at some stage, we face loss. We've all lost something. You know, we all know how a loser on the night feels because we have all lost at one point or other in our lives. You need to stop putting your hand out. Everyone wants handouts. Everyone wants things for free. Or everyone, you know what I'm saying? You've got to put in the work. You've got to grind. You've got to go through the struggle. And you've got to get it. If you deserve it, go get it. You know, don't complain. Don't cry. Get the fucking work and go get it. I've been listening to laughter all my career. I've been listening to them laugh my whole career. They've been laughing. An Irishman win a Cage Warriors world title? Hell no. You serious? An Irishman win a fight in the UFC? Hell no. Laughs all around. Okay, you gotta win. Now he wants to win a world title? Hell no, he's all talk, he's all hype, he's a joke. Laughter all around at the Joker. Then the Joker goes and wins the world title. Now he wants to win a second world title. More laughter. Listen, the sound of laughter and the sound of doubt motivates me, so I'm enjoying that. I seek that. I don't feel no doubt. I don't feel that going and fighting any of these other UFC bums right now. They need to rise up. Right now they're down there. I've got this situation where people are truly doubting me like they doubted me at the very, very beginning. And that's motivating for me. That's what's going to drive me to the gym when I need to go to the gym and to put in that work to get that win.
Stripping that all back to the start of your career, a man with a dream, you know, training in the gym day in, day out. If somebody said to you, you'll have or you'll be as successful as you are now, what would you had said back then?
I believe you. That's what I would have said. Because I did believe.
Yes.
I believed in it. I had very few people who told me that. I had a small group of people that would tell me something like that. Other than that, it was just me telling myself.
Yep.
So if someone came up to me and told me that all the way back then, I'd say you're right. I was a waster. Got that, called that a lot, you know what I mean? But like, and then when I start getting that focus and realize, no, I'm gonna make this happen. And then now that has happened, I'm making it happen. It's depressing times for a lot of people in Ireland. There's a lot of bad stuff going on in the country. A lot of people are struggling. Everybody's struggling.
But now since them seeing me chase this dream, it's given them an energy, and I see a new lease of life in them. And that alone spurs me on even more. So it's all just a perfect storm that's happening for me. And that is why I have this tunnel vision, and that is why I'm willing to kill every single man in my path and get that belt, you know what I mean, to secure the future, from my family's future, you know what I mean? That's what I'm doing it for. Well, I'm doing it because for the love of movement, and I'm also doing it to secure because I recognize that it will secure my family's future. So why not take full advantage? Something that I love can actually secure my family's future and make us live a good life for the rest of our days. You know what I mean? And it's not work. I don't work. I live. You know what I mean? I don't have a job. I just have a life. No matter what was going on, some deep situations, I always had the belief that I was going to get here. I was going to get to the UFC. I was going to get, because I just knew I was different. I know I'm different than these people. I'm enjoying the fruits of my hard work. Nobody works harder than me inside the octagon, outside the octagon. I am a workhorse, so I'm going to enjoy the benefits of this life. I'm going to get myself a big mansion in Las Vegas. I'm going to get the soft top cars. I'm going to bring my whole team out. I'm going to spoil them and give them this life. We're eating good, we're living good. It's human nature. Some people will sit and take positivity from that. They will look at that and take inspiration and inspire. It will inspire them to go and push forward. Others will shell up and critique it and be negative towards it. But one thing is sure, those people will stay where they are. The people who take inspiration from it will rise up and also one day experience that life. So this is human nature. Some go one way, some go the other way. But I am enjoying my money, my hard-earned money that I have dedicated my life to. I can be a product of my environment, you know what I mean? If I'm in with the wrong crowd, I just kind of become wherever, you know what I mean? So that's why I like to be isolated. And that's why this has helped me coming out here and being locked in an apartment on my own, building back up my leg, going from rehab to home, because there was no outsiders. It was isolation, it was visualization, it was motivation, and it was dedication. There was nothing else going on in my life, you know what I mean? To get to the pinnacle, it needs to be like that. It needs to be no outsiders. It needs to be, you need to have your team and your focus, and that's it. I don't need friends that aren't involved in this game or that aren't on the same path, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't make sense. I know nobody can tell me that I move the same as any of these guys, because I don't move the same. I move differently. I move unique, and I know I move unique. Not only that, I speak unique. I act unique. I'm just different than these people. You know what I mean? So I dress unique. I dress unique. Whatever. I just feel different to these, on another level, on another playing field than any of them before me. That's why I have no doubt in my mind that I'm the greatest, that I will be the greatest of all time. But in my head already, I am better than everybody, and I know, you know, there's a lot of hate come from people, you know, but I know, and I will prove. You give me time, and I will prove it to everybody. When you're chasing your dream, and when you're working hard, chasing something you love, and completely dedicated, it just happens. You can't really notice it, you know, even still to this day. I'm in an amazing position in my life, but I'm still working like I'm not. I'm still working like I'm not in this position. Absolutely. I'm still working like none of this is even, it's just something I love to do, and I just keep pushing and keep working hard. I can't pinpoint an exact moment for you, but if anything, I always felt like it was happening way back then. And now it is happening, but now I almost feel like it's not happening. You know what I mean? And I want to push to something else. Absolutely. I'm always striving to push forward. No, I don't like thinking too far ahead. People set like goals, long distance goals, and that's too much for me. I already feel like I'm living it, and then I just carry on doing that. You know, carry on day by day, already living the final goal, the goal of being the world champion. I already carry myself like I'm a world champion. I already speak like I'm a world champion, and that's it. I just carry on day by day. So I'll take it as it comes.
You know, hard work pays. I put in a hell of a lot of work all throughout this build-up in the fight. I pumped out more content than anybody, more content than Fox, more content than ESPN, more content than BT Sport, more content than everybody on the Mag Live on my own channels. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking workhorse from all angles, not just in the gym. But I'm building this media empire now myself, and we pumped out the content. I'm very proud of how it went. We consistently, daily movies I was releasing, you know, from like a month ago, every single day. You know what I mean? Nobody's doing that. So I'm very proud of it, and I'm very, like, the work pays, hard work pays, and I put in the work, and that's why I'm sitting at the top. I put it all on the line. I show up, I perform, and I get the results from that. So
what do you think they'll say about you in 50 years?
You know, I'm not quite sure what they'll say about me. They'll probably just say I'm a young kid who showed up when he said he was going to show up. And that's it. I cannot control what people say about me now or in the future. But I certainly know what I am doing, and the stuff that I have done and achieved will live on long after I am gone. I don't think there's a fighter that in the UFC's history that has done what I have done in the space that I have done it. And Saturday night, when I go out there and put Diego away in the first round, I'll prove my worth.
He can do it, you know, you never know, but he's not going to be that easy the way he's been talking. So this is why I call him a clown, you know, so you guys can see everything there. So everybody have a mouth, everybody talk whatever they want.
Pressure is an illusion, you know, but I want that illusion of pressure, you know. I heap more on, give me more pressure. So when I put this guy away and make it look easy, which I will do, people will say, how did he do that? You know, let's skip the queue. Let's jump this guy ahead of the queue and put him straight in for a title shot. Saturday night, they're going to see you're going to see a true number one contender here on Saturday night.
No, honestly, I said I was going to put him away in the first round. I put him away in the first round. It would have to be something special to come over here in my hometown and take this away from me. There's not a man alive that can come on this soil and beat me. Dustin thinks it's all talk. But when he wakes up with his nose plastered on the other side of his face, he's gonna know it's not all talk. Now I'm gonna crack him with a jab, and he's gonna wobble, and I'm gonna put him away early. It's gonna be a first round KO, mark my words. These featherweights don't understand. Until they get hit by me, it's on the first round, and I knock them out in the first round. You can call me Mystic Mac because I predict these things. It's the old age. This is the new age. I wanted to come over here to America and show the American public the new era of the fighting Irish, and I brought my whole country with me. If one of us goes to war, they all go to war.
Well, this was a huge victory for you. This is your first victory over a top 10 contender. What's next?
You know what's next. That world title is next. I'm going to fly to Brazil, and if they want, I'll eliminate Chad Mini Mendez and step in and give the fans what they want. Aldo versus McGregor.
Conor, you've been known to make predictions. You're known as Mystic Mac. What's your prediction for UFC 205?
Like I said, he's chinny. He has a chin. He gets cracked, he gets dropped. It's happened throughout his career. He's a weathered fire. He's on his way out. He's very, very lucky to be in the position he's in. One round it will take me to knock him out.
The gold belt is what I want. The 2 gold belts. I was a 2-way world champion in the previous organization. Now I'm on the big stage at the UFC. I want that featherweight belt and I want that lightweight belt. That's my goal. The money is going to come with that. Don't get me wrong. It's prize fighting. I'm after the money as well. But the money comes with the belt. And the belt is what I'm focused on. I don't care about fame.
I'm gonna wrap one on one shoulder, I'm gonna wrap the other on the other shoulder, and you're gonna need an army to come take them belts off me.
I'm sure everybody here would appreciate the Mystic Mac prediction of how exactly you get this thing done.
It's hard not to respect Donald right now at this stage, and he has my respect. And although there will be blood spilled, it will not be bad blood. And for the Mystic Mac prediction, it will be a KO.
Let's test the overall mysticism of Mystic Mac, of the notorious Conor McGregor. You said under 60 seconds to Dustin Poirier. What is the strike that most often puts Dustin Poirier away in your mind?
Are you the best point guard ever?
Yes. Steph Curry transformed from a skinny, undersized high school kid to a basketball legend. He completely revolutionized the game, just like Michael Jordan.
He's the modern MJ,
Steph is a 4-time NBA champion, 2-time MVP, 10-time All-Star, and arguably the greatest shooter of all time.
I'm wondering is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Let's take a look and listen to what NBA players and legends think of Stephen Curry.
08, 09, or whenever that little light skin came in the league, that's in Golden State. He single-handedly changed the no lead is safe. When it comes to influence, since I've been watching the game, the most influence on the game, and obviously we know what Mike did for the game, Steph and Allen Iverson are the two biggest influential guys in our game since I've been watching and covering it. Kids felt like they could be them. They were guys that was not always counted on. They were small in stature, and they just defied the odds. And now you have Steph who's shooting over the Empire State Building. It's just like those two are the two most influential. When you say the game, how they changed the game, and the kids, and like those are two guys that you just wanted to watch every single night.
When you look at me and Steph, I just feel like we're able to do things out there that keeps the normal person walking down the street, gives them hope that basketball can be for them as well. He's just able to do so many special things, and I could go on and on about Steph, but I love that guy, and I love Steph.
A legend in the game. He changed the game. When a guy changed the game, some way, somehow, you got to expand the Mount Rushmore. You know what I mean? Like, who says it only could be this many people? Like, Steph Curry changed the game. His face needs to be up there in the Mount Rushmore.
Steph Curry is messing the game up. I'm on the internet now, I see a bunch of little kids dribbling, shooting 100-footers.
To get warm, to start the game.
But he's doing something for them. He's giving them a chance. Steph, it probably is the most influential player when it comes to little people.
Yes.
Right? Because I see a lot of little guards, like little kids. I'm going through this tournament they're doing stuff I can't even do.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And it's good and bad.
I love Steph, man. I mean, the guy has completely revolutionized the game.
He messed up the game in a good way, You think he messed it up in a good way? Yeah. I think he hurt the youth because the youth just loves threes, and that's all they think about doing is shooting threes. Him and Clay and their whole team, I think, just changed the game in a good but bad way.
Each other on the golf court.
You didn't know what was coming. Because you'd never seen it before. I was there when he broke the record, right? The first record. And you didn't think, I think it was like 250 maybe or something threes. You didn't think that the next year was going to shoot 400, make 400 threes or whatever. They crushed it, but no one saw it coming. No one saw it coming, and no one truly knew how to stop it when they got going. That's why they won 73 games.
When you came to the Garden and I let Raymond Felton's pride get in the way, and he had 50, I feel like that's when you decided you was just gonna rape the league.
Bro, you know what? I ain't mad at you.
That was the moment?
Bro,
I think so.
Bro,
Raymond said, Chump, no, stop letting dude do this, but he really be doing this to us.
I'm like, the confidence is changing, G. He going back to Davidson on us, bro. Nah.
You feel me? I'm like, he doing the shit that we was like, you can't do that in the league. He started doing it. Yeah, you going too fast shooting that jumper now. That's too much. You ain't even holding it up no more. For all of this shit. No, bro. Now he talking to the crowd. He pointing at fans. I'm like, Steph don't even do that. But I really felt like in my heart, like we are birthing an animal, bro.
Yeah.
I really think of that moment. I'm like, bro, I think we ignited that confidence that came. Because after that game, bro, he got very disrespectful.
Yeah, he took off.
He got disrespectful. He started trying shit.
And then the next game, we play the Warriors at home, and this is 2015-16. And my first matchup is Steph. And I'm like, bro.
Your man in front of you from the perimeter, bringing a big man away.
And Curry hits a 40-footer.
You know me. I walk in, I chest him up as soon as I get in the game on the inbound. I'm just pushing him. I'm like, yeah, you're not doing that tonight. Not on me, brother. About 36 minutes later, at 42 Steph points later.
That happens to a lot of people too.
Yeah. I'll be in the locker room like, nah, this can't be what it's like. I'm taking my stuff out like this ain't it.
And
Steph Curry, I'm going to bed at 8:00. Mom, don't call me. My girl, don't call me. I'm locked in right now.
every night.
Yeah.
It's honestly hell.
Be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, the way he moves without the ball is the worst part. But just the way he moves without the ball, it's honestly their system too. It fits him to perfection. You literally can't ever relax. And I remember game 1 and 2, chasing him and Clay around, and I couldn't make a shot. Everybody's looking at me like, why can't you make a shot? I'm like, he got no legs. But his approach to the game too is special. Just the way that he, sees the game and the way he goes about the game. It was a lot of fun to play them. Obviously happy we won. But it's hell to guard him.
They're actually understanding how to play with him now, like how he operates, how he moves when he gives up the ball. It continues to just run in circles until you fall asleep, and then he shoots it from 30 feet basically. It's borderline at times. It's unguardable.
He's tough, and I'm a part of the losing side of history, but I remember watching it, bro, and I was like, yo, he was absurd to watch. And now playing against him, I was like, he's different, bro.
He's different, bro.
But Steph Curry is the most impactful player on a team in the league.
Because the gravity.
Bro,
the gravity.
You have to guard him as well on the ball as you do off. Like, once he gets off the ball, you're probably more scared of him off the ball than you are on.
He's the,
he's the modern MJ, I used to see this playing with the Bulls. Half the crowd's got, red 23 jerseys on, and, now half the crowd's got blue and yellow 30 jerseys. Steph is, he transcends the game. He elicits an emotion from people. I think because he's so awe-inspiring with his play that no matter where we go, there are people who are cheering for him and can't wait to see him perform because we've never seen anything like him.
Michael did everything in the air. Air Jordan. He revolutionized the game. He changed the way we thought. The baggy shorts, the black socks, obviously the Air Jordans. Stephen Curry has taken shooting in the art form of it and moving without the ball to a different level. The first thing kids do, they know they can't dunk and fly like Michael Jordan, but they all believe they can shoot like Stephen Curry. And that's the first thing they do is start hoisting up threes to try and be like their hero, Stephen Curry. So you have heroes to most in Michael Jordan, and you have a lot of heroes in Stephen Curry. I see the comparison.
And it's like, that's how we feel with you. You know what I mean? And Evan, you can kind of speak to it in terms of like the funny story where it's like, you hear those MJ stories, you see people on the bench. Like, when I watch him and he do stuff, I watch the other team bench. Dudes be like,
I told you one time, he told the story before, we were playing one time, it got so hot in a certain instance, I'm like, damn, you didn't hit 3 straight, when you hit the 4th, I wanted to turn up and be like, yo, go crazy. Go crazy. But because it was when you're a fan of basketball, you're a fan of the game, you start to comprehend what you're seeing. As a fan and as a player, you always appreciate it. So it's always been that part where you can really remove yourself with the game. And, we're all, at one point, we were all high-level basketball player and, big-time athletes. So, you really appreciate what you do.
Consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player?
That was it.
Oh, you put him over you?
And then the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this way he's my favorite player.
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too.
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships. For all the chili-chili, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a...
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
When it's all... But really, he shoots those shots of the game.
Yeah.
This is a great time to practice. While we all stretching, like he's going to get unlimited of them. We stretching, we get loose, he's chucking it from half court. He's making them. And it's like, all right, so when you get to the half court with 0.3, and he's asking for it, he makes it. It's like, it's no surprise. So seeing his preparation made me really want to be like, all right, I can shoot from anywhere.
1 second on the clock before halftime.
Right.
We have the ball out under our own basket, 94 feet away. He looks at the defense, he catches it, and he flings a shot 90 feet that actually comes kind of close, goes against him in the scoreboard. That's a missed three, right? He takes these shots every game. When I played, and like most players, you get that ball, it's like, maybe you take a dribble, like, oh, I don't think they were going to hate everyone. This guy shoots every one of those shots, and I think part of it is he's one of the greatest showmen, like, that I've ever seen. Like, you love to do something that nobody else does. And it took me a while to learn that, like, you know, our first year together, like, you were taking some of those threes, and, you know, I had the voice of every coach I ever had saying, that's a terrible shot, that's a terrible shot, right? And then I realized, like, that's part of your superpowers that you love to put on a show. It also wins. This is not, like, just doing crazy stuff for the hell. This helps us win.
Greatest shooter we've ever seen, hands down. The shots that he makes is by far some of the toughest shots I've ever seen taken.
Wow. Let alone
made.
Exactly.
Crossing over behind the back, just letting it go, turning around, just running the other way, and it's... Man, ain't nothing else to be said. When I let this thing go, don't go for the rebound. We need to get back. And that's extreme. I mean, not only is it extreme confidence, but that's a talent, man. That's a talent to have. His dad is obviously arguably one of the top 15, 20, depending on what are you going by, as shooters. But for him to make all of those shots off the dribble, pulling from half court, that shot he made against Oklahoma City 2 years ago, like,
across half, ridiculous, crazy.
Well, for him getting it.
Steph is, listening to Steph's workout, and I know how OCD you are, people don't understand the amount of energy that he has to use every single day. It's next level. Like, even for athletes, even for guys that do this for a living, you're like, this man has to run around for 48 minutes every single night doing what he does. You don't see that coming. And so it's a compliment to those guys to figure out an equation that no one ever has. And they just dominated with it.
The year Steph hit that shot in the corner in New Orleans, I saw that live. I had 16 points in that game. I saw that live. The chef, bro. That's when the chef started taking over. That's when he was like, hey, LeBron is LeBron, but hey, I'm here. It's because Steph is so random. Like, you can practice, but you don't know what he's going to do. There's no rhyme or rhythm to, like, what. Because he reading you.
Steph is right behind Magic. I can't put anybody else ahead of Steph but Magic.
Oh, my God.
Ever see another Steph Curry?
I think this is truly a one-off. He's been a game changer. I mean, Ray Allen probably is getting 3 to 5 a game, whereas Steph is probably getting 10 to 15 a game. So I don't see any players in the league that can really change this landscape unless him and Clay get on separate teams.
And to see that he do not get the respect that he deserves from the way that he plays the game of basketball. He's not just a great shooter. He's not just a guy who handles the ball before the games and pregame. Like, he plays the game at a level that I haven't seen anyone play the game.
Steph's done phenomenal.
Steph's unbelievable. I can't believe the kind of shape he must be in as fast as he runs.
Yeah,
the whole game, every game. That was that's what amazed me playing him in the finals. You know, one of the things I said over and over in that series was like, I know they're running fast, but you got to run fast too. You know, we got to run fast too. Keep chasing them, you know, like play tag and keep chasing them because it's like nonstop.
He's we'll give him 6'3". He's a 6'3" guard who has never had the pop and the burst and the leaping ability of some other incredible guards of this era. He won the MVP in 2015. He won the MVP in 2016, in his 20s. He's 35 now. I think Steph Curry is better now than he was back then. That is remarkable. Yeah. Let's not take it for granted.
Wow, so your brain doesn't really know the difference between, say that again?
Between something that happened in real life or something that you strongly visualize.
Well, it's the same reason why when we watch a movie or something, we're able to get lost in it.
Yeah.
We're able to believe in it because wow, so you could create enough of a visualization for yourself if you really were to powerfully start to focus on it and do that and build that ability to visualize something. that your brain at one point would have to think it's so true that the world would meet you and put it into your life.
I love the way you put that.
Wow.
You see, the most magnetic thing in this world is to rest fully in your own energy. When you stop trying to become and simply allow yourself to be, your frequency aligns with the universe itself. Because how you see yourself is how the universe experiences you.
You are creators.
Every human being is a creator.
As you think, so shall you be.
I believe we're creators, and I believe we create with every thought and every word.
We really do paint our world with our thoughts.
You can almost create your entire world. Not almost, you actually can. Yes. You can.
But we can all do it, as we don't realize the power we have.
Yep, you can see it, you can do it.
Own who you are, because then your creative abilities will come forth.
That's what we are. We are creators. We are manifestors.
What do you want to do in your life? Where do you want to go? What do you want to make happen? What do you want to make happen for between now and the end of the year? Think about it for a moment. Don't think of why you can't. Doesn't matter how much money you've got. Doesn't matter how much help you've got. Build a vision of what you would like to accomplish between now and the end of the year. And then make a written description of that vision. Paint the picture with words. You can go either way with this. You can start writing the picture and it'll come on the screen of your mind, or build a picture and then paint it with words. Vision. Vision is going to direct your life if you let it. Use it constructively. See what you want. Don't spend any time thinking of what you don't want. When you get a picture in here, make it big, make it beautiful. You'll be glad you did.
The only thing you need to know to understand the deepest metaphysical secrets is this: that for every outside, there is an inside, and for every inside, there is an outside. And although they are different, they go together.
You can only attract according to the frequency that you're operating on. Attraction is a secondary law. The primary law is the law of vibration. That's a primary law of the universe. The law of vibration decrees everything moves, nothing rests. Well, when you think, you put you onto a frequency. You can only attract what's on that frequency. You think about a person a lot. Just concentrate on that person will phone you, or you'll bump into them on the street. The law of attraction takes over. You can attract to you what you're in harmony with. But when you set goals, you got to see yourself already there. That's called a mindset. They set their mind on the frequency that they have to be in to attract what they have to attract. And that's how the goal moves into form. The only problem is you don't have it on a physical plane yet, but it will manifest in time.
The perfect man employs his mind as a mirror. It grasps nothing, it refuses nothing, it receives but does not keep. And another poem says of wild geese flying over a lake: the wild geese do not intend to cast their reflection, and the water has no mind to retain their image. But to have no hang-up, that is to say, to be able to drift like a cloud and flow like water, seeing that all life is a magnificent illusion, a playing of energy, and there is absolutely nothing fundamentally to be afraid of.
Every morning when you wake up, visualize and feel exactly what it is that you want in life. You don't have to worry about how it happens. You just have to focus all of your energy on feeling as if it already happened. And if you can do that, then the right circumstances, the right people, the right opportunities will show up to get you the vision that you have for your life. Because in truth, it really isn't the universe. It is you in verse. In other words, it's everything that you think and feel inside of yourself about life is what you are calling in to your reality. You're the one creating your own reality.
You know why most people never manifest what they want? Because they're waiting, as if the universe owes them something just for wanting it. But the universe doesn't respond to waiting. It responds to movement. You see, manifestation is a dance, and it takes two to tango. The moment you begin, the universe begins with you.
not before. You are the catalyst, the initiator, the one who must step into the unknown first. No one is coming to save you, because you were never meant to be saved. You were meant to awaken. So make the move, and watch how reality bends to meet your stride.
The universe only gives us what we think we're worthy of receiving. So then people who show up for themselves every day, they start feeling pretty damn worthy. Like, hey, they're like, I'm worthy for this. Not like an entitlement way, like something, they just like, I feel like it's gonna happen. I'm worthy for it.
You're not ready for what you want until you believe you can get it. All things are possible if you believe.
And you get it when you believe it. You get it when you believe you have it. And that's the key. It's like people still, they sit around going, when's it going to come? 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 And that's the wrong way. You have to go. It's here. It's here. It's here.
Before you go to sleep every night, visualize yourself being, doing, and having the good which you desire. And whatever idea you lift up before you go to sleep, that idea is impressed upon the subconscious and it draws that to you. You'll wake up in the morning and the right ideas will just be clicking in your head. You'll meet the right people for the right purposes at the right time. You'll meet strangers, but they'll be right for your right purpose. People will do things for you and they won't even know why. Always visualize just before going to sleep. That's the one most important time, if there is a one most important time.
Every time you say, I am not, I cannot, I have not, you are, whether knowingly or unknowingly, throttling that great presence within you. Every single time that you use the words, I am, you are citing the name of God. You must be conscious of how you use these words. I am strong. I am well. I am content. Putting the words I am in front of something into your mind and imagination is a very powerful way to attract into your life.
Gratitude is one of the most strongest forms of power in attracting good things. You know, if you truly feel grateful for the things in your life, I always felt grateful for even the small things. I always used to celebrate the small things. Now I might be celebrating the bigger things, but I always celebrate every little good thing that would happen to me in my life, even before I had any kind of money or any of that. I would celebrate and I would feel grateful for it, and it just gave me more.
The law of attraction says this. It says that whatever you think about, focus on, fantasize about, worry about, talk about, attend to, watch on TV, listen to on the radio, you're going to create more of in your life, especially those things you feel intense feelings about. So when you're talking about how bad it is and you're not feeling good about it and you're really upset about it and you're down in the bar, talking about how terrible life is, what I call the Ain't It Awful Club. People go there after work to the Ain't It Awful Club and complain about how miserable their life is. And when you do that, what happens is you actually create more of that because you're sending out a vibration. And that vibration is your thoughts and your feelings that are the result of those thoughts. And so we have to become conscious of our thoughts. We have to become conscious of our feelings. We have to become deliberate thinkers, deliberate creators.
If a person would sit down and let their body relax, totally relax, okay, and then start to visualize in their mind, see themselves the way they want to see themselves. See how you'd like to live your life. See yourself living it that way. Take that picture and describe it. Write it out in the present tense. I am so happy now that I see myself, and write it out. Start to read it and read it and read it and read it every day. Carry it around and keep reading it. The one point that all the great teachers all down through history have all agreed on, they've been in complete unanimous agreement on it, we become what we think about. A lot of people will laugh at this and say, that doesn't make any sense. Now, it may be fantasy at first, it might even appear to us as being a lie. Mm-hmm. But if you read it often enough, you'll start to believe it.
So our thoughts control our actions?
Our thoughts control our feelings.
Okay.
Our feelings control our actions.
When you see things get bad and they say it must be God's will, that's an expression of ignorance. God's will is always for expansion and full expression. Greater ways, greater things. That is God's will for you, for me, for everyone else. Never for hard times. Abundance is our birthright. We've been conned, folks.
Start working for yourself. Sky's the limit.
What is the one thing that people who made $1 million that they did that I guarantee you are not doing? It is called work. They worked 12 to 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week on making money. They had an obsession with making money. That's all they thought about. They had singular focus. They had singleness of purpose. And I guarantee you don't do that because you want to live a balanced life. Well, I'm sorry, but people who succeed in life don't live a balanced life. It is a fantasy. It is a myth. If you say I want to live a balanced life and make millions, welcome to Fantasy Island.
Is there any better feeling than being locked in? No. Like when you are locked in, and you are, you're taking, and you're in a rhythm, and you every day you're knocking it down. You never miss a step. Like you go to bed feeling great, you wake up feeling inspired, you go in the gym with energy, right? Like that's the best way to live it.
But I promise you, bro, you have so much potential. If you literally just took it and put it in one place, you could literally change your life.
Truly believe that if you put your 100% effort into something, then you can't lose. God knows if you deserve the results. And if you truly try, you truly commit yourself 100% to something, I don't see how you can fail it. But I don't think you can. That I completely refuse. You can't fail at it.
You said you were going to do it this year, but you didn't. So what's going to be different about this year? What kind of person are you going to actually become in order to achieve what the you want to achieve?
It is easier to make money than ever before. You can make more money faster today than ever before in history. Why aren't more people making money? Wealthy people show initiative. Broke people don't.
The faster you are, the more money you will make. Your bank account is actually a reflection of how fast you move. I was sitting with one of my mentors, Bill Perkins. I asked him, Bill, you're worth a lot of money. You've made hundreds of millions of dollars. Why do you think you've been so successful? And he kind of looked at me and he thought for a second. And he said, I move really fast. By the time somebody else has thought about an idea, taken it to investment committee, I've already started, made 3 mistakes, and found a better way.
Now, y'all look money hungry. And that's good. Anybody tells you money is the root of all evil doesn't have any.
A broke person thinks that there's a limit to opportunity and a limit to the amount of money out there, that there's a finite resource of money. They think, I just don't have opportunities. I've missed the opportunities. There's this limiting belief around money that poor or broke people have. Rich people, on the other hand, understand this, that money is a renewable resource, which means if they lose all their money today, it's no problem. They can create more. Do you understand this? Do you think that you can create as much money as you want? You don't, do you?
Working jobs we hate, so we can buy shit we don't need.
When you really want something, just in my life experience and seeing other people, seeing myself, seeing other people that like made stuff happen, it's like, man, when you really want something, you're gonna find a way, ultimately.
Every single day is about winning that battle against yourself.
It might not be today or next year or 5 years or 10 years, but this thing takes priority and precedent over all other things.
You have to want it. You have to want to be better.
When you realize you have to make this shit work or you're falling on your face, it's a different kind of grind, a different kind of mentality, a different kind of person, a different side of you that you've never seen before that comes out when you go all in.
Everybody has the desire to do something, but they don't have they don't know how to really complete the process of dedicating themselves and having the discipline to do it.
This shit is worth more money than anything ever because you can make so much money off of this, bro. Look at me crazy, call me crazy in the beginning, but once I'm making millions of dollars, playing video games, having fun.
We are creative beings, and we can create money. Not that we can, we actually do. That's how money manifests in people's life. They create it. And when you have this mindset, the universe will then present to you and have bubble up ideas about how to make money.
Let's consider money butterflies. So let's say you want to catch butterflies. Butterflies equate to dollars. There's 2 ways that you can gather butterflies. The first way is build a net, right? Build a massive net. It doesn't matter how optimized the net is. It doesn't matter how sophisticated it is. You always have to swing
in order to catch butterflies. That's most people hustling. That's where most people start. But you need to develop a second skill set, which is how to attract butterflies. How do you attract butterflies? By building a garden.
Changing your psychology around money changes absolutely everything.
Do you want to become a billionaire? Then you have to think like a billionaire.
There is all the money that everybody needs and wants waiting there for them.
The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank.
You have to change the way you think.
The number one thing that's keeping you poor is your mouth, what you say. You see, what you say is what you get. Your tongue is a creative force. Words have power, more power than you could ever imagine. Every word that comes out of your mouth has 100 to 1,000 times more power than a thought. If you believe that what you say will happen, you will get whatever you say.
Listen to me. Rich people think differently. So what I'm going to put in your head today is a rich people concept so you can get to understand it. The only difference between successful people and not is just how they think. Rich people think different. Quit letting people tell you you got to get qualified in another program. You don't need another program to be successful. You need to change the way you think.
How would an abundant person think? Write it down, dude, and fire and wire those thoughts in your brain and install the hardware. Keep doing it with attention and intention. It becomes a new voice in your head. It becomes a software program. Then say, okay, how am I going to be in my life today? What would an abundant person, how would they behave? And before you reach for your cell phone and start scrolling through your social media, close your eyes and rehearse in your mind how that person would walk, how they would breathe, how they would smile, how they would greet people, how they would be on Zoom calls, how would they be in traffic, how would they be at dinner. And the act of closing your eyes and mentally rehearsing the act, if you're truly present, the brain does not know the difference between the real life experience and what you're imagining.
Say no to the paycheck. Paycheck make you poor because they make a slave mindset, not a master mindset.
Make up your mind. That's this idea of you got to be realistic, that you got to be logical is a bunch of nonsense. You don't have to be logical at all. I've been totally illogical many times, and it's helped me earn a lot of money.
When you speak of your poverty and lack of education, you are simply directing your mind power to attract these undesirable circumstances. Because it is true that whatever your mind feeds upon, your mind attracts to you. Now you see why it is important that you recognize that all success begins with definiteness of purpose, with a clear picture in your mind of precisely what you want from life.
You are on your way to making your fortune. You can do it. You have greatness within you. Remember, you were born to win. You were engineered for success. You were designed for accomplishment, and you were endowed with the seeds of greatness.
Do you want to become a billionaire? Then you have to think like a billionaire. Billionaires do not think about pennies and cents and dollars. They think big, and they think of ways of getting there, not of ways of not getting there.
There is all the money that everybody needs and wants waiting there for them. And there's only one reason it's not in their lives, and that's because they're stopping it from coming into their lives.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
How are we stopping it?
By thinking we don't have enough, by thinking we don't deserve it, by maybe being programmed the way you were, that my family didn't have very much, you know, I'm destined to not have very much, kind of born on the wrong side of the tracks kind of thing, or all of those thoughts, to believe that we only get money through our job. If you believe that that's the only way you're going to get money, that's the only way that you're going to get money. But you can get money from unbelievable, unlimited different ways.
If you decide you want to be rich, all you gotta do is start. Why not? Who gonna stop you? Unless you tell it to the wrong person. Mama, listen to me. I'm going to be rich. Anybody rich in this family? Go in there and sit down somewhere. Get yourself a good job. Oh, Mama, you must be right. No, Mama could be wrong. Because what you have in your imagination, God didn't show it to your mama. I'm sorry. He showed it to you.
Know what you want and believe that you can and will get it. Give expressions of gratitude many times daily for having received that which you want, even before you actually get physical possession of it. Possession starts first in the mind. Please remember this. Remember, there can be no application of applied faith without action. When overtaken by defeat, as you may be many times, remember that man's faith is tested many times before he is crowned with final victory. And accept your defeat as nothing more than a challenge to keep on trying.
But I'm starting to realize, bro, when you dance to your own rhythm, when you play by your own rules, and you living through your vision, that's a perfect indication you're doing it correctly. Because they literally don't see what you see. They don't see it. They don't see what you see. They don't see as far as you see. And they don't understand why you see what you see. They don't even understand where it's coming from internally. They don't. I didn't get that back then. I just knew I had the desire for more. I knew I had a vision that I couldn't ignore.
There is no end to what you're capable of doing. Once you get into this vibration, you'll start attracting things. Opportunity is just going to pop up everywhere you go.
Delayed gratification, which means putting off enjoying the fruits of your labor for a period of time. It's temporary so that you're focused in on what you're doing. This is the one thing that people always did that people that are not successful don't do. They're obsessed with making money. They're obsessed with their mission, their purpose, their idea, their project, and it's all they do. It's all they think about. They eat, drink, and sleep this obsession. They work on it, but it's not work to them. They absolutely love the journey because they understand the journey is actually the reward.
What would be the outcome? The experiment of being abundant would be that you would have to feel that feeling. It's so good at doing it with your eyes closed. You got to do it with your eyes open. Now, why? Because if you're feeling the feelings of your emotions, of your future, you're no longer looking for them.
You can do whatever you make up your mind to do. Believe, and you shall receive. Will you please remember that your life is exactly what you make it by your own mental attitude.
Listen to this. You do not have to be the smartest cat in town to earn a lot of money. As a matter of fact, you can be pretty dumb and earn a lot of money. I was pretty dumb and I was earning a lot of money. So when people tell me you got to be smart to earn a lot of money, I know that's not true because I knew I wasn't very smart and I was earning a lot of money.
If you complain about money, if you judge people who have it, if you rush when you're in lack, if you cheat when you don't have what you need, an abundant person doesn't do that. You got to look at that and say, I got to break these habits. Yes. Oh my God, if I truly want to be abundant, I can't act this way. Now here's the big one. If I truly want to be a new personality that's in a new personal reality, I can't take lack with me. I can't take unworthiness. I can't take the story that goes along with it with my parents or my grandparents or my ex or whatever. That story has to end.
When people look at the money that they're making and then the amount of effort that it takes them to make that money, they're like, you know what, at least I worked hard for my money. Bro, money gets printed out of thin air. You need to figure out how to make as much of it for the least amount of effort as possible. Why? Because there's dudes out there that are printing it. I don't think you understand. They're literally printing it. Printing it, and you're out here working for it, slaving away. So you need to ask yourself, how can I get as much money as possible for the least amount of effort? So you need to start a business. You need to be able to understand how to arbitrage. You need to learn how to sell. You need to learn how to market. These basic skills, because the assumption that you're going to find security in a job is a fallacy. They can fire you for any of a million reasons tomorrow. Your skills are what's going to determine if you stay afloat or not, if you have the ability to make money. The job doesn't count. The idea of having a side hustle that you're not actually fully invested doesn't count. You need to be focused on making money. Money is the name of the game. You have to take care of it.
A lot of you niggas gonna spend your whole life waiting on a handout, waiting on somebody to come and put you on, waiting for some money to fall in your lap, waiting for somebody to come and save you. No, ain't nobody coming to save you, bro. Once you understand, you're gonna have to do this shit on your own. You're gonna have to have your own motion. You're gonna have to have your own grind. You move different. You talk different. You apply pressure to shit different. It's different when you know nobody's coming.
No more around.
You want your life to be better? I can't help you. Lee can't help you. Joe Rogan can't help you. Ari can't help you. Only you can help you. Grab your ball, get a notebook, and write down what the you're gonna do this year. And this is it. You're not gonna have these problems. The drugs, cigarettes, it all starts today, all right? No more excuses. This is the year of the soldier. We're getting back what belongs to us, and that's it.
You chase something that you believe you deserve until you get it. And it doesn't matter what happens to you. It doesn't matter how many times you've been fired. It doesn't matter how many people don't believe in you. You just go until you get it. That's the point. Are you tired yet? But some of you need to get tired. You need to be tired of what's going on in your life. Get tired of your habits. Get tired of your results. Get tired of the actions that you're putting in every day. You gotta change, man, or nothing changes.
In Africa, you know from your early age that you're not counting on nobody. You're not expecting anything from anybody. It's all on you. And as long as you get that, the rest of your life get better.
Here's something a guy said recently. This dude said, there's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. And that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever.
Nobody's going to believe in you until you've already done it. Nobody's going to come and celebrate with you until you've already done it. The work is going to come before the belief, which means you're going to have to work for a long time by yourself with no applause, with no awards, with nobody telling you good job. And then once you start to build something and people start to see the momentum and they start to see the result and you start doing some things, then you're going to get a little belief.
Unless you understand that you've got to parent yourself, you got to push yourself, you're not going to make your dreams come true. You're just not.
You had nobody anyway, mother. So see how I'm talking myself right now? That's me. That shit fires me the fuck up. That shit makes me nuts. You had nobody anyway, motherfucker. Look around you. There was no team. It was you.
What's your most brutal life lesson?
Nobody's coming to save you. It's also the best one. The best day of your life is when you realize nobody's coming to save you. And when you can realize that, and you can kind of cynically smile because you know you want the ball in your court, then you're well on your way to being successful. When you take full responsibility of everything, good or bad, even if you don't do the actual task, if you take responsibility fully, you're free.
There's a tremendous amount of liberation that comes when you accept the fact that you're always going to need to give yourself a push.
The first two words of getting out of poverty are my fault. And the thing is it doesn't actually matter if it is your fault, but it is your problem. You have to solve it because no one else will. That allows you to actually do something about it.
Until you win, effort always goes unnoticed. Get used to it. No one roots for you until everyone roots for you. That's just how it works. You're going to lose sleep. You'll doubt whether it'll work. You'll stress to make ends meet. You won't finish your to-do list. You'll wonder whether you made the right call and have no way to know for years. This is what hard feels like. Everything worth doing is hard. And the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. More for you.
At some point, everything's going to go south on you. Everything's going to go south, and you're going to say, this is it. This is how I end. Now, you can either accept that, or you can get to work. That's all it is. You just begin. You do the math. You solve one problem, then you solve the next one.
The bottom line is, no one's coming. No one. No one's coming to push you. No one's coming to tell you to turn the TV off. No one's coming to tell you to get out the door and exercise. Nobody's coming to tell you to apply for that job that you've always dreamt about. Nobody's coming to write the business plan for you. It's up to you.
There is no perfect time to start. You gotta start now with changing your life. You gotta do your best work when you're least motivated. So those days you don't want to do it, guess what you gotta do? You gotta second the up and do it. Stay hard.
I just don't see the point.
This idea you have that there's a way to be safe, it's childish and cowardly.
It stops you from experiencing anything, including anything good.
Once you've already won, people are like, he's amazing, he's so good. But like, that's the time when you need it the least. You always have to be the person who roots for you before everyone else does. And it's usually a single clap in the auditorium for a very long period of time. It is a slow clap. That's just you.
The difference between should and must is reasons. Reasons come first, answers come second. If you got strong enough reasons, if you got a big enough why, you can figure out how to do anything.
Why don't you want to be in better shape? Why don't you want to be more successful? Maybe you can't find your why because you're lazy. Maybe you can't find your why because you have zero ambition. Regardless, you need to go out here and find it.
If the why is powerful, the how is easy. But if the why isn't strong, if your goals aren't powerful, if the vision isn't clear, the old prophet said, without a vision we die, without a vision we perish, without a dream we're nothing.
What's the chance of you making $1 million this year? Give me numbers. And everyone's like 0%, 0%, 0%. 1%, there's always 1%. It's like 5, and that's like the most it'll get to. And I said, okay, I'm gonna give you the most extreme example, but I just wanna see what happens, okay? What's the percentage chance of you making $1 million this year, legally, and if you don't, everyone that you love dies? And everyone's like 100%, 100%, 1,000%. I said, what changed? The goal didn't change, the time frame didn't change, why you're doing it changed. Would you wake up in the morning if everyone that you love's life depended on it and be like, yeah, well, maybe I should scroll on TikTok for a little while? No, you'd be like, I'm going to take action immediately. And so it doesn't need to be like a fear of losing everybody, but what's really behind that is like, why?
So you never wanted a regular type life, right? The is that barbecues and ball games? Yeah.
If you want to feel like your life has meaning, if you want to go to bed and sleep with a clear conscience, if you want to wake up in the morning looking forward to the day, purpose is a more meaningful, more reliable category than happiness.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful.
In order to be successful, you need to have a powerful why. Why do you want to be successful? Why do you want to achieve great things? Why are you doing the shit that you're doing on a daily basis? Why? I ask people this on a daily basis and everybody gives me these generic answers. Because I want to help people. Because I want to give back. Because I want to live a happier life. Why? What's the why here? Why do you want to do these things? Why do you want to feel this way? Why do you want to help people? Why do you want to give back? What's the reason? If you don't have a powerful reason, you're never going to reach your goals because you don't have something that's pulling you towards them. You don't have something that's going to wake you up before your alarm goes off. That why is everything. My why is very simple. I want to be remembered forever and I want to inspire one person a day because I know what it's like to struggle with the drugs and the alcohol and feeling like you're alone in life, having nobody to help you. What's your why?
You know, when you're built different than everybody else and you have this desire for more and this desire for achievement and this desire to win, everybody else looks at you like you're and they'll tell you that too. You know, what's wrong with you? Like, why can't you just relax? Why can't you just do this? Because I'm just not built that way, man.
How do I manage all this misery and suffering and futility? It's like, well, I need to figure out what I would have to do in order to make that clearly worthwhile. And so then you have your goal and then you think, well, I need to move towards that incrementally because I'm kind of useless and can only do so much and maybe not even that. But all I have to do is be a little bit better than my miserable self yesterday. And that'll propel you forward very rapidly.
If you don't have a strong enough why, if you don't know your compelling future, if you're not ready to climb through every brick wall, then go upstream and find that desire. Find it so when you're facing, oh my God, the money didn't come through, the bank fell through, the bank called their loan, or whatever you go through in different markets. You're just thinking, I just want to make more money to get the Ferrari. You have a reason for that Ferrari. You have a reason for your success. You have a reason for your future. That's when you say, oh, this failed. Let's try again. That didn't work. Let's try again. And how many times do you have to try again? Who knows? Could be 100, right? It's the people who give up on the 60th one and don't realize that your 61st time of getting past that failure was your next level.
Well, the purpose is you. We forget that. Every day I wake up and I don't want to do some shit.
I'm like, okay, man, do you want to be today? Do you want to feel like do you want to walk around all day knowing that you could, but you didn't? The main purpose in life is you. So if you wake up in the morning and you don't want to do something, you don't care enough about yourself. And that's what you need to really research is, man, why am I not doing this for myself? Because that is the number one purpose in life, is to better oneself.
What's your rabbit? So what you focused on each day? What you running after? What you chasing after? You may not apprehend it, but what gets you out of bed without an alarm clock? What gets you going when you don't feel like it? What makes you go get it when everybody say you can't?
If you don't know where you want to go or who you want to be, you eventually just float around and you eventually crash.
Most people walk around with no goals, no ambition. They don't know where they're going. It's like a ship with no destination. If you don't know where you're going, you'll never get there. Once you know where you want to go, then you direct your time, your energy, and your attention to the execution and the achievement of that goal. It's all about intention. But most people walk around in life thinking that life is just a big fat lottery. And it's just not that case. Those that live by the lottery of life most likely end up losing.
Make up your own mission statement. What do you want to be in life? And once you do that, now you can work with somebody to get better. You can work with yourself to get better. But until you know what you want to stand for, you will always just be sitting down. You'll never stand for anything.
The first question people go to is how. And that's the wrong question. How is absolutely the wrong question to start with, because if you've never done it before, what that produces is uncertainty. If you have uncertainty, then you don't execute at the same level. It's like people say knowledge is power. We all know that execution is power. Knowledge is potential power. Execution beats knowledge every day of the week. So my bias is towards action. Even if it's the wrong action, you're going to learn quicker than if you do nothing. But the challenge is people are asking how, and that produces uncertainty. What you got to ask is what and why.
Most people are afraid. Most people have been through shit in their life, and you have to really tap in, and you really have to get clear on your why and your driving force, and you have to face your fear. And until you do, you're not going to get what you want in life. And that's what holds most people back.
At a burrito, I came back and I'm in the law. When I walk in, I sit down, the doctor comes up and he says, "Oh my, I can't believe these arteries are in that young body." He goes, "Let me ask you a question. I heard your wife's pregnant. I said, "Yeah, I have a son." And he says, "Do you want to be there when he graduates from high school to be there for that day?" I said, "Yes, sir. Yeah." He goes, "Your wife's pregnant. What do you have?" And I said, "A daughter. This is where you get a dad." He goes, "Would you like to walk her down the aisle on her wedding day, or are you okay that it's some other man?" I went, "What the f is on this scan?" Right? And he goes, "I want to be very clear with you. If you keep going down the road you're going, there'll be some other man with your son at graduation high school, and a stranger's walking your daughter down the aisle that's not even born yet on her wedding day." And I went, boom. And he goes, "But if you do exactly what I tell you to do, you'll be there." And so to this day, brother, there are mornings when I wake up, not every morning, I don't want to go to the gym. I go, Bella's wedding, Bella's wedding, Bella's wedding. So my standards are high because of my big old reasons. Other dudes may miss the gym that day because they're not going to miss their daughter's wedding if they don't go. But I've convinced myself I'm going to get emotional. I've convinced myself I'll miss my daughter's wedding. So I will get my ass out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning and I will get to that gym because my reasons are bigger, so my standards are.
You can have what you want in 5 years, but there's 2 conditions. You have to know what it is, and you have to aim at it. Figure out what you want. Write it down. Figure out what you could do to start moving towards that, okay? Do that with your family relationships. Do that with your friendships. Do that with your career. Do that with your education. Develop a vision.
You are a creative force. Get the millionaire mindset. If you don't have the millionaire mindset, that money is a renewable resource and that you can create, and it is God, the universe, which is the source of your supply that gives you the power to get right. If you don't have that mindset, then you're going to have a struggle making your first million and making any large amounts of money. Money is a renewable resource. You can create money.
Now let me give you a description of the one thing which represents the main difference between a successful person and a failure. Please listen carefully and think for yourself as I speak, because failure to recognize the truth I am about to give you is the starting point of most failures. Successful people in all occupations, all professions, and and all callings have one trait which distinguishes them from the failures. It is their capacity for belief. The failures see the hole in the donut, but do not see the donut around the hole. The successes see the hole also, but they see the donut around the hole.
Changing your psychology around money changes absolutely everything.
The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank. The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank. We're going to go back to childhood and we're going to go to the future. What conversations do you remember your family having when you were young about money? What phrases? Here's some examples that might sound familiar. We can't afford it. Here's the consequence of that. This person, hopefully, they end up in a pretty nice job. Maybe they've done well. They have some decent amount of money. They come to me and they go, why do I still feel guilty ordering a salad when I eat out? And my partner is saying, we have the money. Look at our checking account. Why? Well, trace it all the way back to conversations you had starting at age 6.
Wow.
It's not about wealth. It's who you become.
Isn't it a strange fact that most people make a negative application of their great power of faith by thinking about and believing in poverty, ill health, fear, failure, and defeat, when it would be so easy for them just to change their thinking over to the circumstances and things they desire? If you aim for success above mediocrity, you will need to learn to act on your own personal initiative, because your success is something which you must achieve for yourself without someone telling you what to do or how to do it. There are two kinds of men who never amount to much: those who cannot do as they are told, and those who can do nothing else.
Most people learn how to fail and not to succeed. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. When they developed Tesla, everybody thought, not a new idea. But they were persistent, they were convincing, and they could see something that most people did not see. The same thing with Google, the same thing with Apple. They were providing something that people were looking for, but they did not know how to put it together. So if you want to be a billionaire, you have to start thinking what will work and not only what will fail. Billionaires look at their experience and say, this did not work, what can I learn from it? You have to change the way you think. Think about it.
There's been many periods in my life that I've had internal growth, which was this: work, 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 no results, but I'm a little bit better. Work, 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 no results, but I'm a little bit better. Work, 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 no results, I'm a little bit better. Work, boom, just got paid. I just got paid. And it looks like overnight success. Yeah. It's like, oh, it happened in a year. No, bro, it doesn't. Because if you do all those things, even if nothing happens and you know you're doing the right thing and you're on track, overnight success becomes this easy thing because you were internally growing and then the bubble popped. And then boom, it looks like you were doing it all along.
You want to make money? The key to making money is serving the most amount of people. The more people you serve, the more money you make. And people always say, athletes make so much money. Doctors should make more money than athletes. But I'm like, wait, how many patients you got? How many patients you got? The doctor got 30 patients. Well, you got 30 patient money. But how many people are enjoying watching LeBron play? Hundreds of millions? So he gets hundreds of millions of dollars. I said, dude, don't ever get it twisted. You serve more people, you get more props, you get more money.
Another way to get wealth is through servanthood. Listen very carefully. The more people you serve, the richer you become. The more people that you can serve and the more needs you can meet, the more successful you become.
If you're going to put your effort into something and you're going to work on something, you cannot afford the luxury of a negative thought. I'm going to write a book. I can't afford to think that it won't sell. I'm going to build a business. I can't afford to think that I'm not going to get any clients.
Do not accept from life or anyone else anything you do not desire. And remember that Mahatma Gandhi proved himself to be more powerful than the great British military forces by this simple method of passive resistance. Keep your mind eternally engaged in thinking of that which you desire most, your major purpose in life, so no time will be left for you to waste on thinking of that which you do not want.
The more I listen to this, the better my life gets. If they don't have what you want, Don't listen to what they say. There's no greater waste of time than justifying your actions to people who have a life you don't want.
Write out this sentence and paste it in a prominent place where you work and on a mirror where you see yourself in your home. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Remember also that you are the only person who can provide you with a positive mental attitude. What are you going to do about it? On your answer to this question rests your entire future.
Opportunities in life are like trains. There's always another one coming. There's not like this is the last opportunity that will ever present itself to you in this lifetime. No, there are an abundance of opportunities, tons of opportunities. There's huge amounts, and if you don't take advantage of this because of various conditions and circumstances that you can't, there'll be another one down the road. This is the confidence or knowingness that you can and will have tons of opportunities in this lifetime. You can't take advantage of every single one. Take advantage of the ones you want.
Oh, it's so easy to make money. You know this. Online, anybody can go out and make 10 grand a month. Literally. I was talking with a guy in Singapore, probably worth a couple $1 billion. I was having a conversation with him, and he's like, you know what the biggest issue is between the elite and people that make no money? I'm like, what? Financial literacy. He said, most people are financially illiterate, and it's a language. And what do you mean it's a language? He's like, yes, finance is the language of the elite. Self-education will never betray you. Self-education will never betray you. You have to sit down. You don't like to read books? Nobody gives a The marketplace doesn't care.
In order for us to change a belief or perception about ourselves and our lives, we have to make a decision with such firm intention that the amplitude of that decision carries a level of energy that's greater than the hardwired programs in your brain and the emotional conditioning in your body. And your body literally has to respond to your mind. Examine your personality and examine your personal reality. Change your personality, change your personal reality. Don't make it be about abundance. Make it about becoming abundant by overcoming the person who's not abundant.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. And that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever.
The winner never quits, and a quitter never wins. Definiteness of purpose. By now you should know what you want most from life, and you should have a plan. Minds capable of mastering all of their problems. Just remember this about adversities. Nothing is ever so bad or so unpleasant that it may not yield some benefit if we keep a positive mental attitude toward the experience and make it a habit to look for that seed of an equivalent benefit.
What is money? Define it. What is money? You go in, you give your time, your energy, your attention towards a task, and you get paid. What is those 15 pounds that you're getting for that hour worth?
Your time?
No, not your time. What is it worth? Where does it come from? Who gives that thing value? It has no value. That money isn't real. So what you need to do is you need to create money. And you create money by elevating the way that you think about finances, the way that you think about business, the way that you think about working. You don't work in order to get a paycheck. You work in order to build things that create money.
Your body is so objective that it's believing it's living in that reality where you are abundant. And as long as you feel that emotion, you're not separate from it any longer. You're no longer in lack. You're no longer looking for it to occur. Say, why hasn't it happened yet? If you're feeling abundant, why would you look? The longer you're conscious of that energy, the more you draw that future to you. Nothing changes in your life until you change.
Every family deserves to have a winner. I think it should be you. But you also have to disconnect, unplug your umbilical cord from the belly button of average and plug yourself into the mindset of a winner, which is a winner does more than expected every single time, no matter how they feel, no matter the circumstances. A winner shows up 10x times more than the average person. A winner has these unreasonable expectations of himself. A winner knows that he's destined for greatness. And no matter how many people around him tell him to slow down, be careful, watch out, that's too risky. You don't have the genetics, the DNA, the money, the mind, the brain power for that. A winner locks onto their goals and keeps going.
This is the millionaire mindset.
It's just money. It's made up. Pieces of paper with pictures on it so that we don't have to kill each other just to get something to eat.
Rich people's mindset, the millionaire mindset, the real, most important millionaire mindset is this. You think and you know and you have complete confidence in your own ability to create. You know that you have the ability to create money. You have confidence that you have the ability to create money anytime you need. With the help of the universe.
There's nothing wrong with being broke, homie. It's only wrong with someone being poor. Because poor is a mindset. Broke is just a temporary situation. Just use fix. But being poor, that's a mind state.
Let me tell you something. There is no nobility in poverty. I've been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every time.
Poor thinking habits keeps most people poor. Not poor working habits. Most people work hard, but they don't think hard. And Shope taught me that the mind is like a factory, a mental factory. And whatever you think about all day long pours ingredients into this mental factory. And that's what builds the economic, social, financial fabric of your life. As you think, so you become. How awesome.
There's an important phrase we use here. I think it's time you all learned it. Act as if. You understand what that means? Act as if you are the president of this firm. And then you're a millionaire. And it's just that simple.
Let me tell you what rich people do. Rich people give themselves pep talks when no one's around. When they're by themselves, they say things like, I'm a winner. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I am going to win. I'm going to make this happen.
Look at all those people down there. They follow the rules for what? They're letting fear lead them.
What happens if they don't?
Life's simple. You make choices and you don't look back.
Stay small enough, long enough, you'll be big enough, soon enough. See you at the top because the bottom is too crowded, but we never look down on anybody unless we're willing to help them up. Believing that you can is way more profitable than believing that you can't.
Successful people are always too busy doing what the other guys are still talking about. Successful people are always willing to do what the other guys are not willing to do.
Your friends are shit. And tell them you made 25 grand last month, they're not gonna believe you. F them. Parents don't like the life you lead? You, mom and dad. See how it feels when you're making their excess payments.
Set a goal to become a millionaire. Here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. Set a goal that'll make you stretch that far. For what it will make of you to achieve it.
Today, it's easier to make money than ever before. You are on your way to having your first $1 million in the bank and all of your bills paid.
Think and grow rich. Think and grow rich.
Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. Success is looking for a good place to stay. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself. Personal development.
Why is it that people are successful? It's simply this. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Why? It's because the rich think about wealth and affluence all the time. And what do the poor think about? The poor think about lack, loss, and limitation, risk, danger, fear, failure all the time.
Think and grow rich. Think and grow rich. Think and grow rich.
You become what you think about. And here's the interesting thing. You can choose. Choose what you think about. Choose. With your business, choose what you're aiming at. With your leadership, choose what you're aiming at. With your team, choose. Help them choose. The act of intentionality is so freaking powerful. It's unbelievable. Henry Ford said, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. I am amazed at the things we don't do because we have this little tiny bit of fear that offsets all the other data and all the other evidence in our life that causes us to not go do something. Because we just don't believe. And it's weird. When you start to believe, you become what you think about.
Never say you can't do it. Say I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it yet. And that's true with everything. It's like there's nothing that you can't do. You may not have done it yet. We don't know if you can do it or not until you
really practice, and then you find out if you can do it or not, or how well you can do it.
Money is not our issue. The mindset of money is our issue. If you don't have a mindset for money, then trading stocks and options wouldn't be the game for you, because you're not going to know how to manage your risk. You're not going to have the discipline to be able to stay out of the market when necessary. You're not understanding money in its totality. So when you got the mindset of money coupled with the skill of making money, this is what equals a wealthy person. This is what allows a person to be able to build wealth throughout their generations.
You cannot have what you're not willing to become vibrationally. If you do get it, you'll lose it. This is why people that win the lottery, they lose everything. They'll get a modicum of success but can't hold on to it, because inside they weren't vibrationally aligned. They really hadn't become it. So you can temporarily manipulate and get things, but to have it completely, you have to lift your vibration and become that.
You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got. I have found in my experience that income does not far exceed personal development. Now, sometimes income takes a lucky jump, but sure enough, unless you grow out where it is, it'll usually come back where you are. Life has strange ways. If somebody hands you $1 million, best you become a millionaire quickly, so you get to keep the money. Otherwise, sure enough, it'll disappear. Somebody once said, if you took all the money in the world, divided it up equally among everybody, it would soon all be back in the same pockets. Incredible.
Money does not exist. Did you know that? I learned that years ago from a very wealthy man. I was free from money that day. He says money is an idea. It's in your head. It's an idea. You are supposed to work for purpose, not money. If you find your purpose, money will find you. If you're not in your purpose, you haven't found your purpose, you're still working for money. Money's your boss.
Think and grow rich. If you can focus on building something for you, your life will be way better. So I started down that journey, because at the end of the day, thoughts are things. What you think about truly becomes your reality. One of the most magnificent things that I've discovered in the 46 years I've been on this earth is that genuinely, whatever reality you create in your mind, you can eventually walk towards and exist it. That's amazing, because I believe we're created. I believe that we can co-create. A lot of people think that's hocus pocus, but like my mentor said, he said, no, it's hocus focus. Wow. So if you focus on it for real, like really focus on a particular destination that you want to get to, and then you're willing to put in the work every day, consistently, eventually you can get there.
Everything is possible in your life when you believe. When you believe, everything is possible.
What come out your mouth is what's gonna come back to you. It's the law of attraction. All men are dogs. You finna meet all of them. I never get nobody. You're not. I can't lose this weight. You sure ain't. I'm gonna get fit this year. Strong possibility. I'll never be rich. Promise you won't. I'm gonna be rich one day. Strong possibility. It's how it works, man. It is the law of attraction. The moment you say it, you begin to change. It's the process. If you think big, you'll be big. If you think small, you'll be small.
A negative mental attitude can bring you nothing but failure. Remember always, you are where you are and what you are because of your mental attitude in which you relate yourself to other people. Remember also, your mental attitude is the one and the only thing over which you have complete control. Success is something which has to be planned, and success is something which has to be earned.
Anything that you can hold in your mind on a continuing basis, you can be, have, or do. You will become what you think about. Your only job is to make a very, very clear decision about the person you want to be, the things that you want to have, the goals that you want to accomplish, and then make sure that you feed your mind continuously, day by day, week by week, hour by hour, with words, pictures, images, ideas, thoughts, and information consistent with your goals and your ideals.
You cannot have wealth in your material world until you first visualize the wealth in your mind.
If you get a picture of what you really want, then it's just a matter of time until you have it. They keep reminding yourself that you have tremendous reservoirs of potential within you, and therefore you are quite capable of doing anything you set your mind to. You really can. So all you must do is figure out how you can do it, not whether you can or not.
About 5 years ago, I met a wise and wealthy man who had spent his entire life studying success. And he'd reached a clear conclusion concerning the reason for success in life and especially in business. He's dead now, but I'll never forget what he told me. He said the key to success was to set a goal and then to stay with it until you achieve success in at least one important thing. He said that your subconscious mind will then accept that success experience and store it as a pattern, like a template. And then from then on, your subconscious will drive you and direct you and guide you to repeat the pattern of success in other things that you attempt. Another way of saying it is that nothing succeeds like success. Psychologists have demonstrated that achievement brings you a natural high. Once you've experienced your first great success, then not only are you unconsciously programmed to repeat it, but nothing else will ever give you the same wonderful sense of satisfaction.
Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Not even me. You got a dream, you got to protect it. People can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do it. You want something, go get it. Period.
When you realize how powerful your mind is, you can create anything you want. This is the goal. The main thing of being alive is learning how to create. And now when the veil is thinning, we're moving into this new earth, we're into the shifting, we're bringing all these abilities back. This is what you're supposed to learn how to do. This is your movie. So you are the producer, director, an actor in your own play. You're also the script writer, but the script isn't written. It's written as you go along. You can change it anytime you want. You can create anything.
You know the only difference in steam and ice is the state of vibration of the water or the H2O. Do you know the only difference in where you are versus where you want to go is your state of vibration? Do you know that everything to get you there is already here? And it always has been. You know, when you take an idea and you impregnate it over and over again, you impregnate that idea into one cell. When you impregnate that idea into the cell, that cell is dividing 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. And the process goes on at the rate of 50,000 cells per second. And the more and more you act on it, even though you don't feel good about it, but you work with the idea, you start to develop this change in vibration. But what is really happening is you're impregnating the cells with the characteristic or the idea. What we need to do is we need to constantly think about where we're going, what we want to do, and we start to increase our level of thinking by vibration, and we begin to attract thoughts of a like nature that'll move us in that direction.
How badly do you want what you want? How badly do you want it? Or do you want it at all? You see, there's an awful lot of people who want an awful lot of things. But how badly do they want it? If you want it so badly, if you want it with tremendous intensity of desire, there's really nothing in the world that can stop you from getting it. There's an interesting story was told about Socrates, and Socrates was talking to one of his students, and the student said, I am hungry for knowledge. What can I do to increase my knowledge? And Socrates said, knowledge is something that is readily available and easy to get if you want it bad enough. He said, I'm sure I want it badly enough. And Socrates said, come with me, and he walked him offshore into the ocean and walked him offshore into the Aegean Sea. And they got about 3 or 4 feet, and Socrates, a very, very strong man, grabbed the young man and put his head under the water. And the young man began to struggle and struggle and struggle, and finally became incredibly frantic, and finally brought him up. And he said, now, what did you want while you were under the water? And he said, all I wanted was air. He said, all I could think of in the whole world was air. He said, when you want knowledge with the same intensity that you wanted that oxygen, you will get all the knowledge that you could desire. And when you want anything with great intensity, if you have the desire, you'll get it.
This is the millionaire mindset.
Your subconscious mind hears what you tell it to hear and sees what you make it see. For example, if you're constantly thinking, I'm tired of being broke, your subconscious mind will prove you right. It hears, I'm tired and broke, and it works all day and night to make it true. Your words are spells. That's why you spell words. They're magical. Your tongue can slay you. Hold it if you don't know how to use it.
Stay small enough, long enough, you'll be big enough soon enough. See you at the top because the bottom is too crowded, but we never look down on anybody unless we're willing to help them up. Believing that you can is way more profitable than believing that you can't.
Successful people are always too busy doing what the other guys are still talking about. Successful people are always willing to do what the other guys are not willing to do.
Your friends are shit. And someone made 25 grand last month, they're not going to believe you. Them. Parents don't like the life you lead? You, mom and dad. See how it feels when you're making their just payments.
Set a goal to become a millionaire. Here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. Set a goal that'll make you stretch that far. for what it will make of you to achieve it.
Today, it's easier to make money than ever before. You are on your way to having your first $1 million in the bank and all of your bills paid.
Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Not even me. You got a dream, you got to protect it. People can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do it. You want something, go get it. Period. Start working for yourself. Sky's the limit.
What is the one thing that people who made $1 million that they did that I guarantee you are not doing? It is called work. They worked 12 to 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week on making money. They had an obsession with making money. That's all they thought about. They had singular focus. They had singleness of purpose. And I guarantee you don't do that because you want to live a balanced life. Well, I'm sorry, but people who succeed in life don't live a balanced life. It is a fantasy. It is a myth. If you say I want to live a balanced life and make millions, welcome to Fantasy Island.
If you want to unlock your potential, if you want to go straight to the stars, you have to use the law of substitution to keep your mind on what you want. Use the law of concentration to dwell continually on the results you desire. Be solution-centered rather than problem-centered. Be goal-centered rather than loss-centered. And the law of subconscious activity will begin to adjust your words, your actions, your feelings, your emotions, and everything to the point where you will draw into your life the people and circumstances that will harmonize with it. Now, what's the most powerful thing you can do? It's very simply this. Success begins with taking purposeful, systematic control of the content of your conscious mind. Purposeful, systematic control of the content of your conscious mind. Everything comes back to the law of control.
Is there any better feeling than being locked in?
No.
Like when you are locked in and you are, you're taking, and you're in a rhythm and you every day you're knocking it down. You never miss a step. Like you go to bed feeling great. You wake up feeling inspired. You go in the gym with energy, right? Like that's the best way to live it.
But I promise you, bro, you have so much potential. If you literally just took it and put it in one place, you could literally change your life.
Truly believe that if you put your 100% effort into something, then you can't lose. God knows if you deserve the results. And if you truly try, you truly commit yourself 100% to something, I don't see how you can fail it. In fact, I don't think you can. In fact, I refuse. I completely refuse. You can't fail at it.
You said you were going to do it this year, but you didn't. So what's going to be different about this year? What kind of person are you going to actually become in order to achieve what the you want to achieve?
There's a law in physics that basically says that when you have energy that is vibrating at a particular frequency, within 17 seconds, other energy like that will be attracted to it. So if I'm having a positive thought or a negative thought, then what happens is that energy is attracted to it. I have other thoughts that are like that thought. So if you do that 17 seconds, 68 seconds, then momentum begins to occur. So let's say that I'm normally, all of our emotions have a frequency to it. So if I'm in despair or anger or worry, all of those are lower, denser frequencies. You get into things like contentment, happiness, joy, love. Those are higher, faster frequencies. Let's say that I normally live in contentment, and that's my set point because that's where I live. I think about that all the time. That's what my makeup is, that sort of thing. So I'm driving down the highway. All of a sudden, a car cuts me off, and I get angry. So now I'm in the lower, denser frequencies. And so then I go back to the office, and I'm telling all my colleagues, here's what happened. This knucklehead cut me off. Go home, tell my wife back. What am I doing? I'm vibrating angry energy. I'm attracting into my world whatever it is that I'm vibrating. So where my thoughts are, that's what's creating my reality.
It is easier to make money than ever before. You can make more money faster today than ever before in history. Why aren't more people making money? Wealthy people show initiative. Broke people don't.
The faster you are, the more money you will make. Your bank account is actually a reflection of how fast you move. I was sitting with one of my mentors, Bill Perkins. I asked him, Bill, you're worth a lot of money. You've made hundreds of millions of dollars. Why do you think you've been so successful? And he kind of looked at me and he thought for a second. And he said, I move really fast. By the time somebody else has thought about an idea, taken it to investment committee, I've already started, made 3 mistakes, and found a better way.
Now, y'all look money hungry, and that's good. Anybody tells you money is the root of all evil doesn't have it.
A broke person thinks that there's a limit to opportunity and a limit to the amount of money out there, that there's a finite resource of money. They think, I just don't have opportunities. I've missed the opportunities. There's this limiting belief around money that poor or broke people have. Rich people, on the other hand, understand this, that money is a renewable resource, which means if they lose all their money today, it's no problem. They can create more. Do you understand this? Do you think that you can create as much money as you want? You don't, do you?
Working jobs we hate, so we can buy shit we don't need.
When you really want something, just in my life experience and seeing other people, seeing myself, seeing other people that like made stuff happen, it's like, man, when you really want something, you're gonna find a way, ultimately.
Every single day is about winning that battle against yourself.
And it might not be today or next year or 5 years or 10 years, but this thing takes priority and precedent over all other things.
You have to want it. You have to want to be better.
When you realize you have to make this shit work or you're falling on your face, it's a different kind of grind, a different kind of mentality, a different kind of person, a different side of you that you've never seen before that comes out when you go all in.
Everybody has the desire to do something, but they don't have that, they don't know how to really complete the process of dedicating themselves and having the discipline to do it.
Complete delusion. You gotta believe the delusion because it's only delusional until it works. So is it really delusional?
You have to be crazy enough to think that it's possible. That's how you do something worthwhile. That's how you beat the odds. You have to believe it's possible, okay? And when you believe something is possible, everything else will figure itself out.
If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen.
The power of the mind, people don't understand. We still don't understand. I still don't understand how powerful it is. I'm still learning. But I know one thing is I can make things happen.
We don't
Squarespace is not only the best place to build your website, but to discover new domains too. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your top football camp, whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Maybe velvetchords.com for your music studio, or existentialglitter.com for your artist studio. With a website from Squarespace, you can build your brand and your business all at squarespace.com. Get your domain before they're gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website.
All right, have you ever wondered, what's my purpose? Like, how do I know what my purpose is? Myron, can you be sure about your purpose? Now, I can remember a time in my life where this perplexed me so heavily, I just didn't know what I was supposed to do because I had a lot of skills in a lot of different arenas. I had a lot of passions in a lot of different arenas, but I wanted to make sure that I was doing the thing that God wanted me to do, not just the thing I wanted to do because I wanted to do it. And I remember wrestling with this idea of this whole concept of being, quote, called to preach. And I was like stuck for a long time. How do you know you're called to preach? And I remember talking to my good friend David Mitchell about this. He's like, well, you know you're called to preach more based on whether or not other people recognize the call on you than whether or not you recognize it on yourself. He said other people will recognize a call on your life oftentimes before you will. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but how do I know? Well, I'm gonna give you some really concrete steps. And David gave me some too, but I'm not throwing him under the bus because I love that dude. He is my best friend and one of my favorite humans. Right. So I'm not throwing him under the bus, but I'm gonna give you today some things that I've discovered that will help you discover your purpose so that you can live a fulfilled life. I mean, like completely fulfilled. I'm not talking about you have a lot of money, but you destroyed your family, or you got a great family, but you can't feed them, right? Or you got a great family and you got a lot of money, but you hate your job. Like I'm talking about completely 100% fulfilled, living your life in your purpose, on purpose, purpose-driven, all day, every day. Let's go, let's get it. So that's what I'm going to share with y'all today. How to discover, how to know your purpose. And not only am I going to share with you how to know your purpose, I'm going to share with you today why I believe that purpose is the only key to fulfillment. If you don't fulfill your purpose, you're going to feel unfulfilled regardless of how much money you make. If you don't fulfill your purpose, you're going to be marginally miserable your whole life. I don't care how beautiful your wife is or how handsome your husband is. If you don't fulfill your purpose, you are going to be miserable. And the Bible did not leave us without an answer. So I'm going to read something to you. But before I do, I'm going to make a statement, and I want y'all to finish it like most people finish it when you say this statement. I'm going to make the first part of the statement. You make the second part of the statement the way most people do it, not the way you've learned from me. Okay, y'all ready? God is good. Exactly. All the time. And all the time. So when we think God is, and somebody said holy, somebody said something else. So there are so many different adjectives to describe God. God is good, God is holy, God is sovereign, God is righteous, God is just, God is king, God is omnipotent, God is omnipresent, God is omniscient, God is omnipotent. God is God. But here's what I find fascinating. When God gave us his word, none of those things are the first thing that God told us about God. Now, when I meet somebody, what I'm going to tell that person about me is going to be determined by who that person is and what we're about to do, right? If I meet a golfer, I'm not going to start talking to him about my guitar. And if I meet a guitarist, I'm not going to start talking to him about my golf clubs. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? So context, when you meet somebody, determines content. And the first thing you tell somebody about you is the most important thing you want them to know about you when you first meet them. Is what I'm saying making sense? Okay, so check it. The first thing that God tells us about God, we find in Genesis chapter 1, my favorite chapter in the whole Bible. And here's what it says. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. 10 words in English, 7 words in Hebrew. Breshit, bara, Elohim, et, hashemayim, ba'et, haaretz. 7 words in Hebrew. Say the same thing. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, I don't know how your mind works, but my mind is a perpetual question mark. Well, why? Why does that work like that? Why does that work like that? Why do you have 5 different positions in the pentatonic scale? Why is the melody always in the pentatonic scale? I want to know all the whys to all the whys. And when I read, in the beginning, God created heaven and the earth, and later I found out God is self-existent, self-sufficient, self-satisfied, needs nothing. In fact, he told Job, if I was hungry, I wouldn't tell you.
Welcome to the Also AI podcast. Discover the latest advancements in artificial intelligence through insightful discussions with industry experts. Each episode will bring a fresh perspective on AI and addresses the real-world challenges, opportunities, and interests you as an IT reseller might have or your customers could ask you about. Featuring experts from Also and leading vendors, we explore diverse insights on AI.
Welcome to Also AI Podcast. I am Henrik Asserhave, your host. I'm working at Also as a European Group Sales Lead for Commercial Computing and Group Lead for Lenovo 360 that are covering Lenovo product lines across Europe. Together we'll be on a journey together. Each season will be a different aspects of AI, showing the real-world applications and their impact. Every episode will offer a new insight and tackles the challenges and the questions you and your customers will face now or sooner. As a leading European technology provider, Also is dedicated to exploring the latest trends and innovations driving the future of technology. In this second season, AI Insights with Lenovo, we will meet experts from Lenovo, AMD, and Also. If the devices on your disk could listen, summarize, translate, and secure your data without sending anything to the cloud, what would that mean for your customers? Today, we are talking about the momentary of the IT lead phases, moving from the legacy PC to AI fleet. So with the guest we have of the podcast today, I would make a warm welcome to Jörg, and I will ask you to present yourself and your background.
Thank you very much, Henrik. Yeah, my name is Jörg Roskowitz. I'm in charge of the central EMEA FIE pre-sales team, and we are responsible to work with our end customers as well as with our OEM partners like Lenovo to create POCs at the customer side. That means we are defining the right hardware from edge up until to the data center, as well as the software integration. And I'm really pleased to be here today. Thank you.
And Jörg, we have more guests in the room here today. So we also, Nick, if you can do an introduction to yourself.
Thank you, Henrik. Yes, I'm Nick Cameron. I work for Lenovo, but I'm the AMD Business Development Manager in the UK. So often spending lots of time talking to customers about what they need, what they want, and how Lenovo and AI and AMD can fit into their journey.
Welcome to you as well. Ralph, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Henrik. So I'm Ralph Nader. I'm the category lead at EMEA level for Lenovo, handling the solutions and the services group. And today I'm really excited to have that discussion today, where we're going to focus on the cybersecurity aspect that Lenovo is putting focus on, how we're going to drive it into the PC market, and specifically the transition into the new AI PCs and how we are doing that integration.
Welcome to you as well. And Xavier, my colleague.
Hi, Henrik. I am Xavier Sibert. I am the new Focus Sales Manager for the business unit Lenovo at also Germany. So I'm the newbie, really newbie here with only 2 years. For my background, I spent almost 20 years in the B2C field with a large electronic retailer. And I'm thrilled to be here today to talk about that great thematic, what AI is.
Welcome to all of you. And I'm quite sure that we will find some interesting talks during the next minutes. And let's look into what is happening here. So why AI matters in the cutting edge and the AI NPUs, latency and privacy. Jörg, can you help me from the beginning to start with the fundamentals for the organization still relying heavily on the cloud, how that is working, and also maybe define the moving things that we are becoming to see essentials for the future as well?
Yeah, thank you very much, Henrik. That's a good question. So currently there are a lot of discussions, people asking, shall we do on-premise or off-premise in regards to our AI workloads? And we think it will be a hybrid-based system. So that means people will run on their own device on the edge side of things, specific with the latest Ryzen AI product supported by the NPUs, as well as the data center applications to host data into the cloud. Why they are doing this? I think this has several reasons. Currently, it is important to drive efficiency. Efficiency is a point about performance. So that means we need fast responses, which we normally measure in low latency times. The other point is about security, and we will hear a little bit more information about this is running, but just think about your own data, right? So nobody want to share personal data within the cloud accelerated by AI models. So therefore, a local AI agent running on a notebook or on a desktop system can be key for companies to run their own applications. These can be either chat agents just for supporting infrastructure, for educational infrastructure, for research and development. And there are a lot of use cases already which are showing the proof points for these kind of the devices. And last but not least, it's all about cost. So we need to optimize on cost. When we want to establish a new application, people always talk about TCO, total cost of ownership. And this is something where you can improve with a mixed hybrid environment.
Yeah, you talked about NPUs. So just to explain a bit, so we have talked about CPUs, GPUs for quite many years. NPU is not new any longer, but maybe you can elaborate on what's behind that wording.
Very good point. So NPU stands for Neural Processing Unit, and it will accelerate integer as well as floating point operations. What does it mean in easy words? Maybe you all remember 10 to 15 years again with the Blu-ray and DVD decoding stuff. So in the beginning, it was accelerated by the CPU, which means the CPU utilization was always very high, almost 100%. The battery drain was a lot. So that means after 1.5 hours, battery was empty and you couldn't finish the experience to watch the movie. Similar to the NPU, what is the NPU doing? The NPU is accelerating these AI workloads. It doesn't matter if it's an AI agent, if it's to generate pictures or even movie clips. It can accelerate these days up to 35x the performance, or let's call it efficiency. It's not necessarily only the performance, it's the efficiency to have a better all-day experience for the customers. And the same thing we have done with the DVD Blu-ray decoding in the past. We added the decoders into the silicon, like the NPU, and this allowed us to have more performance, and higher battery lifetime.
Yeah, just to clarify, maybe also, so NPUs, it's a new word. So like with a lot of other things, we also have a speed within NPU, so we can clarify that as well. So how do you measure how fast the NPU is running? That's another wording for that.
So this means TOPS, thousands
Yes, exactly.
operations per second. This is the current measurement. And the higher the TOPS, the better the performance will be.
Okay, good. So that we will talk about TOPS, and then people need to understand what TOPS is about, and that will be a new topic that we are to talk about for many years from now.
Exactly.
Good. Yes. Yeah. So Ralph, over to you. So we are many speakers today. So let's see how we can look into that from a security point of view, like Jörg is saying. So the biggest challenges the customers are facing right now across devices, is that something that you can share with us, how to control the security in a better way?
Of course, of course. So basically from Lenovo point of view, and for the last couple of years, we've been focusing a lot on addressing the customer, I would say, pain points, and try to understand how we can support our customers through their journey, right? And one of the important things is that Lenovo has been working on is to identify the core solution, or some kind of solution where we can embed our customers. And this is where it came, our ThinkShield Pro solution that we have embedded and we have introduced into the market. That solution, we started that solution, I would say, a few months ago, where we wanted really our customers to take the added value of the essential solution that we have. And when I talk about the essential solution, I'm talking about everything related to the supply chain security that we are offering in our notebooks. Yeah. I'm talking about the biosecurity that we are offering, plus the firmware security. On top of that, Lenovo decided, or we were part of the thinking, why not to introduce more and try to drive more an AI-based solution where the customer will get more added value when it comes to some malware protection and some data protection and a hardware defense. And this is where we introduce what we call a ThinkShield XDR control that's going to help our customer in order for them to, I would say, do the prevention, the detection, and the response to any attack. And all these, I would say, features are AI-driven, which means that you will not get any human interfacing, meaning that the control itself is happening through AI. It's helping the customer to take action immediately in case any detection is happening on their PC, and then the response is coming directly. This is from the XDR control, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the security is of course something that is giving us another layer, another attention to what AI is also giving us as opportunities. So of course security will be an element also in what we are doing together with the AI solutions there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is what we are doing from that perspective. Correct.
So with you, Nick, taking that, so how do you think that the AI changes in the conversation you're having with the business partners when they're looking at a new laptop or notebook? How would that change, or how would that develop?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there's lots of conversations at the moment with customers around do we go on the AI journey now, and in terms of with a CPU, do we go with an NPU or not? I think we're definitely seeing lots and lots of new applications coming down the line for local NPU usage. I know Lenovo have a solution. It was called Lenovo AI Now last year. It's now going to become Lenovo Kira, and I think that's it's a very powerful tool, because for me, if there's any internal documents that we don't want to put in the cloud, then I can run that locally on my device. So that's
Kira is also it's a local running solution that Lenovo is providing on AI, right?
Yes, exactly. So I haven't actually been able to try Kira yet, because they're only coming out. It's only coming out with the newest. The newest devices, but right now it's Lenovo AI, and that is running PowerPoints and Word documents locally to get summaries, etc. And I think also on that, I think there's lots of new factors coming with local AI usage. But I think as well, looking at Microsoft, they're really embracing the kind of the MPU and the usage of the MPU. And I think for customers, maybe when they're looking at their new kind of like devices, for Windows 12 when it comes out, potentially, and this is entirely my opinion, potentially Windows might say you need to have an AI device to have Windows 12. So again, completely my own opinion, but I think that's something that business partners and customers need to be thinking about when they're purchasing devices now.
So do you think that the NPU will be a new standard that will be like basic stuff that you look at when you buy a new PC?
I think absolutely yes.
Is that something that has started already, or is it something that we will see more and more to come?
I think I'd say at the moment probably like 60% of our customers are kind of looking at AI usage locally on the MPU for various different reasons. I mean, they might have Copilot Plus, they might be future-proofing for these new applications. So I think it's a conversation that's happening all the time. And I think it's often just maybe for some customers down to cost. But again, coming back to Windows 12 potentially, if that's a feature, then you might actually be insulating yourself to not have to purchase a new device again in a couple of years' time if that's a requirement.
No.
But you talk about Windows on Microsoft, right? So Microsoft is doing these kind of recommendations or even setting these requirements to get the Windows 11 logo with Copilot support.
Yeah. Maybe you should also emphasize a little bit about Copilot and Copilot Plus. That Copilot is an AI function where you can ask questions like with other GPT solutions, where Copilot Plus is a hardware requirement that is giving a decent load of TOPS. So it needs to be above 40 TOPS in order to have the Copilot Plus branded name linked to. Good. So from partner perspective, Sergey, you are, as my colleague, you are talking with the partners all the day. So what are the perspectives that you are talking with the customers about?
Well, the perspectives I'm talking about with the partners, they are still not sure about, should I go on it? Should I wait a bit before I go on AI? And in further talks, we can always see that this is exactly what they need and what the standard will be, like you said before. And it's very important to see here what the cost factor and the time winning factor is playing for a role in the decision. And when they look at the cost and the time winning, they see really what it brings to go on AI computer and solutions.
I mean, the transition into AI PC is not something I would say, it's not something easy to happen. We feel it in the market. And it's taking some time. Customers would like to understand the added value that they're going to get when they're going to buy those AI PCs. So it's not going to happen in a short transition of time. Still, customers, they need to understand, as we have described, the Copilot Plus, the AI agent that's coming. All these features, customers need to understand really the added value. For example, and since we brought up the Copilot discussion, we at Lenovo, for example, we are offering or we are working on offering a managed services or some sort of webinar and training for the customers so they can understand what is the Copilot once they're going to buy it. These are licenses that the customer, they're going to pay for. So they need to understand the added value of it. And that transition, remember, when we moved from Windows 10 to Windows 11, there was a lot of back and forth, right? So customers will understand. The same thing going to happen with the transition into AI PC. Today, I think the percentage is still not high, right? How much we are selling as AI PCs, it's still limited. But moving forward, when the customer will start seeing or understanding the added value, this is where they will bring it to their customers, to their employees, to their background.
Yeah, so if we convert that into how the usage is for GPT solutions and things like that, maybe the hardware is ahead of the market in that. So the AI is really moving fast forward, but some of the capabilities we have within the hardware usage of NPU, that will come more and more and more. So more an investment in the future as well, and you will have some benefits already from today, but there will be even more benefits along the road when we are seeing more benefits coming in that can run on that specific unit on the PC. So the difference between, to you, Jörg, the difference between what we see with cloud-based and hardware-based, how do you see a difference coming up there? I would say that today many are using cloud-based solutions. So what will that mean to the future?
So as we discussed at the beginning, we think that the future will be a hybrid model. So you need to think about the fast process in terms of AI adoption as well as AI development. So just going 1 year back, it was nearly impossible to run a small LLM on the CPU side. So today, no problem, up to 8 billion, you can run without any challenges. So taking the rise in AI products, also these days, running a chat agent, which you control by voice, is not rocket science anymore. It is already working. So it required data center hardware in the past, but it's getting more and more optimized. I think specific in regards to security and confidential compute, this will be a must given. So for example, if you deal with sensitive data at a small, medium customer placement, for example, you will run it locally on your workstation, a single server side, or on the edge device. And if you want to do, if you deal with bigger data, you will go into the cloud offerings. This is exactly what we already get with agentic AI applications, right? So easy, small questions can be answered locally, and the more complex the task will be, it can be extrapolated into the cloud ecosystem.
Okay, so that would be a mix, and that would be something that will be local, some will be cloud-based as well. So taking that into consideration with you, Ralph, the security link to this, what are the customers asking most frequent right now?
So as Jörg was saying, I mean, customers, they are working in a very hybrid environment, right? And the customer, they need to make sure that they do have that visibility when it comes to the threat they are going through, right? So this is something very important. There is as well the attacks. So basically the threats are hard to detect, right? With all the technology that's coming out. So there is that, I would say, some sort of customer security that they are always asking for. And this is where the play of Lenovo is coming into the game, where we can offer those kind of, I would say, security to our customers, even if we're talking about related to firmware attacks, related to device management, related to visibility into the hardware, right? So all these things are very important for us to look at. And this is what we are getting from our customers.
And that, I think that's important, maybe also a link to what we should talk about now when we talk about the all the data that we are exchanging and how we are managing the systems as well. So Nick, so what does it mean for the IT teams when they're deploying hundreds or 10 devices new to an organization? How will that hardware and software validation matter? How do you collaborate with the IT infrastructure from an IT manager point of view, and then enrolling that into the organization?
Yeah, sure. So I think maybe also more of a services question for Ralph as well. There, I know Lenovo have quite a lot of offerings around kind of bringing all the devices into your estate. But I mean, from a Lenovo perspective, we can definitely help kind of pre the devices arriving, coming into the estate, and help manage the services that sit around that, whether that's autopilot, image management, etc., which can make it easier for customers to move across from kind of like one platform to another. And then in terms of kind of adopting kind of AI devices into your fleet, it's relatively straightforward. It's not too complicated at the moment. Anything different than kind of your regular non-AI PC devices. So yeah, Lenovo, I think.
So no special handling when you talk AI devices compared to where we are today.
From my side, no. I see Ralph's got his hand up. So Ralph.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. And thanks, Nick. So basically, from our side, we have introduced what we call AI agent into Premier Support and Premier Support Plus. This is something very important, and let me take a few minutes to talk about that one. Lenovo, we knew that the customers who, as we have said previously, the customers are doing the shift into AI PC, and all our new AI PCs, they are coming with a lot of integrity of new, I would say, features that has been added. And this is why Lenovo wanted to ensure that we introduce in our services what we call an AI agent. What does it do, that AI agent? First of all, the customer will get access to some sort of a portal, either through Teams, right, or a commercial vintage, which is on for Lenovo, or any e-support website available. Then that AI agent is going to help the customer, because it's a service that we are providing through Premier Support or Premier Support Plus. So it's an AI agent that's going to help the customer in many aspects, meaning that the AI agent is going to check the status of any open tickets the customer has been doing for the last couple of weeks or month. Then they can register all not all, but the five last conversation they had with him, meaning that if they want to reopen any discussion that happened in the past, they can look at it. Then troubleshooting is happening. So if the customer is requiring any troubleshooting for the PC, the AI agent will do it immediately. Then if any upsell suggestion is coming, meaning that the customer would like to run any upsell, the AI agent is willing, or they can do that. If none of those questions has been addressing the customer request, then the AI agent is going to transfer the customer into any live chat or any live call with the Lenovo support. So that AI agent has been introduced just recently, I would say in the last 2 months. Now we are embedding it into our Premier Support and Premier Support Plus to any new AI PCs that we are introducing into the market. And this is really important for the price of the services that the customer is paying today. They're gonna get all these features embedded for them. That is a huge added value that the customer is going to take. We have a huge price increase on the hardware, but we're not going to get that price increase on the AI agent, because we know there is an advantage. We'd like the customer to take the benefit out of it.
To take that. Yeah. Good to hear. So I think I'll link that to also what has happened just recently. So Microsoft have closed down for Windows 10. So end of support Windows 10 upgrade. So service is something that is really more in the focus now. So all the upgrades with security and all the stuff that Microsoft is providing to Windows 10 is now ending. It has ended. Xavier, you're talking to the partners about how security really matters. Are we there where the importance of security is something that is on the table when we discuss about new upgrades for PCs?
Yeah, this is a topic who is frequently talked with the partners, and we try to build the perfect link between the opportunities and between the process that Lenovo is giving.
I agree with you. So the services that we were provided, but also the Windows upgrades. I believe that there are still the upgrades we can see from Windows 10 devices. There are still so many devices out there that are not upgraded yet. So from that perspective, also by upgrading to a new device, it's really interesting how to see that of course the upgrades makes a difference, but also with the services, and also what I hear from you, Xavier, that the partners are looking at that more intense as they have done previously, and also see some opportunities in making good solutions for the end customers, so they keep having safe devices. So let's move into a next topic we are looking into. That is the open software, ROCm, and the framework choice. So I think that is really something that now we're going a bit deeper into what the AI is. Jörg, can you please elaborate on those special terms? And maybe you should also explain what it is just before we start on the topic.
That's a very good question, and I'm happy to share a little bit more about that. I just read an MIT article which was mentioning about that 85% plus of the AI initiatives are currently failing. And there was an analysis why these AI initiatives are failing. And there are a couple of reasons I would like to highlight before I continue with the software stuff, because software was one of the key elements. It's really the processes you have inside the company and the ability in open source based software. So the current challenge on AI is that nothing has been written in stone. There are no standards yet, right? So what we can say is that every month, every quarter, something new will appear to the market. If it's either a model, a framework, a library, whatever it will be, there are changes, and we need to work with those changes. And on the developer side of things, they don't care about hardware. So they don't want to deal with the different hardware manufacturers. They just want to solve their problem. In that regards, they want to run their AI agent. And therefore, it is so important to have an open ecosystem. So we call it heterogeneous system architecture, because even within AMD, we have 5 to 6 different architectures. We have the DPU, we have the FPGAs, we have the GPUs, we have x86, we have ARM, and we have the SoCs with that NPU, with this neural processing unit connected, where we need to make sure that the software ecosystem can deal with. And specific within on Windows environment, we need to make sure with our ROCm ecosystem, which stands for Radeon Open Compute, that all these different silicon parts will work together. And one on top, it's not only working on AMD hardware. So if you work with HIP ROCm, it will also work on CUDA. So that means on the NVIDIA environment. And we can see it currently very clear. Just looking into the current market perspective, the majority is using PyTorch. Why PyTorch is such successful? They are running more than 80% of the market share because they supporting each and every device in the market. It doesn't matter if it's a CPU, a GPU, an FPGA, a DPU, or whatever architecture is underneath. It will be supported so that the developer or the customer can just purchase a device and get an optimized feature for their AI agents or AI application they want to run.
So the way that you create the hardware and make an enablement for the software also to collaborate on the hardware platforms from AMD is something that really matters then in the next topics when we talk about how to actually use the hardware in a really good way. So taking that discussion we have right now over to you, Nick. So with all that new stuff coming both on the hardware side and on the software side, how will that impact for Lenovo's SMB and enterprise customers?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I mean, it's all of the things that Jörg said are very, very exciting, very, very exciting. I think having AMD having the kind of like the language in place to be able to talk across all different platforms is really, really important. And I think as well, it should be hopefully for the SMBs in the SMB space. I mean, I know in kind of the larger enterprises, we have a lot of people who they know how to use CUDA and they like to stick to what they know. But maybe in the SMB space, we have new people coming in, maybe some smaller companies who are learning and they're willing to try something new. And I think for this space, this might be very exciting for AMD.
So the base that we have with the platforms, both from the hardware and the software side, is something that can be used in all segments. So all verticals within wherever you work, but also within the size of the company that you're working in. So it's not something fits only for enterprise, or it could be like individual also. Okay, good to hear.
This is the importance, because I think the winner will be who can offer a platform system architecture to the end customer, starting from the edge until the data center, without dealing across various software solutions. So, which makes the life of our customers a lot more difficult to deal with.
You mean, Jörg, like the customer, we want the customer to have everything embedded for them, so they don't have to go and purchase software from here and there.
Exactly.
And this is one thing, if I may.
Yeah,
Henrik.
of course. Exactly.
And this is one thing, for example, that I'm working on is we all know with the hardware price increase that's happening in the market, there is a massive.
Because let me just stop you here. So right now we are in a phase where memory prices are increasing quite heavily due to the data centers. Just to have that into understanding.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Sorry. Exactly. So the memory price increase keeps going up since November, I guess. So we do have a major issue. So, which means that one of the things that we've been working on at Lenovo, since the customers are more interested in the OpEx model rather than the CapEx, which is try to focus with the customer on a solution, DaaS solution, device as a service solution, where we will try to introduce to the customer all the cybersecurity products embedded under one solution over 3 years' time. I'm not going to name those kind of solution, but like, for example, ThinkShield Pro that we have at Lenovo is one of the offers that we would like to introduce. So what we're trying to say to the customer is that instead of the price increase happening and instead of you going and buying those software solution on the side and try to get a deal over 3 years' time, 4 years' time, which is being expensive, let's work together. We can block it for you over 3 years' time. We're going to offer to you the managed services of your fleet. We're going to offer to you the LDO, which is Lenovo Device Orchestration, which is as well another management tool. We're gonna offer to you some XDR control solution that you are willing to support you with. And you, Mr. Customer, you are going just to sit behind your screen and see that Lenovo is handling all the services. And on top of that, we do have the Premier Support or Premier Support Plus of Lenovo with an AI agent, which is combined for you in the overall offering. So this is very important, as Jörg was saying, that we would like the customer to buy the full solution from us so they can sit back, relax, and let us manage their business and their fleet from the hardware and software point of view.
So now we're talking about what is happening right now, what is really giving an impact to the market. If you should look into the partnership that Lenovo and AMD has had for a really long time and the real customer impact that is giving as well. So to you, Nick, if you're looking back like 15 years-ish, what about the partnership between Lenovo and AMD? What has changed mostly in that partnership?
Yeah. Thanks, Henrik. So, I think so. In 2010, I think we had our first ThinkPad with AMD, and it was 16 years ago, and that was really the start of what is to be a very successful relationship. So, that was the kind of like the founding product for Lenovo and AMD. And we had quite a bit of a success with that. And I think we then saw another big uptick in the success between Lenovo and AMD when AMD introduced Ryzen in 2017, because Ryzen is an incredible platform. So that really helped elevate the Lenovo AMD partnership. And then going into COVID as well, where Intel had pretty big supply shortages in kind of like 2020, 2021. It kind of opened a huge door for AMD because a lot of customers who were originally using Intel, they had to say, right, what else can we get our hands on? And that again elevated the Lenovo AMD partnership even further. And then off the back of that, for the last 7 quarters in the UK, we've had back-to-back growth with AMD and Lenovo. And I think from a European perspective, Lenovo are AMD's biggest partner. So it's been a very successful relationship so far, and we're going from strength to strength, and I think we'll continue to do so.
So from a partnership perspective, it's like a long relation you have together, and collaborating, bringing new devices to the market, and so on. So when we look to you, Jörg, from the AMD point of view, so what have been the most significant technical leaps that has been moving on lately?
So I think there's a clear answer. It's software support. So within the last couple of years, we have seen that the business is more and more moving forward, a solution-oriented business. And Ralph has described it perfectly. The people, the customers, they are not purchasing a notebook anymore. No, they're purchasing a service. So they want to manage their AI agents, whatever they need. And they need a platform. They need a software orchestration to fulfill all these needs. And what we have done on the AMD side is to work with our partners, to work with Lenovo to get all the security aspects into the systems, to provide all the software features to run these AI models. Because I remember 2 years back when we started with the AI journey, it was really difficult to succeed with a dominant partner in the market, right? And therefore, we invested a lot into the software ecosystem, acquired new companies, which are specifically tailored for to optimize on AI workloads. And now we are in a position with Lenovo, with partners like Lenovo, to provide these kind of features across the portfolio. And again, I think it is important not only having those solutions on the notebook side of things, on the edge, also to provide these solutions within data center so that you can have the full offer for the customers.
It's a lot of topics where we're talking about, so I will hand over to you, Ralph, as well, because it's really quite interesting. So what are the real use cases that you can see from that we're talking about right now? So I think about the faster troubleshooting with the services you have and so on. So is that benefits that you will see will be more and more coming in the next years, or?
So for our customers, it's so what we are trying to offer is beyond what's available in the market, right? We are trying to secure our customers from any, I would say, cyber attack. This is exactly what we are trying to do.
Yes.
Even we went even deep down, right? So to offer some kind of a solution related to the data defense. For example, if the customer the PC was stolen, right? So we wanted to ensure that we do have that hide and encryption of the data in case someone tried to take the data from those PCs, right?
Yes.
We wanted to ensure that unauthorized access is not is prevented, right? So we're trying to defend our customer from any possible way. Even on top of the data defense, we do have what we call as hardware defense, part of the solution. What does it mean, the hardware defense? Meaning that if today you're blocking any, any USB or any docking station that is infected, how we say it, right? So that hardware defense is going to protect the fleet connected or any Lenovo fleet when they do have that kind of solution. So what we try to do, and here we talk about SMB, we're talking about enterprise, because all these solutions can be extended. It can be for limited number of users, and it can be a complete full solution when it comes to enterprise or global accounts. So what we are trying to do or to say to our customers that we are here to support you with any kind of malware or any kind of cyber attack you might get. So this is where we can really support you during this journey from any type of attack you might get, either from the, as I said, from the hardware defense to the data defense up to the XDR control. So yeah, we have a end-to-end solution available right now. We are happy to have it because we as a company, we're not a box mover company, we're a solution-oriented company, and we can offer all these kind of solutions. Yeah.
I think one topic that we maybe didn't touch so much is actually the reduced downtime. So the downtime that we have when we have a device that is not working, that is also something that if the security is running in a proper way, then you have your device up and running all the time and you don't need to suffer from data being stolen or devices that are not working or something like that. So that is also contributing to like a more productive way of working.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, when we are moving into automation, right? So the systems are automated, meaning that the downtime is limited. There is no manual oversight of any attack. There is no, I would say, difficulties in maintaining the visibility across the fleet when it comes into the hybrid model. So the automation that Lenovo is putting for any cybersecurity support is helping to lower the downtime of any attack and make sure that the customer continue running his journey normally while we are in the background taking action on any attack.
Yeah. So Xavier, to the partners and end customers that we are talking to on a daily level, so where do you see the biggest wins for the customers adopting Lenovo and AMD AI platforms from where we are today?
For sure, it's the price factor with the service who are coming with. So they see the complete package, not only the hardware, but what's coming with on help and on services. And that's what, of course, with AMD, where they play with sensible price customer or customer who is really sensible to the price. AMD is really able to offer a great price, but also a great technicity and a great.
So we cover also the services, we cover the software support, we do cover what is also the need for tomorrow's market that we see.
Yeah, but the technology from AMD is there, the power is there, but at a price who is really game-changing for the customers who are price sensitive. That's a really amazing point, AMD working with Lenovo in that way too.
So what we have talked very much about is the hardware, of course, that is linked to the AMD. We are talking about the software linked to also attaching some capabilities that are not even discovered yet, maybe. Some of them are discovered already and some are to come, but the platform is built there. And then, of course, the services linked to it as well is something that we look into. So before closing, I have a question for each of you. So if you, by the discussions we have had so far, can say just one thing to the audience by listening to what we have talked about today, what should be the takeaway, Joe? After closing down, listening to what we have talked about, I will start with you, Jörg. What will be the one takeaway that you will ask our listeners to do right after closing down now from an AMD perspective?
That's a very good point. So go with the technology. Don't hide or don't be shy. So you need to work with the technology because that's the only path to succeed in the future. AI is here to stay, like the web beginning of the 2000s. And AI will lead and optimize a lot what we are doing every day.
Cool. And I will do a handover to you, Nick. So what would be the takeaway from your perspective?
Yeah. So I think something that customers need to be thinking about now, and partners as well, is obviously with the cost increases, how costs might be affected maybe for AI in the cloud in the future, because a lot of these AI providers will have huge costs to kind of offset from all the RAM increases. What is it that you can do on your local device, and how important is it now, do you think, then, to have an AI-enabled device?
So to balance the cloud-based and the hardware-based in a way that you want to control yourself will be your advice in order to take the consideration into have AI-ready PCs in the new purchase that you will do today or tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah. Thinking about the cloud economics with prices going up and then having a device local as well.
And then the bonus on top is, of course, the power usage, that you can then reduce power as well when it's more power efficient driving this application on the local device. Absolutely. So Ralph, from a service point of view, one take from here?
I would say to the customers, protect your fleet, use Lenovo services. This is very essential for your own protection, for your own company. Don't think that if you are going to save a few dollars, it means that you're not gonna get attacked. This is wrong, I would say. So cybersecurity attack, protect your fleet. Services from Lenovo, protect your fleet. This is very important. Moving down the road, the AI is not gonna stop. As Jörg was saying, there will be more, I would say, AI capabilities running in the future. So we have to be up to that speed.
I hear you say security. a lot of time, and security will also stay there for tomorrow. I'm quite sure that this is something that will be a topic not stopping at all. Xavier, put your vote on the key element to take from here.
I would say reach us in any way, in any possible way, AMD, Lenovo, and of course also, and ask yourself the question, will you challenge yourself? Will you be ready for AI? Ask the right question. And can we help? Yes, we can help. So get in touch with us. We can show you everything what you need to get started, because this is the future and this is what's happening now.
Great. I will do a soft closing by thanking you all. So thank you, Jörg from AMD, to participate in the podcast here now. Nick from Lenovo, Ralph from Lenovo, and Xavier, my colleague from Also. It has been a pleasure, and I think you have been smiled all along the way here. So I think we all enjoy talk about the topics we have talked about. It has really been some good questions, some good collaboration about how we can define this from a very different angles and combine that into a good AI solution based on something that really matters to everyone using a PC on a daily work. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for the good discussions.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Also AI Podcast. Whether you're an IT reseller or simply curious, we hope today's episode has inspired new ideas and perspectives. The conversation continues beyond this episode. Share your thoughts and ask your questions. For more resources, links, and product details discussed today, don't forget to check out our show notes and visit our podcast website.
So why is he creating a heaven and an earth? I mean, think about it. Don't you have enough to do just being God, running all your angels and stuff? I'm not trying to be sacrilegious or disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, why would you create all of the heaven? Awesome. Earth, why? I've only been able to discover one answer. And if you got a better one, I'll be happy to hear it. But here's why I believe the first thing God tells us about God is that he created the heaven and the earth, because he is creative and therefore it is his nature to create. The first thing God tells us about God is that he's creative. So if you're going to discover your purpose, that's where it begins. And God created everything. Why did he create everything? Well, Revelation, why did he create everything? Because he's creative, therefore it is his nature to create. Why did he create it? Well, Revelation 4:11 tells us, thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, and thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they exist, and they were created. God created everything to please himself. It pleased him. It pleased him to do so. Okay, cool. So we read on, and then Genesis chapter 1, God, do you realize the whole chapter could have been that one verse? And then he starts backing up and explaining stuff. I just thought of something funny. Genesis chapter 1, verses 2 through 31 is God explaining why he created everything. I'm like, why are you created the heaven and the earth? That's enough. Then he starts saying, well, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light. And there was light, and God saw the light, and it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And God made a firmament and divided in the water. I'm like, what are we doing here? Now, I don't know if your mind works like that, but I wanted to know, why are you giving me all these details? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because, and I'm not even going to read all of that to you right now. I'm going to take this with me because I'm probably going to need it again. So, we know that God in the beginning when he created heaven and the earth. Genesis chapter 1 shows us that God created 3 categories. Categories? Is that it? Gories. Thank you.
Every revolution comes with a little suspicion. Machines will take our jobs. Then people said, that machines will make horses obsolete. And then came, oh yeah, computers will take over the world. And now it's AI will replace humans. Maybe. But we believe nothing can replace humans because we understand that oftentimes all you really want is an answer from a real person who knows what they're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Papaya Global. You'll never work alone.
1, 2, 3, 4. Spite spawns lies. You must know this, Dumbledore.
Harry Potter, like you've never heard it before.
Harry Potter, the full cast audio editions. Listen on Audible.
I can't spell worth a quarter, but I can count. Okay, so 3 categories in creation. What are those 3 categories? Category numero uno, God created creation. Creation is the sun, the moon, the stars, the grass, the trees, the water. God created stuff. That's the first thing he created. He created creation. Then he created creatures. Creatures who can't use a... Okay, creatures. I get excited, I start pressing too hard and it wants to erase. Okay, so God created creation. Creation is the sun, the moon, the stars, the grass, the mountains, the rocks, etc., etc., etc. Then he created creatures, the dogs, the cats, the chimpanzees, the alligators, the giraffes and the chimpanzees, all that. But you know what's really fascinating about creation and creatures? They can't even appreciate the God who created them. They can't appreciate the God who created them. They can't celebrate the God who created them. The creation can't do it because it's just there. The word for the creatures is bahema in Hebrew. Bahema, you know what bahema means? In it is what it is. A horse is a horse is a horse, of course. Okay, so a horse can only do what a horse could do the first day a horse got here. A dog could only do what a dog could do the first day a dog got here. A cat can only do what a cat could do. Like what a cat could do on day 1 of creation is all a cat can do now. Oh, this is so good. And then God created creators. Creators, some people don't like that when I say that, but that's fine. Creators, you could say creatives. But what do you create? See, creation and creatures couldn't appreciate the God who created them. So God created Adam, creators. Now, we're not creators in the sense that God is, because God can create something out of nothing. By the way, people who say you can speak things into existence, they are delusional. Speaking something into existence out of nothing is bara. The only person in the Bible who ever bara'd anything is God. So, you can't speak things into existence. You can't. Now, people think you can, and I know why they think you can, but they're wrong. You can't. Now, what you can do is you can speak words that, you can speak God's words into a space in your life that has doubt. And God's word can replace that doubt with faith. And then you can take an action in faith that you did not take in doubt. And then you accomplish a thing, and that's why people think they spoke the thing into existence when all they really did was said the same thing to them that God said to them about them, so that now they believe they could do the thing that God made them to do in the first place. Okay, just so you know. So Adam. So you got Aleph, Daled, Mem. That's what a man is. That's what a woman is. We're Adam. God called their name Adam. Aleph is the letter that represents God. Daled, Mem, spells the word blood. And we know that the life of the flesh is in the blood. So what is a man? Man is a godlike creator with flesh and blood. That's very different than creatures. That's very different than creation. How many of y'all tracking? And so now something new is here. So I'm going, you say, what does that have to do with my purpose? You about to see, just calm down. I got to do my introduction. Y'all know my introductions are long? Okay. So the reason I believe that the first thing God tells us about himself is that he is creative is because the first thing he tells us about us, we see in Genesis chapter 1. By the way, when God created creation, he said, let there be. When God created land animals, he said, let the earth bring forth. When God created the fish and the fowl, he said, let the sea bring forth. But when God created man, he didn't say, let the earth bring forth man. He didn't say, let there be man, and he didn't say, let the sea bring forth man. What does that tell you? That man is very different than everything else God ever created. How many of y'all tracking? Genesis 1, verse, I'm gonna read 25 first, because this is so cool. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and the cattle after his kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and God saw that it was good. And God said, verse 26, let us make man in our image. After our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that moveth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image, and the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Oh, so the reason the first thing God tells us about God is that he's creative is because the first thing he tells us about us is that he created us in his image, which means he created us to create stuff and he made us to make stuff. That's why we're here. Okay, now we got a piece of the purpose puzzle, don't we? Oh man, I should have named this "Putting Together the Purpose Puzzle." I guess I'll have to make another video and call it "Putting Together the Purpose Puzzle." Okay, so that would have been a great thumbnail title. Anyway, okay. So God made me. God told me he's creative, and then he told me he created me in his image. He told me he created you in his image. Oh. So that's why he went back and God-explained everything in verses 2 through 31. Because he didn't want us to just know that he created everything, but because he created us to create stuff, he wanted us to see the process for creation.
I just don't know how much longer I can put up with it. I give and give and get nothing in return. All my friends say I could do so much better. I just want to feel like we're going somewhere, you know, like feel surprised occasionally, heaven forbid excited.
All valid feelings. How does hearing that make you feel?
You're just gonna sit there. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Barely any interest. Oh, I can't even look at you right now.
Quilter for pensions, investments, and advice.
I got chills all over me right there. You say, what do you mean? Okay, I'm not going to do all of them, but I'm going to show you some of them, just so you can have as many chills running up and down your arms and back and legs like I do right now. Y'all ready? So the first thing, it began with, I'm going to make this number 2. You'll see why in a minute. It began with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That's God's intention. So the creative process begins with intention. And then it says, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness upon the face of the deep. The word was is not the word used to be. The word was is became. So we see disruption follows intention. By the way, this is one of the reasons why people live on the struggle bus their whole life. Every time I try to do something good, it turns into something bad. No, duh. That's the point. Say, what do you mean that's the point? Breathe, Myron. Breathe. Do you see that disruption even followed God's intention? God gave Joseph a dream. Joseph told his brothers his dream, told his father and his mother his dream. His brothers hated him for his dreams and for his words. So much so, they wanted to kill him, but one of the brothers said, nah, let's don't kill him. We can't make no money if we kill him. Let's throw him in the ditch, see if we can go find a buyer. By the time they came back, he was already gone. God gave Joseph a dream. He told people his dream, and then disruption followed his intention. He went down into the pit. They sold him into slavery. He was Potiphar's slave. Potiphar's wife tried to seduce him. He didn't submit. So Potiphar's wife threw him in prison. Potiphar threw him in prison. You know why Potiphar threw him in prison, don't you? Because he knew his wife was a slut. But he had to do something. If Potiphar would have thought that Joseph tried to seduce his wife, Potiphar would have had him killed. He knew he married, and he knew his mama told him not to marry that woman. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna stay on track. Maybe, hopefully. But Joseph had disruption follow his intention. God calls Moses to deliver the children of Israel from bondage. And then he kills an Egyptian wanting to do it his way, and now he has to escape. He's a fugitive. Disruption always follows intention. King David gets anointed to be the king of Israel, and guess what happens? Saul tries to kill him. Disruption always follows intention. Okay, y'all ain't feeling me. Let me give you the ultimate disruption following intention. John the Baptist baptizes Jesus in the Jordan. The heavens open. The Spirit descends like a dove. Voice from heaven, this is my beloved Son in whom I'm well pleased. You know what the next word is? Immediately. He's led of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil, and 40 days and 40 nights he ate nothing, and afterwards he was an hungered. Why? It's a pattern. Learn to discern biblical patterns. Disruption always follows intention. But then what? Well, Genesis chapter says the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. What's that? Inspiration. We have to find a source of inspiration after disruption follows our intention. What happens after that? And God said, let there be light. What is that? That's illumination. We learn something that we can see something we couldn't see because we learned something we didn't know. This is the process for creation. There's more. There's delegation, there's segmentation to completion, there's separation. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there. I'm gonna let y'all go find the rest of them, because this is not the point today. But you say, why did you save one? Well, because God didn't need one, but we do. What's number one? Number one is awareness.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
God didn't need awareness because he's already aware of everything, because he already knows everything. He's omniscient, so he knows everything. So we don't know everything. So if I want my life to change for the better, I have to discover a new awareness, and then I'll set a new intention. And then I have to make a decision about that intention because disruption is going to follow that intention. And then I have to have discipline when disruption follows the intention to keep on doing the thing I decided to do. And by the way, the word decide means to cut yourself off from any other possibility. Are y'all tracking? Okay. So, now that the introduction, y'all think I'm kidding, I'm very serious. Now that the introduction is done, let me say this. You, who? Everybody tap yourself on the chest, say me. You were uniquely created for a purpose, and your purpose was uniquely created for you. How many of y'all tracking? Wave at me if you're tracking. But not only that, your fulfillment in life comes from your struggle to connect your purpose with you and the work you do. That's where your fulfillment comes from. Now, how do I discover my purpose? That's the question, right? How do I discover my purpose? You must first realize that there are levels and layers to one's purpose. You have a spiritual purpose. You have a special purpose. You have a social purpose. And you have a sacrificial purpose. All of us have all of those. If you don't fulfill all of those, then you are not going to feel fulfilled. So what are those? What are these purposes? Okay, you have to discover. How do you discover your purpose? That's what this point is. Discover. How do I discover my purpose? Well, I discover my purpose, one, by I have a spiritual purpose. What's my spiritual purpose? To please God. That is the primary number one thing I was created for. Everything I'm to do with my life, my entire life, is to please God. That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. That's why your next door neighbor's here. That's why the guy down the street's here. That's why the people who get on your nerves are here. To please God. Everybody's here to please God. That's your spiritual purpose. But you also have a social purpose. What's a social purpose? To create value for other people. You say, why do you say it, man? Look not every man on his own things, look every man also on the things of others. Let each esteem other better than themselves. I am supposed to put you first. You're supposed to put me first. I'm not supposed to tell you to put me first. You're not supposed to tell me to put you first. We're just all supposed to do that. Wouldn't the world be a very different place if everybody sought to please God and create value for other people? The world would be a very different place. All of the social ills in the world would go away in one fell swoop. But instead, we seek to please ourselves and then find other people who can create value for us. So, creating value for other people is one of the primary reasons for which I was created. But in order for me to do that, if I'm going to create value for other people, I have to value the people that I'm going to create value for enough to find out what they value in the first place. And we are so self-absorbed and so self-consumed and so self-righteous that we negate one of the most primary purposes for our existence. Like, I'm supposed to be looking out for you. Like, if I'm having a bad day, I'm having a bad day. You know why I'm having a bad day? Because I'm thinking about Myron Freddie Golden. And I'm not counting my blessings. I'm thinking about what's missing in my life. You know how much money thinking about what's missing in my life makes me? None. You know how much fulfillment me thinking about what's missing in my life gives me? None. You know what gives me fulfillment? Thinking about what's missing in other people's lives and doing everything in my power to make it to create it so they can have it. For some people just don't have enough encouragement. Guess what? Encouragement is easy to create and it doesn't cost anything. But most people can't be bothered. You know why? They're too busy thinking about all the people who didn't do them right and all the people who did do them wrong. Like, get over yourself. I mean, If Jesus, who was perfect, that's what it tells us in Hebrews chapter 9, right? For such an high priest became us, who is holy, harmless, undefiled, separate from sinners, made higher than the heavens, who needeth not daily as those high priests offer up sacrifice, first for his own sins, then for the sins of the people. For this he did once when he offered himself. Jesus was perfect. And yet he was not self-absorbed. He was not self-consumed. He was not self-willed. Here's what it tells about Jesus. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant. The King of Kings took upon the form of a servant. What is your kingdom assignment? To serve other people. Oh, this is so good. I love how the Bible is just so perfectly fitting together. You have to create value for other people, but in order to do that, you have to value other people enough to find out what they value. By the way, I can tell you where values come from if I have time. I do have time. I can tell you where values come from. In fact, I'm going to make a little side note here. Values come from past, perceived, voids. Past perceived voids create present pursued values. What does that mean? If I feel like something was missing in my past, then I will value it in my present. The first thing that comes to my mind is my 1968 Pontiac GTO, because I wanted that car when I was a kid, and a friend of mine had it, but he wouldn't sell it to me, and I've jonesed for that car for 50-something years, and I finally found one. And I'm like, why? Why do I want to? It's not as comfortable as any other car I have. It doesn't have air conditioning. It's a convertible, but it doesn't have air conditioning. It doesn't have shoulder seat belts. If any car ever needed an airbag, that car needs an airbag with that hard steering wheel, but it doesn't have an airbag. Like, what is it? It was missing in my past. And maybe somebody was missing encouragement in their past, and you can come by and give them some encouragement and make a difference in their life. Maybe they didn't know how to do something that you know how to do, and you can come by and teach them how to do it, and they pay you for it. And they value it because they wanted to learn how to do it their whole life and never had the opportunity to learn how. Do you see how this works together? Okay, some people just didn't have any encouragement. They were made fun of their whole life. And all you got to do is come along and give them encouragement. Man, this thing is so simple yet so powerful. It'll change our very existence. Okay, past perceived voids. Number 2, present perceived value. Present perceived virtues. Thank you. Virtues create present pursued values. Man, this is starting to turn into a tongue twister. Okay, present perceived virtues create present pursued values. Things that people believe are good right now are things that they pursue. Like, if I value my health, I will go to the gym, get on a treadmill, and run as fast as I can to nowhere. I will pick up weights and move them nowhere simply for the sake of making my muscles hurt, right? So I can be stronger. So present perceived virtues. When figure out what the people around you believe is good and create that for them. They'll pay you for it. Okay, and then last but not least, future perceived visions create present pursued values. Like, if somebody has a vision for the future, they'd like to have an outcome in the future, they don't know how to get it in the present, but you know how to get that outcome for them in the present because you've gotten it for yourself, maybe you've gotten it for other people. If you can show them how you can help them get that vision that they have for their future, they'll pay you for it in the present. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Okay, so you discover your spiritual purpose, your social purpose is to create value for other people. Then you have your, that wasn't your spiritual, that was your special purpose. Your social purpose, number 3, is your social purpose, and that is to connect with other people. I'm going to tell you something now, and some of y'all ain't going to believe me. Even if you're an introvert, a part of your purpose is to connect with other people. Even if you're shy, even if you don't like how you look, and you think other people are going to judge how you look because you've been judging how you look because of all the people who grew when you were growing up who gave you your identity, they didn't like how you looked. Even if you think you're not smart, God created you to connect with other people. And you can be pleasing God and praying and reading the Bible and creating value for other people, and maybe you have a really successful business. If you don't have any real and meaningful connections with other people in your life, with your family, with your friends, with the people you work with and the people you work for, you are going to feel unfulfilled in your life because you're missing out on a primary part of fulfilling your purpose. Wait till I show you this. This is about to get juicy. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. Okay, and then the last one, the last sub-point under the first point, don't be confused about it, is you have a sacrificial purpose. And that is to contribute to other people. This is now when you create stuff for other people, a lot of the stuff I create for other people, I sell it to them. I don't look confused, do I? I just want to make sure y'all looking at me so I don't look confused. They pay a lot of this stuff up here I create. Like when I write a book, we ain't giving those away. We selling those. We're selling those. When I create courses, selling them. Coaching programs, pay me. I'm not confused. But this stuff down here, this contribute to other people, this is the sacrificial purpose. Creating stuff, contributing to other people in general, but especially people who have nothing to offer you. If you are not contributing to a person or to people, more accurately, to people who can't give you anything back, you feel unfulfilled. I don't care how much money you make. You're making all the money in the world. You got a beautiful wife or a handsome husband, and you got some friends, and you're connected with people, and you love your kids, and your kids love you, and you're giving nothing to no one. You're miserable. There's a part of your life in which you're miserable. Why? Because this is the pattern of fulfillment. Why do I say this is the pattern for fulfillment? Because when God created creation and creatures, he couldn't connect with them. So what did he do? He created some creators that he could connect with. Oh man, God, thank you for doing this for us. You made us so we can appreciate you and we can commune with you and we can talk to you and you talk to us and you guide us and you lead us. And thank you for that. Oh, I forgot. This part of man got the best of him. And man sinned and severed the connection. In Genesis chapter 3. God created did all this work, created the creatures, the creation, then he creates the creature. And then God's walking with man in the garden in the cool of the day, and they're having fellowship, and they're enjoying each other's presence. And then man goes and messes up the whole thing because he was focused on what was missing instead of focusing on what was there. That's how I know that fulfillment comes from creation, because we made in the image of God. He created us to create stuff. That's how I know that we get fulfillment from connection, because God created us so he'd have someone to connect with. And that's how I know we get fulfillment from contribution, because when man sinned, what he did was he tried to cover it up by making aprons out of fig leaves. And God said, fig leaves don't work. Fig leaves are the works of your own hands from your garden. But in order for you to be reconnected to me, a sacrifice has to be made. And it says God made them coats of skin, which means some animals had to die and some blood had to be shed to cover man's sin. Why? Because that was a foreshadowing of the fact that the God of the universe was going to contribute his own son to reconnect God to his creators, to his creatives, to the men and the women and the boys and the girls that he made. And God made me in his image, which means if God is only fulfilled, if God himself is only fulfilled through creation and connection and contribution, and I'm made in his image, how could I be delusional enough to think I'm going to be fulfilled some other way? Like, I get it. I'm not pretending that this stuff is easy. It's not easy because we have a sin nature. And my sin nature likes being lazy. It doesn't like creating stuff. Don't look at me like that. Your sin nature's crazy, lazy too. Yeah, crazy and lazy, okay? My sin nature likes to argue just like yours does. I say, I don't like to fight, and I really don't. I'm a very loving human being. I don't like to fight, but I don't mind. So, how do you discover your purpose? You have to be using the gifts God gave you to create something, to create value for somebody other than yourself. You have to be perpetually making and developing connections with other people. And then you have to be willing to contribute stuff to people who have nothing to offer you. So that's how you discover your purpose. I'm going to say this, because I don't know if I have it in here. I do have it in here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go a little more quickly on the rest of these points. So that's how you discover your purpose. Now, how do you develop yourself for that purpose? Because if you discover your purpose and you don't develop yourself for that purpose, you're still going to miss it. You develop your purposeful mindset. What is your purposeful mindset? Gratefulness. You know why you're not happy? Because you've forgotten that everything is a gift. How do I know everything's a gift? Here's what the scripture says. What hast thou that thou didst not receive? Well, Myron, I worked really hard to build this business. I know, but who's the one that gave you the mind to work real hard to build that business? Who's the one that gave you the body to work real hard to build that business? So yeah, you built it, but you built it with stuff that was given to you. Well, gratefulness, like people are so ungrateful. Do you know what being miserable is? Being ungrateful. I'm just so depressed right now. I know you're ungrateful. I'm not saying there's no pain in your life. I'm not saying there's no difficulty in your life. We all have painful stuff, difficult stuff in our life. My brother's in the hospital right now. A brother who I'm very, very close to. I've known him my whole life. He's my only older brother. I'm not saying we don't go through things. I don't want anybody to feel bad for me for anything. I have more blessings than I have time to count. When I get home at night, especially the night before last, after that event was over, man, I am unconsciously moaning while I'm taking off my shoes. But guess what? I can either focus on the fact that my feet hurt or focus on the fact that I'm grateful that I have shoes and feet and a place to take them off. A place to sit down while I take them off. I don't have to sit on the ground when I take off my shoes. Like, what would happen in our lives if we just practice being more aware of our gifts? I'm not saying we'd never be sad. I'm not saying we'd never have grief. I'm not saying but I'm saying we wouldn't live there. I heard the guy say one time, he said, it ain't a sin for a bird to land on your head. But if he builds a nest up there, that's a sin. Why? He ain't got no business being there that long. Gratefulness. That's part of your purposeful mindset. God wants us to be aware of the fact, one of the reasons he made us is so the fact we could appreciate all these gifts. But not only gratefulness, but faithfulness. Be faithful to the one who made you by doing faithfully what he made you to do. I'm so glad that I don't have to wander my way through life groping in the dark. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be discovering your purpose and then developing yourself for that purpose. The purposeful mindset is a grateful mindset, it is a faithful mindset, and it is a joyful mindset. This is one of the hardest things we as human beings, as followers of Christ, I'm going to say it like that, we as followers of Christ must learn to do. We must learn to live in a state of perpetual joyfulness, to the point where we even have joy when we're in the midst of our sadness. What does that even mean, have joy in the midst of your sadness, bro? What you talking about? What I'm talking about is this, is for us to be aware of the presence of God more than we're aware of the absence of anything. Because in his presence is fullness of joy. But developing ourself for a purpose is not just about developing a purposeful mindset, but it's also about developing a purposeful skill set. What is that? Well, the skills that we use to create value for other people. And we need to be purposefully efficient. What does that mean? Not wasteful. We're not wasting opportunities. We're not wasting time. We're not wasting our gifts. We are efficient. We're getting maximum use out of every activity. Which doesn't mean, by the way, that doesn't look like working all the time. People who are efficient are not working all the time. I don't have time for my kids, I'm working. Now, when you first get started, maybe. When you first start a business, maybe you're working pretty much all the time, like round the clock. You'll have some days like that when you first get started. But the purpose is to be efficient enough to build up enough revenue and cash flow to start hiring other people. Why? Because when you hire other people, you give them an opportunity to fulfill their purpose, and then while they're fulfilling their purpose, they're helping you fulfill your purpose, and everybody's winning. So you need to be purposefully efficient. Figure out a way, an efficient way, to create value that other people in this world would be happy to pay for. That's number one. Number two, be purposefully expressive. Become more hyper intentional with your words. Can I tell you something? If you're a parent listening to me right now, and maybe you do this, can I challenge you? Stop cussing at your kids. That's not helpful. But you don't know how mad I am and you don't know what they did. Doesn't matter. By the way, if you have children, they're going to do some stuff to disappoint you, do some stuff to upset you, do some stuff to irritate you, do some stuff to make you wonder why I ever brought you in this world. But God doesn't cuss at us. Even when we disobey. Stop cussing at your kids. In fact, stop cussing at your spouse. In fact, just stop cussing. How about that? I'm blown away how we've normalized cussing as a society. It's like, that's just how people talk. Ain't how I talk. My daughter is 33 years old. My son is 35 years old. They have never heard me or my wife say a curse word to each other or to them, ever, not one time. You know why? Because we haven't heard ourselves say one. It's pretty easy for them not to hear it if I don't say it. It's just not helpful. Anyway, but when I'm talking about being purposefully expressive, I'm talking about if you have created value that somebody else would be willing to pay you for, get as good at telling them how valuable it can be for them by talking to them about the payoff as you were about creating the thing in the first place. Some people there's so many great inventions that got lost in Neverland because the person who invented it couldn't explain to people what he had invented or what she had invented. Become purposefully expressive. Be purposefully enthusiastic. I'm purposefully enthusiastic primarily because I believe that tomorrow is going to be better than today, even though today is great. Next week is going to be better than this week, even though this week is utterly fantastic. Next month is going to be better than this month, even though this month was over the top. You say, why do you believe that? Because God wouldn't have commanded me to be progressively productive if he didn't believe I could do it. I'm enthusiastic because God said, go do this, which means I can. God's not in the habit of frustrating his children. If ye being evil know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your heavenly Father give good things unto them that ask him? You say, what you so excited about? Because it's about to get better. And it's already good. And then be purposefully excellent. Operate in a place of excellence in everything you do. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. For there's no work, nor device, nor service in the grave whither thou goest. Eventually, we're going to die. Why do I want to operate from excellence? Because when I'm dead, I won't be able to operate from excellence. In fact, I won't be able to operate at all. So you develop a purposeful mindset, a purposeful skill set, and a purposeful tool set. How do you develop a purposeful tool set? Learn which tools to use for which tasks. When I was a kid, a hammer was good for just pretty much everything. Right? But learn which tools to use for which tasks. Learn how to use all of the tools your purpose requires. People say, but I don't know how to use a computer. That's fine. That's fine. You don't know how to use a computer. That's fine today. But if a month from now, that's still your excuse, in the words of Jim Rohn, maybe we should come get your family and take them to safety. It doesn't take much longer than a month to learn how to use one. I don't know how to use the internet. That's fine. Today. But learn how to use all the tools. So much stuff I learned how to do. I had no idea how to do when I started this business. But guess what? I learned one thing at a time, and I added the next one to the last one, and then the next one to that one, and then the next one to that one. And before you knew it, I had a whole tool set. And then leverage the tools of your trade and profit from your purpose. Do you understand? God put your purpose in you so you could profit from it. He wants you to receive the benefit. That's why he said, be fruitful, do multiply, replenish the earth, subdue it, and have dominion. God gave Solomon wisdom. And God gave Solomon enough wisdom not to give the wisdom away. Solomon sold it. Solomon made people pay him for what God gave him. Hallelujah. Leverage the tools of your trade and profit from your purpose. So develop your purpose, how to discover your purpose, how to develop your purpose, yourself for that purpose, and then how to deploy yourself in that to fulfillment of that purpose. That's the last thing I'm going to say. How do you deploy yourself for fulfillment of that purpose? Stay yielded to God's will before you know what it is. How do I know God's will for my life? Be yielded to it before you know what it is. God, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. I'm willing to go through what you want me to go through. I hope it's not lay on my side for 370 days like Ezekiel. I hope it's not lose all 10 of my children like Job. I hope it's not be beheaded like John the Baptist. But if that's the case, I stay yielded. So I'm going to yield. God is not interested in negotiating with you. Well, God, if you tell me what my purpose is, then I'll yield to it. Wrong answer, but we do have some nice consolation prizes for you in the back. Actually, we don't. So stay yielded to God before you know what his will is. Because that's really that's the only kind of yielding there really is. I love the fact, this is so good. This is so good. Are you ready for this? You want to listen to somebody who really got this? Like, watch Elizabeth Elliot on YouTube. This is a person who understood being yielded to God's will before they knew what it was, regardless of what it was. It'll change your life. Okay, but anyway. So, Romans chapter 12 says, I beseech you, or I beg you, brethren, by the mercy of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice. What's the word sacrifice mean? Let go of something of a lower nature so you can take a hold of something of a higher nature. Present your bodies a living sacrifice, wholly acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. Watch this. And be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Why? So that you can prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Now, here's what I've heard preachers say, and they are wrong. God has a good will, and God has his perfect will, but if you miss his perfect will, then you can have his good will. And if you miss his good will, then you can have his acceptable will. God ain't you. He didn't have 3 different wills. God has one will. One will for your life. Say, notice the order it says, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect. It didn't say perfect, good, and acceptable. It said good, acceptable, and perfect. Why does it say it? Here's why it says it in that order. Because good is what God knows his will for your life is. Acceptable is your responsibility. It's your responsibility to accept God's will as good, regardless of whether your assignment is John the Baptist's, Job's, Ezekiel's, Hosea's. It doesn't matter. You accept God's will as perfect. You accept God's will as good. And when you and I accept God's good will as being good, regardless of how it affects us, then God's will is perfect or complete. That's why it says you will prove what is that good. God knows it's good. Acceptable. You accept it as acceptable, and now it's perfect. So, stay yielded to God's will before you know what it is. Seek God's wisdom before you seek anything else. God's wisdom is clearly stated in God's word. We just had an election. I didn't tell anybody who to vote for, because voting for somebody because I voted for him doesn't make any sense. But there's no universe in which, based on the principles of God, I can vote for somebody who promotes homosexuality, hates marriage, hates children, fights for abortion, and calls it women's reproductive rights. That universe doesn't exist. I don't care what color their skin is. I want to do the things that God's word talks about. God's wisdom. The wisdom that's from above is first pure, then it's peaceable. It's not first peaceable. God's wisdom has an order. The wisdom that's from above is first pure, then peaceable, then easy to be entreated. Wow, isn't it fascinating that it's peaceable after it's pure? That it's peaceable, it's easy to be entreated after it's pure? And then lastly, you have to stay committed to God's work by doing your best at your work. You know what's easy? It's easy to get comfortable in America. It's easy to have so much good that you've forgotten how good you've got it. It's easy to buy the lie that you've got it so good because you're so wonderful. But the reality is, you've got it so good because God's been good to you. I've got it so good because God's been good to me. Yeah, I've done my work, but he's the one who gave me the ability to do it. So it's still a gift. Don't lose that. And if we don't lose that, we can discover our purpose. I have gone way over time. I mean, it's 11 o'clock, but stay blessed by the best. Watch this video again and again and again until you find yourself in your purpose, joyfully and faithfully fulfilling the thing for which God created you. Thanks for watching. Stay blessed by the best. We'll see you in the next video. So there, I have a coaching call that starts in On this video, I'm going to reveal to you God's highway to success, or how to fix everything in your life that's broken. But in order to do that, we have to start with some foundational, fundamental beliefs about how life works and how life exists and why it exists. We have to understand that, first and foremost, that heaven gives earth meaning, and earth gives heaven expression. We have to start there. That's the overarching principle. What's higher, meaning is higher than expression. When you attempt to get meaning from expression, you always mess something up. Then you have to, we're gonna go back a little bit before that, a little bit further back than that, and we're gonna conclude like what God created when he created everything. Because when we understand what he created and why he created what he created, it'll give us a better understanding of how to take God's highway to success and fix everything that's broken in our lives. Because the things that are broken in our lives are broken for a very, very, very simple reason. And when you see what it is, it's going to kind of blow your mind. So before I even read the passage today that we're going to talk about, I want to lay some groundwork. Here's the groundwork. And in fact, I'm going to go to my trusty digital blackboard right now. God created 3 categories in creation. How many categories? 3. Everybody, how many categories? 3. God created 3 categories in creation. And the 3 categories that God created in creation were, he created, number 1, he created creation. He created the sun, the moon, the stars, the grass, the trees, etc., etc., etc. And the creation had form. It was beautiful to look at. And it had function. It did something. But there was still something lacking in creation. Now, I'm not saying when God got done with creation, because on the 7th day it was very good. So just hang in there with me. We're still on day 1. Okay. All right. So God created creation. Then God created creatures. Yep. He created creatures. And when God created creatures, they had form. I mean, what's more beautiful than an eagle flying through the sky, right? What's more elegant? Like, what's more poetry in motion than a cheetah chasing its prey? It's just, it had form, but also had function. But both creation, both creation and creatures are lacking something. What are creation and creatures lacking? They cannot appreciate the God that made them. They cannot celebrate the God that made them. They cannot contemplate the God that made them. So they existed separate from God, not separate from him in that he didn't create them, but separate from God as once he created them to do what they do, all they can do is do what they do. They can't do anything more than that. Like, they can just do what they do. So God created one more category. And the category that he created, the third category that God created was he created creative creators. That's men and women. God created us. And guess what we have? We have form. Guess what else we have? We have function. But guess what else we have? We have the ability to fellowship with God and appreciate the God that made us. God made us for him. God made creation and creatures for us, but he made us for him. God made man for connection. God made man for connection. God made somebody that was like him, but not him. And when God made man, God called their name Adam.
Fair. But I'll stick with my one family lifetime ISA. They're helping me save to buy my own place.
Same. The government bonus does the hard work for me.
Nobody can do the hard work for you. You want a house, you work for it.
Actually, I've almost saved for a deposit with one family. I get a 25% bonus from whatever I pay in.
Up to £1,000 every year.
£1,000?
Search One Family Lifetime ISA today.
That's the Hebrew word. That's the Hebrew word for Adam. Aleph, Dalid, Mem. Oh, I did Tav. I wrote the wrong word. I wrote the word for truth. See, I got excited and started. I'm like, that doesn't look like Aleph, Dalid, Mem. Okay, so Aleph, Dalid, Mem. Okay, that's the word for man. So the letter Aleph is the letter that represents God. When it says in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, it's Bereshit bara Elohim. Elohim is God. God is not God's name. God is God's title. Like, I'm a father, but my name's not Father, even though my daughter says, hello, Father, right? Right? My name's not Father. My name's not husband. Those are just titles that I have. God's name is not God. God's title is God. Elohim, Bereshit bara Elohim. Elohim begins with the letter Aleph. And the letter Aleph is the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet, the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and it is the letter that represents God. And the letter that represents God is made of two yods and a vav, and a yod is a hand, and a vav is a nail, and the letter that represents God is made of two hands and a nail. But God made us like him because we have an Aleph. Animals don't have an Aleph. An animal is bahema, which is beit, hey, mem. You know what bahema means? In it is what it is. What does that mean? A horse is a horse is a horse, of course. Okay, some of you are old enough to remember that. Okay, so Aleph, but what's daled mem? What is daled mem? Daled mem spells the word dome in Hebrew. What is dome? Dome is the Hebrew word for blood. So what is a man? By the way, what does the Bible tell us about the blood? The life of the flesh is in the blood. So what is a man? A man is a godlike creation, a godlike creature with flesh and blood. So God made us have a spirit, a God part of us, the spirit part of us, so that we can relate to him. And we could comprehend and download all of his meaning. And then he gave us flesh and blood so we'd have expression and we could connect with creation and creatures. This is so good. But God made man for himself. And as long as man got his meaning from heaven, man was good. And the scripture says, and the voice of the Lord walked with Adam in the garden in the cool of the day. He was good. But as soon as he started listening to the other voice, the voice of the serpent, people are, but if God didn't want man to eat off the tree of knowledge of good and evil, why did he put it in the garden? Let me help you with that. Because if there is no opportunity to do wrong, there is no opportunity to do right. If there's no opportunity to do wrong, right is not right, it's just the only default. God doesn't want us to love him because we have to any more than you want your spouse to love you because they have to. Baby, do you love me? Man, you know God told me to love you. That is not the answer I was looking for, right? And so we understand that as long as man kept his Aleph in communion with God's Aleph, in fellowship with God's, in connection with God's Aleph, we're good. But guess what? God made man. Why did God make man again? God made man for connection. God made man for connection. But guess what man did? Man severed the connection. So, you know what? I'm gonna change this letter to a B. Because the first thing God did was God created creation. And then God created somebody he could connect with, and there was a connection. But man severed the connection. Now the connection is severed. We're disconnected from God. When Adam and Eve sinned, what does it say? Whereby as for one man, wherefore as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned. See, we inherited Adam's sin nature. Well, when Adam and Eve sinned, what they did, I'm gonna draw an Adam and an Eve down here, just so you can see them. Adam, Eve. Okay, Adam and Eve, they sinned. So what did they do? They sinned. They're like, we done messed up now. So what did they do? The scripture says they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons because they knew that they were naked. And so they said, I'm going to cover my nakedness. Now, this nakedness that they attempted to cover themselves with these fig leaves, the fig leaves came from the garden. And the fig leaves were the work of their own hands. And those fig leaves are a picture of religion. What religion? Every religion. Catholicism, Mormonism, Buddhism, Muslimism. It's not Muslim, Islam. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be funny. I was not trying to be funny. It's just, my brain just gets ahead of myself sometimes. It doesn't matter what your religion is. All religions do the same thing. They are man's feeble, all religions are man's feeble attempt to cover the disconnection from God. God never started a religion. God didn't establish a religion. God's not a religious figure. Jesus is not a religious figure, and the Bible is not a religious book. It's a kingdom book. And so, when Adam and Eve sinned, and they attempted to cover themselves, God said, that ain't gonna get it. And it says, and the Lord God made them coats of skin. Now, when the Lord God made Adam and Eve coats of skin, that means an animal had to die. And God replaced the work of their hand sacrifice with a blood sacrifice, and he covered them with coats of skin. Something had to die, something had to bleed, and God covered man's sin with a blood sacrifice. And you know what that blood sacrifice is? That is a contribution. And the contribution was a total sacrifice. So what was the purpose of the contribution? God gave the contribution as a foreshadowing of the Lamb of God that would eventually shed his blood and take away the sins of the world. So God made a contribution to man who had severed the connection, and had nothing to offer God. So God made the contribution to man because there was nothing man could do for himself. That's why the scripture says, for by grace are you saved through faith. And that faith is not even of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Not by works of righteousness which we have done, but according to his mercy, he has saved us by the washing of regeneration and renewing of the Holy Ghost. So this is the beautiful thing about this. The beautiful thing about this trifecta. This is where fulfillment comes from. Why? Because God made us in his image. Which means he made us to create stuff, he made us to be connected with him and other people, and he made us to contribute to causes that have nothing to offer us in return. And by the way, this is a pattern that repeats itself all the way through life. In fact, if you remember the passage of scripture, I'm going to get in, this is all introduction. I'm going to get into the Bible study here in a minute, but this is introduction so that you know where we're going, you're going to know where we're going because you're going to know where we came from. But did you ever notice that the scripture says, prepare thy work without, make it fit for thyself in the field, afterwards build thine house. Yes. What's he telling? He's saying, go out and create something. So once you create something, then you go build your house, you find a wife and you get married, whoso findeth the wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor of the Lord. Then you create the connection. But after that, get married, a little while later you have this little baby. This little baby don't know nothing, can't do nothing, can't read, can't eat, can't take a bath, can't swim, can't talk, can't write a book, can't do nothing. The only way this new life can live is if these two people who've connected with each other decide, I'm going to spend the next several decades of my life contributing to this new life to turn it into something that glorifies God. Okay,
That was the foundational. Now we got the introduction down. Y'all ready for the Bible study? Let me hear you say I'm ready. Okay. So here's the passage. It's in Isaiah. The passage that I'm gonna come from is in Isaiah chapter 55. This is one of the first passages I ever memorized because when I went to Christian school, my second month at Christian school when I was in the 11th grade, we had to read a passage of scripture out loud every morning for a month. This was the passage. Isaiah chapter 55, starting with verse 6. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are my ways your ways, saith the Lord. And I'm sorry, that's right. For neither are my ways your ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain cometh down and the snow from heaven, and it watereth the earth, and maketh it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth, and it will not return unto me void. It shall not return unto me void, but it will accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereunto I sent it. That's so good. I look at people. I've been reading the Bible for a long time. I've been studying the Bible for a long time, and I don't know it, but I'm gonna keep learning it. I'm gonna know it better tomorrow than I know it today by the grace of God.
Loving Voxy Mobile's triple data this summer.
And it's only a tenner.
That's less than your daily coffees.
Someone hasn't had theirs.
The fun never ends with unlimited data for social media on Voxy Mobile. Selected social apps in UK, T&Cs apply.
And I've been studying the Bible for a long time. And when I see people who have all these external struggles going on in their life, most of the external struggles going on in their lives is because of the internal struggles they got going on in their lives. And the reason people are having such a hard time is because there's some aspect of their lives they've not yielded to God's truth. Maybe not necessarily because of rebellion, not always out of rebellion, sometimes just out of ignorance. I don't even know what God's word says. If you don't know what his word says, how can you know if you're doing it? I don't want to have to figure out every time I have a situation, well, what's right and what's wrong. It'd be good to have a some foundational principles that I can always count on and I can always build from. And so I want you to notice the first thing on God's highway to, and why did I call it God's highway to success? Because that's what the passage is teaching. I didn't write the sermon, I just read it. Okay, so in order to understand anything, you must first become a student of creation, which we just talked about. God created 3 categories. What are they? Creation, creatures, and creative creators, right? Okay, creation and creatures, they have form and function, but they don't have any fellowship. But we got form, we got form. We got function, we can do things, and we have fellowship. We can fellowship with God. Y'all probably don't think this kind of stuff, but I do. I go to the golf course sometimes, and I see these ducks standing in the water, and they put their beak down, and they get some food, and they eat it. I'm like, if I had to eat out of that dirty water, like I don't even want to go to a restaurant and see fingerprints on the silverware, right? Or on the glass. Oh, there's a smudge on the glass, and they're eating out of the ground, man. Birds like stick their beak right down in the dirt. Just go get it, right? I'm like, thank you, God, I'm a person. Okay, anyway, maybe you don't have those thoughts. I really, okay, y'all already know I'm weird. Pray for me, don't judge me. Okay, so what is the first thing God is telling us if we are going to get on God's highway to success and fix everything that's broken in our lives? We must seek the presence of the Lord. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. You know what? Maybe your problem is you're looking for the wrong thing, and that's why you can't find the right thing. Seek the Lord. Like, it seems like an oversimple. Seek the presence of the Lord. You know what it didn't say? It didn't say, seek ye the pastor while he may be found. Seek ye the church pew while it may be found. There's nothing wrong with pastors, nothing wrong with churches. But if you got a relationship with your pastor, you got a relationship with your church, and you don't have a relationship with the Lord, something's wrong. And so, the beautiful thing about God saying, seek the Lord while he may be found, is the accessibility of God's presence is near and available. The scripture tells us over and over, draw nigh unto God and he will draw nigh unto you. See, you do your part, God will do his part. The reality is, God already did his part. Now you got to do your part. Seek the Lord. One of the reasons we don't want to seek the Lord, though, is because we want to be the Lord of our own lives. I want to be the one in charge of this. Now, Lord, you know, I got stuff to do, but when I get done, I'll come check with you, see if you still need me. Ain't that how people live, though? Can I get a witness? Amen. But the accessibility of God's presence is mind-blowing. Adam and Eve, when they sinned, they didn't go looking for God. God came looking for Adam, where are you? Adam, where are you? God knew where Adam was. God wanted Adam to know that Adam was hiding from God. He wasn't asking God. God wasn't sending, we need to send out an APB. Michael, Gabriel, we need an APB on Adam and Eve. I can't find them. God wasn't doing that. God knew where Adam was. He was asking Adam that question for Adam's sake and for our sake. And so the accessibility of God's presence, he's near. It's now and available. But I want you to notice that when you get close to God, you got to do something. You got to have the abandonment of ungodliness. He said, seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way. You know one of the big problems we got in churches now? Everybody wants to bless you, and everybody wants to tell you how God has your best interest in mind, and I know the plans that I have for you. Yeah, he got some plans for you. If you don't get that wicked stuff out of your life, he's going to get it out of your life for you. Preachers don't preach against sin anymore. People don't even know what sin is. It blows my it blows my mind how many people who call themselves followers of Christ spew out cursing and they don't even act like they know there's anything wrong with it. Do you realize that cursing and swearing is what Peter used to attempt to prove that he was not a follower of Christ?
Right now, break it.
See, I wasn't always saved. You know, I was lost before I was saved. I used to have a cussing tongue. Oh, man, what? Didn't care who I cussed. Well, I did care because I sure wasn't going to cuss around my mama or my daddy. In fact, before I ever went to school, my mom heard me say the word lie instead of the word fib. As I live and breathe, she took a bar of soap and a washcloth and washed out my mouth with soap. Don't you ever let me hear you say that word lie. It's fib. Yes, ma'am. I can't even imagine what she would have done if she'd have heard me cussing. Child, whoa, that would not have been a good day. Okay. Oh yeah, but I used to cuss bad. Do you know when it stopped? The day I got saved. I ain't cussed nobody out since then. I was 16 years old last time I cussed somebody out. No, I'm just saying, like, God changes. He said, let the wicked forsake his way. And see, I wasn't one of those people who I heard the gospel and I said, okay, well, I'm gonna get saved then. Because I want to go to heaven. No. See, I knew I couldn't take that stuff I was carrying around to heaven with me. So I was like, nah, I ain't ready to get saved yet because I ain't fixing to play with God and have him kill me. No, I ain't gonna pretend I'm gonna be some church dude. I didn't know the word was Christian. So I ain't fixing to play like I'm some church dude and then all of a sudden I'm still doing all the stuff I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? I gotta get myself together. Not realizing that I couldn't get myself together. See, I thought I had to clean myself up. God said, no, you don't have to clean yourself up. You come to me, I'll clean you up. But once I clean you up, let the wicked forsake his way and the unrighteous man his thoughts. I don't go back and wallow in the same hog pen I was wallowing in before. Okay, y'all picking up what I'm putting down. I want you to notice the abundance of God's mercy. God promises to abundantly bar. It says, let the wicked forsake his way and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and he will abundantly pardon. But Myron, you don't know what I did. I don't have to know what you did. God knew what you did. And he said, come here, and I got some abundance of pardon for you. Do you know what mercy is? He will have mercy. Do you know what mercy is? Mercy is when you don't receive the judgment you deserve. When I don't receive the judgment I deserve. We all deserve judgment. I don't understand why a loving God would send anybody to hell. I don't understand why a righteous God would let anybody into heaven. And so he's less righteous because he saves some. See, your problem is you want to be the God of God. When it's all said and done, let me know how that works out for you. So, most people think they have to clean themselves up before they can come to God. But the text says, you come first. He will do all the cleaning. Now, God cleans me up for salvation. And once he cleans me up for salvation, then it becomes my responsibility to clean myself up for sanctification. Sanctification means separation. I clean myself up. I start removing the things that I already knew were wrong, and now I know they're wrong even more, because now I got the Spirit of God living inside me saying, boy, don't you do that again. Before that, I only had my conscience. Now I got my conscience and the Spirit. And then I start learning the Word. Now I got my conscience and the Spirit and the Word. And now the Spirit can use the Word because I got the Word in me. But if I don't have any Word in me, the Spirit is swordless. In my mind, the Spirit of God is swordless because I don't have any Word in my mind. Because the Word of God says the Word of God is the sword of the Spirit. It ain't Myron's sword, it's the Spirit's sword. It's how he performs spiritual surgery on me. The word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of the soul and spirit and the joints and marrow. And the word of God, is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. What does that mean? That means as I fill up my mind and my life with the word of God, and I read the word of God, and I meditate on the word of God reads me. Woo! So, that's the first thing we got to realize is we have to seek the presence of the Lord. Once I start seeking the presence of the Lord, now I'm on the highway. Now I want to get up to cruise speed. What do I do next? I submit to the supremacy of God's principles. Seeking God's presence by itself is not enough. I have to submit to the supremacy. God's ways are better than our ways. His principles are supreme. They are way superior to ours. I want you to understand the altitude of God's principles. His thoughts are above our thoughts. That's what it says. My thoughts are not your thoughts. My ways are not your ways. It says the heavens are higher than the earth. There's that, as the heavens are higher than the earth, there's that meaning again. So are my ways higher than your ways? What does the Bible tell us about our ways? What does it tell us? Here's what it says. There is a way that seemeth right to a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death.
Data Insights helps you understand the why behind performance so you can focus on the correct next step for your learners. Data Insights, from complex data to confident action.
How can I even attempt to aspire to come up with a better plan than God's plan? He made everything. He knows everything. He has all power. He's everywhere at the same time. But I'm going to have a better plan than him. That's hilarious. But I want you to notice not only that the altitude of God's principles, but I want you to notice the asymmetry between God's principles and man's principles. The wisdom that is from above is first pure, then peaceable. I love the fact that it says that. The wisdom that is from above is first pure. It doesn't just say the wisdom that's from above is pure and peaceable. It says it's first pure. Why? Because having the right ingredients by itself is not enough. You have to have the right ingredients and the right priority. And the wisdom that's from above is first pure. What does that mean? That means I'm going to do the right thing even if people are offended. I'm going to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, even if people are offended. Why? Because the wisdom that is from above is first pure. And see, if I'm playing politics and I'm saying words to attract people to me because I need them to need me, I'm a needer of needers, then I missed the point. The wisdom that's from above is first pure. My ways are not your ways, saith the Lord. Neither my thoughts your thoughts. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways above your ways. My thoughts are higher than your thoughts. Oh, that's the asymmetry. Like, have you ever flown so high you look down and you're like, what are we doing up here? Anybody ever have that thought? Like, what are we doing? And the thing that trips me out is you own a plane that weighs 250,000 pounds fully loaded. You're up in the air. You're going 500 to 600 miles an hour. And you and everybody around you looking like y'all, like this makes sense. Acting like this is all normal and stuff. Child, please. Okay. Those are my real thoughts. I'm not making that up. But when you're way up there, everything down here looks so small. The more time we spend in the presence of God, and the more time we spend practicing the principles of God, when we look down at earthly ideas and earthly wisdom, it seems so, well, it doesn't seem. We realize how insignificant it is. God always has a better plan. And the awe of God's perspective is what? Well, the gap is not to discourage us. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways. That's not to discourage us. God didn't say that, so well, I guess I'll never be able to with God. It's an invitation. God, when God says his ways are higher than our ways and his thoughts are higher than our thoughts, he's inviting us to trust the things we cannot understand. It's interesting that the Bible teaches that faith brings understanding. The world teaches that understanding brings faith. See, Hebrews chapter 11 says, by faith we understand that the worlds. Oh, it didn't say by understanding we have faith at the worlds. It says by faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. You know what it says in Proverbs? It says, they that seek the Lord understand all things. You wonder why you're so confused? Because you are full of propaganda, and you're full of earthly principles, and you're full of songs, and you're full of movies, and you're full of novels, but you ain't got no word in you. No wonder you're confused. No wonder you're lost. You've seen Star Wars 17 times. You've seen the Avatar. You've seen the Avatar 15 times. You've seen whatever your favorite movie is, gobs of times. You ain't read the Bible once. I mean the whole thing, one time in your whole life. And you're wondering why you're confused. Okay. Well, the distance between the heavens and the earth is the same distance between God's worst idea and our best idea. Let that one sink in. And so, the last thing we've got to do, see, I look at people and I have conversations with people. Like, well, Myron, where'd you get that idea from? I know it sounds like I'm just saying that. I got it from the Bible. Yes, that's the book for me. That's where I got it from. That's where I got it from. Like, when I learn a new idea, I'm going to go back and see if this don't match up with Scripture, I'm through. Okay. The last thing I want you to see, this is so good. is it's not enough just to seek the presence of the Lord. It's not enough just to submit to the supremacy of God's principles. We've got to stand on the surety of God's promises.
When your clothes smell this good, it has to be a double hug. Berry's new Cherry Blossom and Nordic Cotton Dream Team. Big pod, softener and scent boosters. Long-lasting freshness that's gentle on sensitive skin. One hug is never enough. New Berry Non-Bio Dream Team. Always keep out of reach of children.
This is what he said. He took all of this stuff. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way. Let the unrighteous man forsake his thoughts. And let him return unto the Lord. He'll have mercy upon him. He'll abundantly pardon. And then it says, for as the heavens are higher than the earth, my ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Then it says, all of that to bring us to a promise. As the rain cometh down and the snow from heaven, and it watereth the earth, and maketh it bring forth and bud. What? It didn't, by the way, it didn't say it helps it bring forth and bud. It didn't even say it suggests that the earth brings forth and buds. It didn't say it tries to make the earth bring forth and bud. It says it maketh it bring forth and bud. You know what that reminds me of? God's word is so synergistic. It reminds me of what Jesus said when he said, if you continue in my words and in my disciples indeed, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make, not set. It does not say set. The truth shall make you free. Just like the word of God makes the soil bring forth and bud, the word of God makes us free. And I see so many people, they're in such a quandary in life. The quandary that you have in your life and the confusion that you have in your life is a direct result of not building your life on the rock of the word of God. He said, as the rain cometh down and snow from heaven, it watereth the earth and maketh it bring forth and bud. And then it says something the rain forces, makes the earth produce. But it doesn't just make it produce, it makes it produce for a purpose. What's the purpose? What's the purpose? That it may give bread to the eater, seed to the sower, and bread to the eater. What does that mean? The word of God is what makes the earth bring forth and bud, that it may give production to the producer and consumption to the consumer. You're working on something and it's not working for you. There's a fix. It's called the BIBLE. That's 5 letters, and I know I said them kind of fast. If you don't have all that you feel like you need to have in your life, there is a solution. They give seed to the sower, production to the producer, and bread to the eater, consumption to the consumer. He said, and it shall accomplish that which I please. It shall accomplish. See, I don't have to make myself successful. I don't have to ask God to bless me. Dear God, please bless me. I got here too late to pray that. I got here way too late to pray that. What do you mean, man, you got here too late to pray? Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord. And in his law doth he meditate day and night, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters. Why? Because he meditates in the law day and night. Planted by the rivers of waters, that bringeth forth his fruit in the season. His leaf also shall not wither. And whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Man, you sound like a prosperity gospel preacher. The Bible is a prosperity gospel book. The word prosperity is in the Bible. And the word gospel means good news. Guess what? You don't have to suffer your way through life. That's not God. I know that's the Catholic plan, but that's not the Bible plan. Oh, the more I suffer, the more I'm like God. I didn't see that in there. There is some suffering that is given to us as a gift so that we can rightly represent Christ through our suffering to show people what hope looks like. Okay, so, but your whole life suffering? Man, every day's harder than the next. I didn't find that in the Bible. So I want you to notice that God's promise is sure. And he gave us an analogy of precipitation. The rain and the snow come down from heaven. It ain't going back until it does what it was supposed to do. You know, the rain falls, then it evaporates, it comes back down again, then it goes back up again, then it comes back down. We need some of that rain to start coming down here in Tampa, right? Can I get a witness? Because these ponds are low. Okay, but guess what? It ain't going back till it does its job. God said, I have decreed that it will not come back to me void. So rain and snow cometh down from heaven and watereth the earth. He said, so shall my word be. Okay, I'm gonna get to that in a minute. So the analogy of precipitation, the accomplishment of purpose, his word will accomplish that which he pleases. It's not up for debate. It cannot fail. It can. People say, well, Marion, I don't know why you're already talking about success, because the Bible talks about success. The Bible is a success book. In fact, in the first chapter, there were so many successes. Here, watch what happened. And God said, let there be light. And there was light, success. And God saw that it was good. And then God said something else, and it was so. And God said it was good. Oh, success again. God made the wind to blow, it blows, success. Made the trees to grow, they grow, success. Made the water to be wet. Now, wouldn't it be something if water was dry like sand? But no, God said water's gonna be wet, sand's gonna be dry. Everything God made, he made to succeed.
Turn up the volume this summer with JBL at Curry's. Save £40 on the Charge 6 portable speaker. Save £70 on these Live 770 NC noise-cancelling headphones. And save £80 on these Tour Pro 3 earbuds. At Curry's.
Everything. Including you. But the reason we don't sometimes is because we have a choice. So, I know God made me to succeed, but I'm going to mess this thing up if I can. Okay. By the way, when I say success, I'm not talking about money necessarily. It might be money, though. When you start succeeding and you start succeeding in serving people at a high level, it's going to turn into some money. But that's not what I'm talking about. Here's what I mean when I say success. Doing the thing that you were created to do. Eureka. That's success. Fulfilling the purpose for your creation is success. Okay. So, the accomplishment of purpose, but then we see the abundance of productivity. It waters the earth and makes it fertile. It gives seed to the seed and bread. The word of God produces fruits. Now, here's what's interesting. God planted a garden in Eden. And God it's really interesting, the word Garden of Eden, the word garden means enclosure, so it was a protected place. The word Eden means pleasure. And God said, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. So we know God's ideal environment for man. Before man sinned, God's ideal environment was a protected place of pleasure and provision. That's God's ideal. That's God's ideal design as an environment for humans. Kind of mind-blowing, right? But God put a garden, it says, and God planted a garden eastward in Eden. Isn't that interesting? Because God could have put the man in Eden and said, okay, go plant a garden. But no, God said, I'm going to plant the garden first. I'm going to plant the garden for the man, and then I'm going to put the man there to take care of the garden that I planted for him. The beautiful thing about that whole scenario is that when God put the gardener in the garden, He didn't just put the gardener in the garden so he could be the gardener of the garden. He put the gardener in the garden so the gardener could be a garden in a garden. Talk about triple inception. What do I mean? In Genesis 1 it says, and God said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every creeping thing that moveth upon the earth. Okay, great. But then in Genesis chapter 2 it says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living soul. So when God made man in Genesis chapter 1 and God formed man in Genesis chapter 2, they happened, I believe they happened on the same day, but they weren't the same. He wasn't talking about the same thing. Because when he breathed into man's nostrils the breath of life, the man became a living soul. This is what I believe happened. I believe that when God breathed into man's nostrils the breath of life, God planted the seed of an aspect of his creativity inside the man that he had made, and then put the man that he had made inside the body that he had formed. And God formed the body from the dust of the ground, the same dust of the ground that the garden was growing in. So the man is not just the gardener, the man is also the garden. How do you know this? Blessed is the man that walketh. Okay, I already said that part. In his law shall he meditate day and night, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season, his leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. We are not just gardeners, we are also gardens. And our job as the gardener of the garden that is me, the garden that is us, is to water the soil of this clay pot, this clay vessel, with the water of the Word of God, so that it brings forth the fruit of the Spirit in and from our lives. And when we do that, God said, it will prosper in the thing whereunto he sent it. Now, why did I call this God's highway to success? Because God, the scripture says, my ways are not your ways, saith the Lord, but as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your way, than your ways. God's highway to success is not a road. God's highway to success is his word. I hope this blesses you, and I hope you will fill your mind, your heart, your life with a love for studying, reading, meditating on the Word of God, so that the Word of God can fix everything that's broken in your life. God bless you. We'll see you in the next video.
Here is the forecast for drying clothes indoors today, where conditions are musty with no chance of freshness.
Unless, of course, you use Lenore Outdoorable.
Lenore Outdoorable always makes your clothes smell like they're dried outside in breezy sunshine. Lenore Outdoorable, fresh as if dried outside.
An illustrator resells her art on Etsy and at local art fairs with an obsessive eye for color.
I talk about belief a lot. In fact, you've probably heard me say on more than one occasion that expectation is the human being's greatest superpower. Like, and you've probably seen me do the illustration where I write believing on the board 3 times, believing, 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 and you will be living what you're believing even though you be lying. Today I want to talk to you about beyond belief. I'm going to read a passage of scripture to you, and I want to show you what Jesus said is the path to becoming a next level disciple. If this helps you half as much as it's helped me in my life. Oh, your life ain't never gonna be the same. John chapter 8, we're gonna look at two passages. John chapter 8, verses 31 through 34. And we're gonna look at Romans chapter 6, verse 14 through 20. And here's what it says in John chapter 8, verse 31 through 34. Then said Jesus unto those Jews which believed on him, if ye continue, if you what? Talk to me, my peeps. If you what? Continue. If you continue in my word, then are you my disciples indeed. By the word, the word indeed means in truth. Then are you my disciples in truth. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make, not set, make you free. Jesus answered them, the truth shall make you free. They answered him, and I believe that when it says they answered him, this is not the believing Jews, this is the unbelieving Jews that answered him. Because he was speaking in the synagogue. They that answered him, we be Abraham's seed, and we're never in bondage to any man. That's so hilarious. Human beings are so woefully forgetful. Did you forget about Pharaoh in the 400 years, bro? Right? He said, we are Abraham's seed, and we're never in bondage to any man. How sayest thou, ye shall be free? Jesus answered them, verily, verily, or truly, truly, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant, or is in bondage to sin. Okay, so we're good on that part, right? Okay, then we're gonna go down, and we're gonna go down to Romans chapter 6, verses 14 through 20. Let not sin therefore reign like a king reigns, R-E-I-G-N, R-E-I-G-N. Let not therefore sin reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lust thereof. Don't let sin rule over your mortal body, that you obey it. Do not be a servant. What he's saying, do not be a servant of sin, which tells us, let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body, tells us that if sin is reigning or ruling in our mortal body, it's because we are letting it, if you're a follower of Christ. There's no such thing as I couldn't help myself if you're a follower of Christ. You could help yourself. Let not sin, which means if sin's ruling, you let sin rule. I wish I had some help in here. Neither yield your members, hands, eyes, feet, ears, etc. Neither yield your members as instruments of unrighteousness unto sin, but yield yourselves unto God as those that are alive from the dead, and your members, hands, eyes, feet, mouth, etc., and your members as instruments of righteousness unto God. For sin shall not have dominion over you, for you are not under the law, but under grace. That has been so taught wrong by so many preachers. It just drives me bananas. They're teaching it like you're not under the law, but you're under grace, means you're free to do whatever you want to do. You're not free to sin, you're free from sin. Read it in its context. In fact, I wasn't gonna draw on the board, but I'm gonna draw on the board. Woo, new chair. Okay, it springs you up, it gets you up out of that chair. Okay, so it says you're not under the law, but under grace. So I'm gonna do this. How can I do it? Ooh. Tablets of stone. Oops. Nope.
Welcome to the Also AI podcast. Discover the latest advancements in artificial intelligence through insightful discussions with industry experts. Each episode will bring a fresh perspective on AI and addresses the real-world challenges, opportunities, and interests you as an IT reseller might have or your customers could ask you about. Featuring experts from Also and leading vendors, we explore diverse insights on AI.
Welcome to Also AI podcast. I am Henrik Asserhave, your host. I'm working at Also as a European group sales lead for commercial computing and group lead for Lenovo 360 that are covering Lenovo product lines across Europe. Together we'll be on a journey together. Each season will be a different aspects of AI, showing the real-world applications and their impact. Every episode will offer a new insight and tackle the challenges and the questions you and your customers will face now or sooner. As a leading European technology provider, also is dedicated to exploring the latest trends and innovations driving the future of technology. In this second season, AI Insights with Lenovo, we will meet experts from Lenovo, AMD, and also. If the devices on your disk could listen, summarize, translate, and secure your data without sending anything to the cloud, what would that mean for your customers? Today, we are talking about the momentum of the IT lead phases moving from the legacy PC to AI fleet. So with the guest we have of the podcast today, I would make a warm welcome to Jörg, and I will ask you to present yourself and your background.
Thank you very much, Henrik. Yeah, my name is Jörg Roskowitz. I'm in charge of the central EMEA FIE pre-sales team, and we are responsible to work with our end customers as well as with our OEM partners like Lenovo to create POCs at the customer side. That means we are defining the right hardware from edge up until to the data center, as well as the software integration. And I'm really pleased to be here today. Thank you.
And Jörg, we have more guests in the room here today. So we also, Nick, if you can do an introduction to yourself.
Thank you, Henrik. Yes, I'm Nick Cameron. I work for Lenovo, but I'm the AMD Business Development Manager in the UK. So often spending lots of time talking to customers about what they need, what they want, and how Lenovo and AI and AMD can fit into their journey.
Welcome to you as well. Ralph, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Henrik. So I'm Ralph Nader. I'm the category lead at EMEA level for Lenovo, handling the solutions and the services group. And today I'm really excited to have that discussion today, where we're going to focus on the cybersecurity aspect that Lenovo is putting focus on, how we're going to drive it into the PC market, and specifically the transition into the new AI PCs and how we are doing that integration.
Welcome to you as well. And Xavier, my colleague.
Hi, Henrik. I am Xavier Sibert. I am the new Focus Sales Manager for the business unit Lenovo at also Germany. So I'm the newbie, really newbie here with only 2 years. For my background, I spent almost 20 years in the B2C field with a large electronic retailer. And I'm thrilled to be here today to talk about that great thematic, what AI is.
Welcome to all of you. And I'm quite sure that we will find some interesting talks during the next minutes. And let's look into what is happening here. So why AI matters in the cutting edge and the AI NPUs, latency and privacy. Jörg, can you help me from the beginning to start with the fundamentals for the organization still relying heavily on the cloud, how that is working, and also maybe define the moving things that we are becoming to see essentials for the future as well?
Yeah, thank you very much, Henrik. That's a good question. So currently, there are a lot of discussions, people asking, shall we do on-premise or off-premise in regards to our AI workloads? And we think it will be a hybrid-based system. So that means people will run on their own device, on the edge side of things, specific with the latest Ryzen AI product supported by the NPUs, as well as the data center applications to host data into the cloud. Why they are doing this? I think this has several reasons. Currently, it is important to drive efficiency. Efficiency is a point about performance. So that means we need fast responses, which we normally measure in low latency times. The other point is about security, and we will hear a little bit more information about this is running, but just think about your own data, right? So nobody want to share personal data within the cloud accelerated by AI models. So therefore, a local AI agent running on a notebook or on a desktop system can be key for companies to run their own applications. These can be either chat agents just for supporting infrastructure, for educational infrastructure, for research and development. And they are a lot of use cases already, which are showing the proof points for these kind of the devices. And last but not least, it's all about cost. So we need to optimize on cost. When we want to establish a new application, people always talk about TCO, total cost of ownership. And this is something where you can improve with a mixed hybrid environment.
Yeah, you talked about NPUs. So just to explain a bit, so we have talked about CPUs, GPUs for quite many years. NPU is not new any longer, but maybe you can elaborate on what's behind that wording.
Very good point. So NPU stands for Neural Processing Unit, and it will accelerate integer as well as floating point operations. What does it mean in easy words? Maybe you all remember 10 to 15 years again with the Blu-ray and DVD decoding stuff. So in the beginning, it was accelerated by the CPU, which means the CPU utilization was always very high, almost 100%. The battery drain was a lot. So that means after 1.5 hours, battery was empty and you couldn't finish the experience to watch the movie. Similar to the NPU, what is the NPU doing? The NPU is accelerating these AI workloads. It doesn't matter if it's an AI agent, if it's to generate pictures or even movie clips. It can accelerate these days up to 35x the performance, or let's call it efficiency. It's not necessarily only the performance, it's the efficiency to have a better all-day experience for the customers. And the same thing we have done with the DVD Blu-ray decoding in the past. We added the decoders into the silicon, like the NPU, and this allowed us to have more performance and higher battery lifetime.
Yeah, just to clarify, maybe also, so NPUs is a new word. So like with a lot of other things, we also have a speed within NPU, so we can clarify that as well. So how do you measure how fast the NPU is running? That's another wording for that.
So this means TOPS, thousands
Yes, exactly.
operations per second. This is the current measurement. And the higher the TOPS, the better the performance will be.
Okay, good. So that we will talk about TOPS, and the people need to understand what TOPS is about, and that will be a new topic that we are to talk about for many years from now.
Exactly.
Good. Yes. Yeah. So Ralph, over to you. So we are many speakers today. So let's see how we can look into that from a security point of view, like Jörg is saying. So the biggest challenges the customers are facing right now across devices. Is that something that you can share with us, how to control the security in a better way?
Of course, of course. So basically from Lenovo point of view, and for the last couple of years, we've been focusing a lot on addressing the customer, I would say, pain points, and try to understand how we can support our customers through their journey, right? And one of the important things is that Lenovo has been working on is to identify the core solution or some kind of solution where we can embed our customers. And this is where it came, our ThinkShield Pro solution that we have embedded and we have introduced into the market. That solution, we started that solution, I would say, a few months ago, where we wanted really our customers to take the added value of the essential solution that we have. And when I talk about the essential solution, I'm talking about everything related to the supply chain security that we are offering in our notebooks. Yeah. I'm talking about the buyer security that we are offering, plus the firmware security. On top of that, Lenovo decided, or we were part of the thinking, why not to introduce more and try to drive more an AI-based solution where the customer will get more added value when it comes to some malware protection and some data protection and a hardware defense. And this is where we introduce what we call a ThinkShield XDR control that's going to help our customer in order for them to, I would say, do the prevention, the detection and the response to any attack. And all these, I would say, features are AI driven, which means that you will not get any human interfacing, meaning that the the control itself is happening through AI. It's helping the customer to take action immediately in case any detection is happening on their PC, and then the response is coming directly. This is from the XDR control. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the security, is of course something that is giving us another layer, another attention to what AI is also giving us as opportunities. So of course, security will be an element also in what we are doing together with the AI solutions there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is what we are doing from that perspective. Correct.
So with you, Nick, taking that, so how do you think that the AI changes in the conversation you're having with the business partners when they're looking at a new laptop or notebook? How would that change, or how would that develop?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there's lots of conversations at the moment with customers around do we go on the AI journey now, in terms of with a CPU? Do we go with an NPU or not? I think we're definitely seeing lots and lots of new applications coming down the line for local NPU usage. I know Lenovo have a solution. It was called Lenovo AI Now last year. It's now going to become Lenovo Kira, and I think that's it's a very powerful tool, because for me, if there's any internal documents that we don't want to put in the cloud, then I can run that locally on my device.
So that Kira is also it's a local running solution that Lenovo is providing on AI, right?
Yes, exactly. So I haven't actually been able to try Kira yet, because they're only coming out. It's only coming out with the newest. The newest devices, but right now it's Lenovo AI, and that is running PowerPoints and Word documents locally to get summaries, etc. And I think also on that, I think there's lots of new factors coming with local AI usage, but I think as well, looking at Microsoft, they're really embracing the kind of the NPU and the usage of the NPU, and I think for customers, maybe when they're looking at their new kind of devices for Windows 12 when it comes out, potentially, and this is entirely my opinion, potentially Windows might say you need to have an AI device to have Windows 12. So again, completely my own opinion, but I think that's something that business partners and customers need to be thinking about when they're purchasing devices now.
So do you think that the NPU will be a new standard that will be like basic stuff that you look at when you buy a new PC?
I think absolutely yes.
Is that something that has started already, or is it something that we will see more and more to come?
I'd say at the moment probably like 60% of our customers are kind of looking at AI usage locally on the NPU for various different reasons. I mean, they might have Copilot Plus, they might be future-proofing for these new applications. So I think it's a conversation that's happening all the time. And I think it's often just maybe for some customers down to cost. But again, coming back to Windows 12 potentially, if that's a feature, then you might actually be insulating yourself to not have to purchase a new device again in a couple of years' time if that's a requirement.
No. But you're talking about Windows
on Microsoft, right? So Microsoft is doing these kind of recommendations, or even setting these requirements to get the Windows 11 logo with Copilot support.
Yeah. Maybe you should also emphasize a little bit about Copilot and Copilot Plus. That Copilot is an AI function where you can ask questions like with other GPT solutions, where Copilot Plus is a hardware requirement that is giving a decent load of TOPS. So it needs to be above 40 TOPS in order to have the Copilot Plus branded name linked to. Good. So from partner perspective, Sergey, you are, as my colleague, you are talking with the partners all the day. So what are the perspectives that you are talking with the customers about?
Well, the perspectives I'm talking about with the partners, they are still not sure about, should I go on it? Should I wait a bit before I go on AI? And in further talks, we can always see that this is exactly what they need and what the standard will be, like you said before. And it's very important to see here what the cost factor and the time winning factor is playing for a role in the decision. And when they look at the cost and the time winning, they see really what it brings to go on AI computer and solutions.
I mean, the transition into AI PC is not something I would say, it's not something easy to happen. We feel it in the market. And it's taking some time. Customers would like to understand the added value that they're going to get when they're going to buy those AI PCs. So it's not going to happen in a short transition of time. Still, customers, they need to understand, as we have described, the Copilot Plus, the AI agent that's coming, all these features, customers need to understand really the added value. For example, and since we brought up the Copilot discussion, we at Lenovo, for example, we are working on offering a managed services or some sort of webinar and trainings for the customers so they can understand what is the Copilot once they're going to buy it. These are licenses that the customer, they're going to pay for. So they need to understand the added value of it. And that transition, remember, when we moved from Windows 10 to Windows 11, there was a lot of back and forth, right? So customers will understand. The same thing going to happen with the transition into AI PC. Today, I think the percentage is still not high, right? How much you are selling as AI PCs, it's still limited. But moving forward, when the customer will start seeing or understanding the added value, this is where they will bring it to their customers, to their employees, to their background. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we convert that into how the usage is for GPT solutions and things like that, maybe the hardware is ahead of the market in that. So the AI is really moving fast forward, but some of the capabilities we have within the hardware usage of NPU, that will come more and more and more. So it's more an investment in the future as well, and you will have some benefits already from today, but there will be even more benefits along the road when we are seeing more benefits coming in that can run on that specific unit on the PC. So the difference between, to you, Jörg, the difference between what we see with cloud-based and hardware-based, how do you see a difference coming up there? I would say that today many are using cloud-based solutions. So what will that mean to the future?
So as we discussed at the beginning, we think that the future will be a hybrid model. So you need to think about the fast process in terms of AI adoption as well as AI development. So just going 1 year back, it was nearly impossible to run a small LLM on the CPU side. So today, no problem, up to 8 billion, you can run without any challenges. So taking the rise in AI products, also these days, running a chat agent, which you control by voice, is not rocket science anymore. It is already working. So it required data center hardware in the past, but it's getting more and more optimized. I think specific in regards to security and confidential compute, this will be a must given. So for example, if you deal with sensitive data at a small, medium customer placement, for example, you will run it locally on your workstation, a single server side, or on the edge device. And if you want to do, if you deal with bigger data, you will go into the cloud offerings. This is exactly what we already get with agentic AI applications, right? So easy, small questions can be answered locally, and the more complex the task will be, it can be extrapolated into the cloud ecosystem.
Okay. So that would be a mix, and that would be something that would be local, some will be cloud-based as well. So taking that into consideration with you, Ralph, the security link to this, what are the customers asking most frequent right now?
So as Jörg was saying, I mean, customers, they are working in a very hybrid environment, right? And the customer, they need to make sure that they do have that visibility when it comes to the threat they are going through, right? So this is something very important. There is as well the attacks. So basically, the threats are hard to detect, right? With all the technology that's coming out. So there is that, I would say, some sort of customer security that they are always asking for. And this is where the play of Lenovo is coming into the game, where we can offer those kind of, I would say, security to our customers, even if we're talking about related to firmware attacks, related to device management, related to visibility into the hardware, right? So all these things are very important for us to look at. And this is what we are getting from our customers.
And that, I think that's important. Maybe also a link to what we should talk about now when we talk about the all the data that we are exchanging and how we are managing the systems as well. So Nick, so what does it mean for the IT teams when they're deploying hundreds or 10 devices new to an organization? How will that hardware and software validation matter? How do you collaborate with the IT infrastructure from an IT manager point of view, and then enrolling that into the organization?
Yeah, sure. So I think maybe also more of a services question for Ralph as well. There, I know Lenovo have quite a lot of offerings around kind of bringing all the devices into your estate. But I mean, from a Lenovo perspective, we can definitely help kind of pre the devices arriving, coming into the estate, and help manage the services that sit around that, whether that's autopilot, image management, etc., which can make it easier for customers to move across from kind of like one platform to another. And then in terms of kind of adopting kind of AI devices into your fleet, it's relatively straightforward. It's not too complicated at the moment. Anything different than kind of your regular non-AI PC devices. So yeah, Lenovo, I think.
So no special handling when you talk AI devices compared to where we are today.
From my side, no. I see Ralph's got his hand up. So Ralph.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. And thanks, Nick. So basically, from our side, we have introduced what we call AI agent into Premier Support and Premier Support Plus. This is something very important, and let me take a few minutes to talk about that one. Lenovo, we knew that the customers who, as we have said previously, the customers are doing the shift into AI PC, and all our new AI PCs, they are coming with a lot of integrity of new, I would say, features that has been added. And this is why Lenovo wanted to ensure that we introduce in our services what we call an AI agent. What does it do, that AI agent? First of all, the customer will get access to some sort of a portal, either through Teams, right, or a commercial vintage, which is on for Lenovo, or any e-support website available. Then that AI agent is going to help the customer, because it's a service that we are providing through Premier Support or Premier Support Plus. So it's an AI agent that's going to help the customer in many aspects, meaning that the AI agent is going to check the status of any open tickets the customer has been doing for the last couple of weeks or month. Then they can register the five last conversation they had with him, meaning that if they want to reopen any discussion that happened in the past, they can look at it. Then troubleshooting is happening. So if the customer is requiring any troubleshooting for the PC, the AI agent will do it immediately. Then if any upsell suggestion is coming, meaning that the customer would like to run any upsell, the AI agent is willing, or they can do that. If none of those questions has been addressing the customer request, then the AI agent is going to transfer the customer into any live chat or any live call with the Lenovo support. So that AI agent has been introduced just recently, I would say in the last 2 months. Now we are embedding it into our Premier Support and Premier Support Plus to any new AI PCs that we are introducing into the market. And this is really important for the price of the services that the customer is paying today. They're gonna get all these features embedded for them. There is a huge added value that the customer is going to take. We have a huge price increase on the hardware, but we're not going to get that price increase on the AI agent, because we know there is an advantage. We'd like the customer to take the benefit out of it.
To take that. Yeah. Good to hear. So I think I'll link that to also what has happened just recently. So Microsoft have closed down for Windows 10. So end of support Windows 10 upgrade. So service is something that is really more in the focus now. So all the upgrades with security and all the stuff that Microsoft is providing to Windows 10 is now ending. It has ended. Xavier, you're talking to the partners about how security really matters. Are we there where the importance of security is something that is on the table when we discuss about new upgrades for PCs?
Yeah, this is a topic who is frequently talked with the partners. And we try to build the perfect link between the opportunities and between the process that Lenovo is giving.
I agree with you. So the services that we can provide, but also the Windows upgrades. I believe that there are still the upgrades we can see from Windows 10 devices. There are still so many devices out there that are not upgraded yet. So from that perspective, also by upgrading to a new device, it's really interesting how to see that of course the upgrades makes a difference, but also with the services, and also what I hear from you, Xavier, that the partners are looking at that more intense as they had done previously, and also see some opportunities in making good solutions for the end customers, so they keep having safe devices. So let's move into a next topic we are looking into. That is the open software, ROCM, and the framework choice. So I think that is really something that now we're going a bit deeper into what the AI is. Jörg, can you please elaborate on those special terms? And maybe you should also explain what it is just before we start on the topic.
That's a very good question, and I'm happy to share a little bit more about that. I just read an MIT article which was mentioning about that 85% plus of the AI initiatives are currently failing. And there was an analysis why these AI initiatives are failing. And there are a couple of reasons I would like to highlight before I continue with the software stuff, because software was one of the key elements. Is really the processes you have inside the company, and the ability in open source based software. So the current challenge on AI is that nothing has been written in stone. There are no standards yet, right? So what we can say is that every month, every quarter, something new will appear to the market. If it's either a model, a framework, a library, whatever it will be, there are changes, and we need to work with those changes. And on the developer side of things, they don't